Like we're really not on a ball.
Certain things, but one way or another, it's still amazing, right?
It still trips me out that it's just really not a globe. Like we're really not on a ball. Just every day, like just yeah, it still trips me out that it's this much of a thing in the mainstream. And the globe model does match certain things in reality. I mean, there's certain overlaps, and then just how like compelled people are. People who really don't know at the end of the day, like who are in here like debating it sometimes, like they're going off of what they're told, but like they debate it with such fervor as if it's like just linked to like their identity, and they feel so confident about it. But I mean, I know what they have access to because we all have access to the same information, and like they're just having this like kind of confidence about it that really isn't backed by, it's like not backed by anything solid, like it's not actually backed.
Gio, if you're going to give like the top 3 things that really convince you, because you seem pretty convinced that the Earth is flat, what would those 3 things be?
That's oh man.
Top 3, like your life depends on it, and you're in front of the almighty judge and jury, and here's your one chance to really, anybody who's in doubt will be converted. Anyone who's on the fence will probably drift away.
Yeah, but if I was to say anything, trying to list 3 things quickly, they're going to be very brief. I mean, if I just had to give very brief, I mean, I've never seen any valid measurements or evidence that the Earth is in motion, like any actual truly valid evidence that's showing that the Earth is in any motion. I've never seen any truly valid evidence that the Earth is actually curving and that water is curving or that the land is curving. Mm-hmm. And then I guess if I had to give a third, the immense issues, the multiple issues with the globe model. If I had to give 3 just general things, like
I'm gonna let you respond again, because as you know, absence of evidence is not evidence. So those first 2 are struck down. The third one's a little bit too obscure, obtuse. How about be a little more specific of what gives you the top 3 things that make you feel that the Earth is flat? Evidence that you know of.
Wait, what were you saying about what was the first thing you said? The absence of evidence? What do you mean? Oh,
I've seen no evidence. The evidence, I have not seen any evidence that the Earth is curved. I saw no evidence that something else is. They both start off with, I don't see the evidence. So I want to see what the evidence is. That's what my question was originally. What the evidence is for the Earth being flat. The top three things, just high level, just topic, subject matter, titles.
Okay, you're saying some positive statement that the Earth is planar?
Yeah, absence of evidence is not evidence. So what positive evidence you have?
Yeah, but if it's not in motion, what positive, like if it's just not in motion, what even could there be of positive evidence that it's not in motion? Because it's just not, it's already a 0 point thing. Like it's not in motion.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
I'll give an example. So example would be like, and this is not, I'm not saying you would use this example. Hey, I don't feel it moving. That'd be evidence. Or real good evidence. Hey, I did this Foucault pendulum, which is based on the physics, should precess, but it doesn't. Or something that you've actually done or seen or heard about that shows evidence that the Earth is not rotating, that it is not round. Keep in mind, if you say something like, I don't feel it, I'll say, well, it's beyond human perception for you to feel it. So that kind of discounts that evidence. So some evidence that is, fairly strong, and because you're convicted. You say it's flat, and I can't believe people think it's still round. What are the top 3 pieces of evidence that you would lean on, that you would use, that make you feel that you have a strong case for the Earth being flat and not moving, not rotating?
Okay, well, it's definitely a very multi-leveled kind of question and inquiry, because I would say for myself, like there's multiple levels, like in my own being. Let's say like I have like the physical part of life, like observations and things directly like that. And then there's also like the whole spiritual components, in terms of like the nature of creation, what is the nature of consciousness, what is the nature of reality, and all of those things, which I wouldn't necessarily expect those things would be something that is going to like necessarily convince someone else, because things of a spiritual nature are often more of a personal thing. So I'm just saying that's another level. Well, no, I wouldn't really use the word belief, and I wouldn't use the word faith, but I'm just saying I'm just using the word spirituality. But I know that's not what you're asking for. I'm just saying like in terms of my assessment of what reality is, my life is, creation. I'm just saying there's multiple layers. Like there's the spiritual, there's the physical. But if you're talking about the physical, I mean, dude, I would say that like we really need to do like in terms of something that we could like prove to mainstream science kind of thing. Like I've always said this, like we actually need more. Like I'm really just not a zealot at all. Like I don't do like zealot stuff where I like just try to, use some kind of tactics to try to like just try to pizzazz people or just give some kind of like, some kind of tactic to try to like strong arm them. Like I'm intellectually honest to say that like we need to do more tests to actually prove it to the world. That doesn't mean that I'm on the fence about it. I'm just saying that in terms of like measuring water in a more tangible way, to not be curving and, gyroscopes, all these tests we've talked about. So like, I don't feel like if you're asking me for like just the old classic question of like evidence and proof, like right to the enough that would actually flip like the whole world basically, or that would actually like
No, I didn't ask
change
that.
the
I
whole
asked
paradigm.
I asked what are your top three pieces of evidence or reasons why you think the Earth is flat? And that's one of the general, not hey, there's no evidence for it being round.
He
What evidence
gave
do you
us
have it
top
being
three.
flat? Yeah,
No, I
not
got you,
specific.
and I realize I'm kind of giving some generalized responses, and
No, I
and
like
you're
it. It's
asking for
interesting.
more
By the way, I don't
specifics.
care.
No, I hear you. I mean, I guess like okay, like even though if we like let's say 10 years from now and $100 million in 10 years, I would be able to, this would be a very different conversation. You know what I mean? I'd be able to say, there's this test, there's that, there's it, that would be different. But currently right now, I would say in terms of like, if we leave the motion thing aside for a second, in terms of the curvature question, obviously like observations over land, there isn't any indication that there is any actual curvature. Now I know that's all contested. We get into refraction, we get into long distance observations, but I would say that even like if we spent like a whole hour and did a whole like podcast type thing where we went through it all, I do think there's a very strong case for the just observationally viewing the Earth, including laser tests, including long distance observations, including all of that, that there is no curvature, that we're looking at an extended plane. So that's one, which I know is the old classic, like long distance observations. I mean, obviously we're limited to some degree. Like if you have $100 million and you can do all the testing, that's a different story. But we're obviously limited to a degree of what right now. But yes, obviously that's a big one. Another one is plane surveying. Now I'm not a surveyor, so I can't. Now someone like Rocky who has the tools, who's done the work. I have not. I'm not a surveyor, and so there's I am sort of like one step removed in a sense from being able to like give you like dead set like, hey, I've done this. But in my understanding of plane surveying, I mean, it's done within 100 square miles. You can create a horizontal plane of reference. The accuracy that surveyors have told me when I've asked multiple of them and the research I've done is the level of accuracy that you can accomplish with plane surveying, especially within 100 square miles, should be able to measure the curvature, and it does not. So I think that's another strong one. People always say like, where's the measurements of flat Earth? Well, all plane surveying is measuring, not incorporating any Earth curve, and is establishing horizontal planes and verticals and horizontals, etc. Which are not accounting or are not aligning with the curvature that the globe claims.
What if more often than not we have a dip angle when measuring? There's a dip angle. What is being used here to eliminate all the other possibilities and definitively assert that it's no curvature? We don't have to fight about flat Earth this or globe that or the other one this. It's just we could see these models for what they are. Once we understand the rules and their explanations, what specifically is telling us that there is no curvature anywhere? That's it. I don't want to repeat it. We could make an observation on a day where like on the globe the horizon's pretty high. You could make an observation where the horizon, you're at the ground. The horizon's at eye level, or it could be even higher. What in all of this, for the ones that are, it's planar, what's telling you it's planar that the other ones aren't telling you?
Well, I'll answer that since there was a pause. When you make that observation you talked about, you're making on horizontal, whether you use your eyes or a tool, and you're saying sometimes the horizon rises towards that. That's the optical effect, even if you're on a sphere. But when you make that same horizontal over water and measure down to the water, it doesn't curve in an upward or downward fashion. So that's what I would say gives us the planar
What
view.
is
And then most
measuring
views
down
over
to the
distance are
water?
planar.
What does measuring down to the water mean?
Well, if you have a line, if you have a glass of water and you put it's not filled all the way to the top of the glass, and you make a horizontal line above it and you measure down to the water, that would be measuring down to the water.
I mean, maybe I didn't get it, but what is eliminating these other models and their claims, and it has to be this one?
No drop from horizontal of the water eliminates sphere Earth. No rise of the water from horizontal eliminates concave. The
So
fact
when
that the horizontal and the water are parallel, both are horizontals, proves that it's a plane.
and I don't want to say you do understand. It's not about you. It's all of us. We understand that these conditions where the horizon is really high only occurs for the most part very near down to the surface of the ground.
Mhm. Yeah, I agree. The only
Yes.
time you get that rise is low to the ground. When you do the mountaintop, you usually get a drop. That's just the phenomena at different altitudes. The conditions of the elevation of the viewer and the distance that they're viewing over dictate what you're going to get, either a rise, an apparent dip or drop, or nothing at all. Those are just caused by the conditions. But the actual physical measurement, when you actually put, let's say, a string, right, you just have to perceive this as a horizontal over water, and it doesn't have a rise or a drop. That means that the water is parallel with that string that's horizontal. It means the water is horizontal.
I could imagine that, but I don't think that's been done to a level where we could all agree upon the results. So I
Well,
understand the
maybe not.
idea.
Yeah, maybe not, but viewing the observation of a horizon is limited, right? So you're saying people say that I haven't done it because you can't establish a horizontal that long, and then using a horizontal to the horizon to establish that it's doing whatever is just hypocrisy, right? You can't say one can't be done, but the other is being done accurately. It's just not possible.
When you're making a horizontal to the horizon in the FE setup, are you assuming straight lines of light or curved lines of light?
I don't make horizontals to horizons. That's a Glober, basically.
I heard what you had to say, but there's nothing that is definitively for sure telling us that it's planar or not down or not up based on
I get it.
observation.
Maybe not definitive. I agree with you. I think there, like Geo, there should be more testing. But like right now, I can tell you what this floor is doing by taking a level and making an original horizontal line, and then extending that horizontal line with the straight edge, and then measuring down to the floor or ceiling. I can tell you if that floor or ceiling is basically parallel with the horizontal line. To dumb it down a little bit, right? To lessen the distance, and something that anybody can do right now to tell if their floor in their room is horizontal or not, or sloping or curving. You make a horizontal line above it and then measure down to the floor at different points, and you get a measurement of the floor. You can also do the ceiling. The only way to prove shape is to measure it.
Right here, this is a proof. If in the live stream text, you have a salt flat, right? The salt flat in Bolivia, it's 4,000 square miles. So when it rains, all it takes is 1 inch of water to make it into a lake. It only takes, so it's flat to within 1 inch over an area of 4,000 square miles. So you can go anywhere on there. Oh, how deep is the water? It's an inch deep. It's an inch deep here. And then you have the reflection. If there's any curvature to a mirror, it's going to distort the image. If like a funhouse mirror, when you start bending the mirror, you start bending the reflection. So the only way to get a mirror image is with a mirror surface.
I'm on your side with all of that. I mean, I truly believe the salt flats would be horizontal with the water above it, or if you made a horizontal above the salt flat, it would basically measure parallel underneath. I agree with you.
Yeah, and the reflection is a giveaway as well.
Hey,
'cause you
Gio,
have-
can I ask you something?
yeah.
If we weren't moving, if we were stationary, would you feel it? Would you feel the movement?
What if we were moving or not? What do you mean?
I'll ask again. If we lived on a stationary plane, would you feel the movement?
Well, it's kind of a trick question because
There's
there
no
isn't any
movement, right?
movement. Yeah, so no.
Of course you wouldn't feel it. If the water wasn't curving, could you measure it to curve?
No.
Thank you.
If the water was curving, would you get that exact perfect reflection? The answer is also no.
I don't think so, but you know, I don't know. It's a strange world we live in, right? Like,
Well, if
to
you
be
start
honest,
bending a mirror, right? If you've ever seen it, you lay it flat even, you're not going to get a perfect reflection.
Well, they're not really saying the water is curving. I don't know if you guys know this, but the spirit level isn't even within 8 inches per mile squared. So what they say is a curve is perfectly straight. 8 inches per mile square, you can make a bowling alley at that.
but then say it's obstructing from the distant shore. Like I'm on Lake Tahoe right now. They have pictures I can take, and you can't see the beach on the other shore. I agree with that on most days, right? They say that's because of Earth curve. I mean, I show them boats that are 4 miles away with a 12-foot observer, and they say that's Earth curve because the boat's obstructed bottom up. It's just a way of thinking, right? Like cognitus or whatever y'all call it. But the real world, I was going to say, when you get out into the real world, like I've been doing the last 6 months and talk to people, they're so receptive. And when you explain the very basics of why people think that Earth is not a sphere, they get it, right? They've just never been explained to them. They've always been taught that you live here on a sphere. They've been programmed by every brochure, side of an 18-wheeler, TV show, newscast, movies, their school teachers, their parents, so they trust it, right? They believe it. They've never been told the alternative, and when they are, they go, "Holy shit, man. Like that's crazy. That's amazing." And they love the conversation, unlike here. Here the conversation tries to get shut down for whatever reason.
Rakia, how much experience do you have regarding curvature on a large scale? So I understand on a small scale you've got real world experience.
And they
Rakia, how much experience
2.7 miles, the longest observation, the time you get
our mind is creating? Whatever. It's conditional. It's actually conditional.
tall, the floor and ceiling will appear to merge in the distance at eye level or near it. That would be the perspective view. And the right to left, the walls would also merge to that point.
That's the thing, though. That it wouldn't. It would.
Telephone pole.
See the water 6 foot below you.
I'm in the road, so I don't want to. But I'm just saying this on a flat.
Always increases. In fact, increase. And then by
35,000 feet in the distance.
Not a rule of perspective, even in a flat Earth, that's what it would do, because that's not what it does.
What a distant horizon appeared to rise towards.
Not what eye is doing, but that could be disproven by literally going up higher. There is a greater and greater dip angle as you go up higher and higher. So this is not.
Yeah.
It's not. I'm speaking for myself again. It's not a rule of perspective, even in a flat Earth, that's what it would do, because that's not what it does.
Well, it does.
but the key thing there
I
is that
flew
you can
Thursday,
actually
35,000 feet, and the distant horizon appeared to rise towards my eye level. It doesn't mean the dip angle doesn't get greater, but what you're calling the dip angle is that 6 feet you're above the beach, and the 30,000 feet you're up in the sky. I mean, that you have to basically look down to the horizon after it appears to rise up.
It doesn't rise up though.
Well, it does appear
It goes
to. I
down
didn't
as
say
you
it
go
did.
up.
It's just the way we see it
As
over
you
here.
go up above the horizon, it goes farther and farther down. So the angle always increases. In fact, it increase. And then, by the way, you can do differential, as we talk about all the time. Differential measurements will allow you to actually narrow down what the refractive value is at any altitude based on the rate of change of that angle with respect to the height above the surface. It's a lot of words there, but it really is a way to narrow down what's actually happening. And then it will tell you whether the surface beneath you is flat or round. That's how you do it. If you really want to be accurate about measurements, a differential
What do you,
measurement is.
yeah, but when you're measuring to the horizon from way high up, like what part of it are you measuring? Like where the ground meets the sky, or
Yes.
where it looks like the clouds are?
Where it gets hazy.
No. Where the,
Yeah,
where the, where
yeah,
the
because to me the horizon is like a band. It's not like a line, because a line doesn't exist in reality. So therefore, it must have height and depth for you to say I see it. So
no,
therefore, it's definitely not
you
just a
can see borders
line,
very
because a
clearly.
line doesn't exist in reality. Can you at
That's
least
not
grant that
true.
2D lines don't
That's
exist
not
in
true.
reality?
You
So
have
you
a
say
border.
2D lines do exist in reality?
Border lines do exist. Borders do exist. It's
Yeah,
not a
but those are
line.
all,
It's meaning.
if you draw a line on a piece of paper, you now have the ink raised off the paper. So now you have a depth to that.
No, but you can still use that information in a 2D measurement. For example, your paper and your pen, we would
Yeah, are you
ignore.
measuring to the top of the
Let me
line or the
hold on.
bottom?
Let me finish. Let me finish. You ignore the height above the paper and only utilize the information that you do have for your measurement. For example, let's say you had a real thick pen and it left a 1/4 inch thick gooey line. You're not caring about the height. All you care about is it existing in your X and Y coordinate system with respect to the observer. You don't care about the
It
height
exists in
for
the
you.
Z coordinate as well at that point.
We don't want. We don't have
It,
to. We don't need to.
yeah,
You know,
but that's up, dude.
That's like saying we're measuring the water all between us and the horizon. We're not measuring the. We don't care about the water. What it's doing. All we care about is where the sky and the ground meet, and we look at that marker, that line, that meeting, that convergence, and we measure that position in our field of view as we go up and down toward the surface, and then correlate
Yeah, and you
other
would
data.
expect that to mirage, because just like when you're looking out on a road, when you have that shallow of an angle, the road starts to look wet. So you would expect things in the distance to mirage, and you'd probably get miraging effects at that
That's only that
line.
only.
And
So
we
that's only
do
triggering
get, do
reflection.
you agree we get miraging effects at the horizon
I
all
will
the time?
explain. So
All the time? Can you agree with that or not?
what you're talking about is a reflection. It's called an internal reflection. Doesn't change angularly the position of the tires and the surface between you and the tires of a car that's on a very flat surface, a great distance away from you. Maybe a few, could be a few hundred yards away. You will
Do
get
you
a
know why
mirage.
that water
In fact, I
shows
can do
up
it.
though?
I can do
Do
it.
you know
I
why?
have video. Okay, I have video of a track that I coach kids at, and as you walk up to the track, because the water fountain's below the track, as you walk up, you will be at the eye level to the track, and you will see this exact thing you're talking about, where it will be reflecting off the track into the trees and people that are running on it. You'll see their shoes reflecting onto the track, but that doesn't change the angle for which that shoe is to my eye. Just because you have a mirage
Okay,
effect,
but do you
doesn't change
understand
it.
the reason behind that? That your brain can't process the information, so therefore it's blank there. Do you
Where's
understand
it's
that?
not blank. It's reflecting.
Yeah, when it looks like there's water there,
No, that is
that's
just a
your brain. That's a thing your brain is doing.
no.
You
It's not.
understand there's
It's
not
not.
actually water. Oh, okay, so there's
It's
actually
not
water
water.
on the road? Okay,
It
come
looks like
on,
it's water.
Zanick. Seriously?
That is okay. Let me explain something that I just studied at great lengths, and I can give you maybe a high level explanation real quick, real fast. That the thing looks like water. All that means is it looks like a mirror. You're creating a mirror, and the reason that mirrors work is because all the surfaces, all the little atoms that are aligned in molecules, are creating a flat surface where the light reflects directly in the same direction all the way around it to your eyes. So it happens at the surface, even though the surface has like the tartan track has, it's like rubber, like a granular rubber, very rough, no reflection. You look down, you see the color of the thing. You can't see your face in the reflection. But if you get farther and farther away and create a very acute angle, suddenly all those little dimples on the surface get closer and closer together due to perspective, actually. And
Thank
then
you.
it
Thank
becomes,
you.
hold
That's
on,
my
I'm almost
exact
done.
point.
Why
That's
do you
my
have to stop me
exact
in the middle
point.
of the punchline? I spent a lot of work building up to this crescendo, and you got to come in here and fucking screw me over. So let me finish. So the things get closer and closer together due to perspective, and that surface becomes a mirror, a literal mirror. So what you're seeing is a literal mirror. It's called an internal reflection between you, the surface, and this object that's above the surface.
Okay,
Any
awesome.
surface.
And you said that's what we would expect when something is out in the distance and the angle is super shallow to you. And that's what we experience with the horizon. That's exactly what we would expect from it. We would
No,
expect the horizon to give an internal reflection, and we would expect a band of the horizon. We wouldn't say that it's just a straight line, it's just where the water meets the ground. It's actually a band. It goes a little higher, and you can do this anytime. If you get out
you're
on a
just nuts
boat,
talking now. Listen, the reason we know
dude,
it's a
you
reflection,
interrupted
we
me.
know the band, hold on, the band is something that's very clear. So first of all, we have a blue sky, and it meets the dark blue water. And then if you have a sunset, which makes it even easier, if you could zoom in on that reflection, it was very good, like over a lake, you could actually see sunspots on the reflection that are upside down to the sun, knowing that it's inverted. This inversion is why it's a reflection. So it doesn't blur the meeting of these two areas in your field of view. It's contradictory. It actually makes
Well,
a
I think the sun
great.
is a disk. I think the sun is a disk,
Oh
and
God,
it's flat,
okay.
the same as
You're just gonna
it's.
ignore everything I say and just
No, I'm
obfuscate.
listening to what you're saying, and now I'm giving you another explanation. If the sun is a disk, and the furthest part is what goes away from you, that's what you would see go in half first. And you would get that reflection of it making it look like a circle at the horizon. But we see a whole bunch of compression effects. We see the keyhole effect. We see all kinds of effects when we watch sunsets, dude. And when you go to California and watch it, it's so much different than when you watch it in Florida, where it has a very humid atmosphere. In California, the sun shrinks in size the whole time and just looks like it keeps on getting further and further and further away from you. And then in Florida, it stays pretty big and it actually looks like it gets larger as it gets towards the water. So the fact that we're seeing different phenomena of what we're watching based on different conditions, that you can't just go to the ones in Florida and go, look, the sun is that huge, it's a half of it, and then that doesn't happen in California. So it's like, dude, it's just cherry picking observations that match the globe model when in reality there might be something else going on, and there's nothing wrong with questioning that.
No, no. The difference is you're looking at crappy conditions with good conditions and comparing them. That's which is really flawed logic and flawed science. Like this thing that Taking Back Eden just posted, that particular sun with all sorts of refraction and miraging elements, this inferior mirage and sort of is blocking things. It's hard to tell where the actual horizon is, even though it's somewhere between that line and below. We don't know exactly where. It might not even be that point of inversion. That could be just the internal reflection of the contents of the atmosphere below it, not really not really the Earth itself. So even
Dude,
that's
if
kind
the
of flawed.
horizon was a physical thing that we can take measurements to, then you could just place a flag on it and we could just measure to the flag. We wouldn't even have to use the horizon. But you can't do that.
Why
So
is it
that's
when
how
I'm in an
we
airplane?
know the horizon is an optical phenomena,
Okay,
and the
fine.
horizon is a band because it moved forward, back, depending on different conditions. Dude, to say you're taking measurements to something that your brain is doing is so strange. That's why I always say, why don't we just compare reality against reality and we just compare water to the reality? And that's what we do. We set up water and it makes local horizontal planes, okay, with water level tools. So if that is the case, you have to claim at this point that local horizontal planes are curving at 8 inches per mile squared, and you're never going to be able to show that.
We can. I mean, we
Okay,
do
so you
using
agree
simple.
horizontal means curving at 8 inches per mile
No,
squared because,
the horizontal is not curving. The
well, then where'd
horizontal
you get
plane
the
was
idea of
established.
horizontal from? Because we
Horizontal
pulled
planes
a
don't
lot of
curve.
our logic and base axioms off of geometry, which were based off of geography, which were based off the earth. So we pulled this idea of horizontal from reality. We didn't just make it up. And right now you're telling me there is no such thing. We can't set up a horizontal. There will be never a perfect horizontal in reality,
There is, of
ever.
course, there is. And the
You can make a
horizontal that is in
perfect
reality.
horizontal.
Why can't you? I mean, we listened to you. I didn't say a word for 5 minutes, and when I start talking, you immediately talk over me. You notice that? So listen, we have perfect horizontals. We have things like slack. We have LIGO. These are perfect horizontals. So we can measure what we see with those with respect to plumb lines, etc. But horizons we can see from very high altitudes and see the sun and the moon below level, below this horizontal plane called level that's established from the airplane. We see that sun below level and then the ocean below it, the horizon below it. So we know that something's up. If you don't believe that's really the horizon, then why can we see the moon and
That's
the
optical
sun?
level, dude. You could set up a water level on the airplane and you would go, oh, yeah. Oh, it's below that. Yeah, because you're up. That's optical level, dude. That's
What do you
not
mean?
like level.
Okay, so
That's not
now we
level
agree. I'm
like
glad we agree. But what do you mean by that? Of course, it's an
that.
optical level. That's the
It's an
idea.
optical level, like you're looking in the distance and going, I think that thing is below me.
Why
Okay?
wasn't it? Why
That's
wouldn't it be?
it would be on any model, any shape of the earth because you would be
No,
increasing
it
your
wouldn't be.
angle
No,
as you
that's
go
not
up high.
true. You could not have if you were looking
Dude,
at a flat Earth.
if you look straight down, you
I'm
got to look
talking.
down
I
at
want to
an
give you an
angle. If
answer.
you look
Question.
down at the ground and ahead of you, you got to look down a little. That makes perfect sense to
Yeah,
anyone.
but as it gets farther away, rises higher and higher until if it goes on to infinity, it will go up to eye level. That's basic geometry, as you're saying. So
No, no, that's
you have
perspective. That's art. That's what we do
no
in art.
due
That's
to
how your
perspective.
brain
No
perceives.
mathematical
No,
perspective.
sorry,
If you're
sir. That's how your brain's
no,
perception
that's
works.
not
That has
true.
nothing to
It's
do with
you can physically
actuality.
measure it. I can shoot a
Sir,
gun and hit a target based on that idea. We know the
look,
guitar in my corner, it's on the same floor as my feet. I look a little bit up, then I don't look at my feet because my feet are there. I look at an angle, even though it's on the same level as my feet. That's called perspective. You're confusing perspective. If you are on a flat plane, the horizon will always rise to eye level.
that's not true. You
Always.
wouldn't know that. Nobody knows what that would be like unless you're claiming the Earth is definitely not a flat plane. There
No, that's
are
not true
planes on
because we
the Earth.
can
There are
mathematically.
planes. Hold on, dude. There are planes on the Earth that are relatively flat that we do
Where?
see out in the distance and the horizon. But if someone goes 10,000 feet up in a helicopter, there's no reason they should believe at that point the horizon should continually rise to their eye level. And I just want to say one more thing and then I'll be done. Laws of perspective are art, are for art form,
That's not true.
artwork,
It's math.
because laws of perspective, what they tell you about is how your brain is interpreting reality. They don't give you a picture
Not
of
true.
the actuality. And we know this because just like Rakia said, that railroad tracks look to converge. They don't actually converge in reality. Houses look to get smaller the further away. They don't actually get smaller in reality. So all perspective is explaining is your perception. It's explaining how sensation turns to perception in your mind. It
Not
doesn't tell
true.
you anything about actuality. And that's why I'll say it again. We should test reality against reality, not against your perception.
That's you usually say some smart things. That was not very smart. No, sorry. It's not about perception. It's not about belief. It's about actual trigonometric mathematic reality. Things in the distance,
No,
like
we live
railroad
on a
tracks,
sphere. There's
will
no
appear converged because
trigonometry.
they actually do angle together as they get farther away. That's a physical fact. If you're going to shoot a gun, you could use that. If you had roads, if you're down Highway 5, you have two different directions, north and south, and they're a mile apart. If you were going to shoot somebody with a missile, you wouldn't just shoot to the left of you as that road goes away from you in a straight line. That angle would change progressively and go more and more toward the center point. That's not how we perceive things. That's actually what happens.
Okay, I
Trigonometry
was going to
is
be done,
reality.
but then I'll give you an example to show that what you just said is ridiculous. On the Black Swan day, that half of the tower, whatever the oil rig is covered. Say I had a bullet that could reach it from a sniper rifle, no problem, right? That can do 10
Mhm.
miles. Do I have to shoot through the water in order to hit the bottom of it? And then on the day that
Yes.
on the Black Swan day that there is no hump of water in front of it, do I still have to shoot through the water to hit the bottom
Correct.
of it?
Yes. Yes, you
Yeah,
do.
so okay, that's what I'm saying. For sure, you would have to prove at this point. You would have to prove for sure that's not an optical phenomena. That's an actuality because laws of perspective state they are simply an interpretation of how your mind
No.
interacts with
Yeah.
reality. Laws of perspective do not apply to the actuality. Houses don't
That's not true.
houses don't actually get smaller when you move away from them, Zanick. You need to understand that.
Yes, angular size works that way due to perspective. They are smaller angularly as they go away from you. That's a law of perspective.
Yeah, because your mind, your brain does that, not
Exact same
actuality.
story. I'm not going to change my mind on it. You're not going to change me either, and I'm not going to change yours probably either, because you're not opening your mind to the reality of the fact that that's not a mind thing. That this object is smaller. That is a angle thing. That is a trigonometry thing. That's math thing. It is a real thing that's happening. That object
Okay,
is angularly
that means
smaller.
you
Listen,
can't do that on a sphere. You
angular
can't do
resolution is a
trigonometry on a
thing.
sphere.
Angular
Sorry,
resolution is a
you
thing.
have
It
to
depends.
Dude, if you're saying I can move away from a house and draw a flat baseline from me to the house and an angle to the top of the house and get you the size, you're no longer on a sphere, because now you got straight lines on a sphere, you got parallel lines on a sphere, you got a whole problem. Dude, look up laws of perspective. It'll clearly tell you this is
I
what your
understand them
perception of
very well,
reality,
extremely
this is
well. Sorry, no,
what
wrong.
your perception of reality is doing, not actuality itself.
It's
Reality itself
actuality.
is
It's
not changing.
actuality. I'm
The
telling
house
you.
size does not change in reality. It changes to your sensation. And then you
No,
perceive it to be smaller.
it's
The
not.
house
It's
never
not in the.
changed size, Zanuck. Why are you saying
You said
houses
you're going to
change
stop if you keep
size?
on talking. Okay. So no, sorry, wrong. These objects, even they change angular size. They physically change angular size because angular size is a physicality of
No, it's
optics
not.
and
It's not
in vision. Yes,
physicality. Angular size is
and reality
perception.
If I was going to draw, like use metal bars, I would align them with angles from me outward to that object or inward, depending how far away they are. That's how they build this structure. If you have an
Angular
object that's to
size
the
is
left of
not
you,
in reality.
if you
I'm
have an object
sorry,
to the left
sir.
of you,
Angular
you have a
size
bar
is
to the left, a straight bar. If you had that object go down perfectly two roads either side of you, and one road kept on going straight, that bar would suddenly have a change of angle from you to your center line and keep on going until almost the center, depending how far away this object went. That is reality. It's not perception. That is a physical bar that would have to be angled more and more acute to the center line.
Yeah, that's fine. And that's
So
your
you agree with me
angular
then?
perception, which doesn't have an ontology in reality. In reality, the house is the same.
Interesting word.
The only ontology that exists for angular perception is your perception, is your mind. It's how you perceive it. So when you say, "Oh, it looks this size angularly to me," that doesn't do anything for anyone at all, except that you could use a trigonometric function to figure out the size based on your distance. But if you don't know your distance to it, it means absolutely nothing.
You can determine the distance to it, especially if you know its size. All you need to know is a couple variables and you're fine.
If you don't know anything about a house, you don't know the size of the house, the distance you are from it, and you're like, yo, that thing is the size of my thumbnail, you can't tell me anything about the house.
That's a complete non sequitur to our argument. Yes, you're right,
It
but it means nothing.
shows that
You're just saying a
the
lot of words right now.
ontology is not in the actuality, it's in your mind. I just proved the
No,
ontology
that's not
of
true.
angular resolution is only within your mind, not in reality.
It's not in your mind because all you need to do is a simple test to validate whether that house is real or not, or is actually small or large. You're right. You don't know. If you don't know the distance and you don't know the size of the house, you don't know where that thing is. So that's why you do certain tests. You get that angle to the house, and then once you find out whether it's a house or not, or whether it's or the distance to it is such, then you'll be able to determine whether that house is large or not. The angular size will determine.
Awesome.
Yeah, so I mean, you're not really telling anyone doesn't really know intuitively. You're just denying the fact that perspective is not a perception; it's actually a trigonometric mathematical truth.
Yeah, but you just said you would have to know your distance from the house. You would have to know the size of the house. You would need to know some of the variables. You forgot, though, in your model, they did this to everything that they can't know the size or
It's
distance
why we
from,
know.
including the sun, moon, stars,
No,
all of it.
that's why we
So
do know
nobody can ever know anything. And you
that. Yes,
agreed with me about that
no, that's
because
why.
in order, dude.
That's why we know the
Go ahead,
sun and the
Zanick.
moon are
Someone else
different
can have it.
distances. They're the same angular size. We know one's farther than the other. How do we know that? We do know this, but how do we know it?
You don't know it. You can't
We
know
do
with
know it.
absolute certainty. You claim that you now have
Aristarchus, give us
proof
the
and absolute
Aristarchus.
certainty
Oh my
when
God!
at the same time you say science doesn't prove things and you can't gain absolute certainty from
Now,
science.
again,
So it's
another
just,
non
dude, it's
sequitur.
so weird.
Another non sequitur straw man. Sorry, no. We know the sun is farther away. In fact, we know it's 400 times farther away. How do we know that? Because we know on certain days when the sun is illuminating the moon, and it's a half moon, like it was on the 21st. In fact, a couple days ago, I witnessed this actually, and I roughly measured it as well. You get roughly a 90-degree angle between you and the sun when it's half illuminated. Really, what I mean is a quarter moon, and that means that 89.6-degree angle that is accurately measured means the sun is 400 times farther away, even though they're the same angular size. We're using math to do this. Now we know that whatever size the moon is, we know the sun is that much bigger in diameter.
Okay,
Even though
well
they're the
then
same
do
angular
that with
size.
the house that you have no idea the size, you have no idea the distance to the house, and now go ahead and start walking in circles around it and tell me you're going to be able to figure it out. And you never get to change your distance. You have to stay at the same distance all the time. And then if you're going to say we could use a trigonometric function, well then you're treating the earth as something that it's not. Because in order to do trigonometry on the earth with the surface of the earth being the distance between you and the thing, that can't be a curved line. That has to be a horizontal baseline.
No,
So
it has no
therefore,
bearing. Has no bearing at all. It has no bearing. Listen,
let me
it has no
conclude the
bearing.
argument. So
Bro,
Has
there,
no bearing
Zanick, dude, it's only you two. Like, why can't you just go back and forth, Zanick? Why do you have to clip and interrupt?
because
Like,
he
what's
won't
even the
stop
use in
talking.
talking if we can't hear anything that's being said? Like, it's not like there's 5 other people trying to get in. Can you just go one at a time and stop clipping them?
Yeah, I
Tor, go
mean,
ahead, bro.
Gio, you put
Just
it.
try
Gio,
to
you
let
put it
Tor
perfectly.
finish. He was
Gio,
talking. Just let him finish. Just go one at a time, please.
you know, but Gio, you made a perfect point before, like tennis, back and forth. He won't let me go back and forth. I make a quick point, and he goes on and on and on and on, and reiterates his point over and over again. We got to go back in like a tennis match, like you said, Gio.
Well, maybe you hit the ball out of bounds. He had to go get it, and then he's setting up his server shot.
Well, I'm not going out
But
of
I'm
bounds. I'm not hitting
I'm just
my ball out of
joking.
bounds.
I know. I'm just joking.
it's all
Okay.
Okay.
good, Zanick. I mean, dude, it is the case that if you're going to treat the earth like something that it is not, and then you're going to use pragmatic solutions, you're going to say, no, but this does work. It
No,
works because it works. Everything that we
okay,
know
you
in
don't need to.
life,
No, let me go back. Let me respond to
ugh,
that. Let me respond to that. No, it has nothing to do with that. It doesn't matter what shape the Earth is. You're putting out a complete non sequitur. All we're talking about is knowing that I know by the way and this is one fact that we have in this situation. We know that the moon is half illuminated in the sky. So we know that the sun and the earth and the moon are directly in line. I measure the angle from me to the moon, me to the sun. I can now determine a ratio of how much farther away the sun is to the moon. It has nothing to do with the Earth's shape. Nothing.
I'm talking about the house. I think you forgot. I told you because I'm relating the house that you admitted that you wouldn't be able to tell me anything about if you don't know the size and the distance you are from it. And I'm relating those to the sun and the moon. Now, at the same time, I want you to understand that with the house thing, if you do know the distance, you can do a trigonometric function, you said, and it gives you an accurate depiction of the size of the house. In order to do trigonometry on a sphere, you have to change things. But we can treat the earth as if it is a horizontal baseline for that function to work to get the size of the house if we know the distance or if we know like the height of it or something, if we have a couple variables, and we can use trigonometry in that scenario. So what that means is it works. You could treat the earth like it's flat and it works. Everything that we know in reality, we use the
That's what
pragmatic
you're doing. You just keep on
justification.
going. I mean, this is why
Dude.
we talk over each other. You can't go that long. You got to make your point concise
I'm
and give me
trying
some
to, and
breathing
this
room.
is the
Just
part
me
you keep
talking.
interrupting me on.
If I was sitting at a table with you, I'd be like, "Oh fuck, really? Can you stop talking?"
Was that? I think that
Okay,
was less than
dude.
30 seconds.
Dude,
It was
I
not
don't
30
go
seconds. It
on
was over a
that
minute.
long, Zanick. All I wanted to say is, do you agree that in reality, we came up with the speed of light, and then we did radars, and we're like, yo, we
Now you're
know it's the
scattergun.
speed of light. Dude, oh my God. We know it's the speed of light because this works. It's pragmatic and it works. So that's how we know it's the thing, is because it works. Okay, if I do that and I treat the earth like it's flat and it works and it works and it works, I have just as good of a justification as you do for the speed of light because it works.
But it doesn't work. And the reason that it doesn't work is because you can simply test it, like the speed of light and like the Earth's shape. And I'm not talking, and again, it's a complete non sequitur because I'm not talking about the shape of the Earth. You're saying I have to do all the adjustments. I do not. If I want to know the size of the house, I can care less what the shape of the Earth is. All I have to do is take 4 steps to the right and make another measurement. Wow, I got another angle. Now I know the distance. It's that easy. I can now determine whether that house is big or small by making one other measurement. You're just discounting that by saying everything's perception, everything's just how you feel. It's not that. That's not the way it is.
It's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying it works this way, okay? Trigonometry, if I want to get the height of a telephone pole, say I know the height of the telephone pole, right? And I know my distance to the telephone pole, I could give you my line of sight distance to the top of that telephone pole. That would be the hypotenuse of the triangle. In order to make that triangle, I have to treat the earth as if it's flat and has a horizontal baseline. Okay? And that works in reality.
You don't.
Dude, why do you have to clip me as soon as I
Because you
say
don't.
that
You're
works?
making assumptions.
You're saying that doesn't work in reality? That if I knew the height of the telephone pole and my distance, I couldn't give you the hypotenuse, my line of sight, or from my feet to the top of the pole?
Now you're gaslighting me, and you're also strawmanning and non sequitur to everything, all the logical fallacies you can think of, dude. You don't. The surface doesn't need. You don't need to have a exact surface awareness or understanding or value to take the distance between you and the bottom of the pole. All you need is you to the bottom of the pole, a laser distance rangefinder, a tape measure. Who cares what the surface is? All we need is a distance to the bottom, and then you have an angle to the top. Now we can tell the height of the telephone pole. You're just leaving out one variable. Everything you bring up, you're leaving out a single variable that is very important. You're just doing.
Then you wouldn't get the height of the telephone pole. You would get the height a little bit from your mark of where you put it. So if you did that a foot above the ground, if you did that a foot above the ground and got the distance a foot above the ground, now you would tell me the height. You would still have to add in the 1 foot.
You'd be able to measure the height above the bottom by digging a level and see if it's eye level. And you'd be able to tell the height of the telephone pole with respect to that level. Whether it's respect to anything else doesn't really matter. You could definitely get that relative height of the telephone pole with respect to some point where you're at.
Using trigonometry.
With respect to that telephone pole. I mean, it's a perfect situation. You're trying to conflate it by in complexity by making this curved surface beneath it being a problem. It's not a problem.
Dude, you're using trigonometry. You can't use trigonometry and use the surface of the earth as a baseline. That's impossible.
I have a question.
Again, another straw man. I'm not using the surface. I'm only using the bottom of the telephone pole, and the height, and the angle to the top of the telephone.
What's the bottom of the telephone pole in?
I'm measuring it from my eyes to the bottom
of
the
telephone ground, pole. Right? It's in the ground, what? The bottom of the telephone pole?
The leading edge of the telephone pole, I'm getting a mark. I'm getting where it meets the ground. All we want to know is how high it is above. This is your scenario. You said,
are my feet at the same height? Are my feet at the same height as the bottom of the telephone pole that's on the ground?
Above the bottom. I can be 50 feet above the bottom. I can be sitting mid telephone pole. I can still tell the height of the telephone pole. Don't you get it? Doesn't matter.
I guess there would be 2 factors. I guess let's say if we're laying down on our stomach and our eyes are near the surface of the floor, or we're standing. I guess it's not that much of a difference, but
no, you can. All you need is a triangle. I'm 50 feet above the surface, a 200-foot telephone pole. I measure the angle down to the bottom, and I measure the angle to the top.
What about refraction? Would refraction
and I know
come
the
into
distance
play
to the bottom for me with a laser rangefinder, or a measuring tape. There's no refraction. I measure the distance with a real. In fact, I don't have to even mean angle. I just measure both.
I was talking about to be.
I get a measuring tape on top of the telephone pole, measure bottom telephone. I can still figure out the angles. I can still figure out the height of the telephone pole, the length of it. Not a problem. He keeps on conflating this whole scenario with the fact that the shape of the earth might screw up my measurements, and it won't. It doesn't matter whether it's flat or round. Not part of the measurements.
The fact that that works in reality means that we can have perfect 90-degree angles in reality. Okay? Because
No,
that's
not
what you
okay.
need. That's what you need in order to determine that. You need the perfect 90 from the telephone pole to you. Okay? And that's how we are able, or whatever angle it is, you're going to figure out what angle it is. So we know that perfect 90 degrees does exist in reality. I take two plumb bobs that are 5 feet apart from each other, and I set up a horizontal baseline between them, and I get 90 degrees, 90 degrees. That means those plumb bobs are parallel. It's done, dude. It's over
Which
now.
never happens on the Earth, by the way. So there you go. You're sunk right there. You thought you had
Thor
like
thinks
a
exact
grand
measurements
finale
happen.
ending, but you didn't. You just kind of sunk yourself.
Yeah,
At the
no,
last
dude, that is the case. That is what happens. That's how, if you go and ask any fence builder who
Oh, here
builds
another
fences
colonial
all over the place, he will
fallacy.
tell you how to set up the poles so that way they're all
So
perpendicular.
now you have appeal to authority, a
It's not an
fallacy.
appeal to authority. That's not what, dude. That's not an appeal to authority. The
It
point
is.
being is that, do you agree if I were to build a fence,
More
I
like
could
a
just
band. I think
treat
it's a
the earth like it's,
bandwagon fallacy.
excuse me, sir. Do you agree that if I were to build a fence around my property, I could treat the earth as if it's flat, stationary, and that horizontal is actually horizontal and not curving at 8 inches per mile square?
How big is your
You said a bunch
property?
of things that you wanted to give you a lump sum agreement, yet you threw a couple curveballs and variables in there that I have to also agree to accept the first statement, which was true. Yes, so I'll break it down because I don't like that trickery. It's what do they call it? You got sorcery. You always accuse me of doing that. No, your first statement is true. Yes, we can treat the Earth as flat because the roundness is so insignificant for most building. But then you start throwing other things in there to start saying, therefore, da 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 da. No, therefore, no. Doesn't mean those things are also true. It just means the original statement was true.
Okay, no, that's all I'm saying. So for small portions of the earth, we could treat the earth like it's something that it's not, and it works, right?
Yes.
Okay, dude, then if it works, if pragmatism is a good justification for a belief system, then you guys should have absolutely no problem with someone saying, I think the earth is flat.
I mean,
Because it's practical. Because if I just go in my mind and use
It's
the
practically
practical
flat. Yes, you're right.
application of the flat earth, it's good to go. So there I just justified it and I have a true belief. So now I
Yeah,
have
but
what we call knowledge in
here we go. And never you're gonna
philosophy, a
get
justified
pragmatic
true
fallacy.
belief.
Yep.
You
the thing
committed a
is,
pragmatic
Fallacy,
fallacy.
pragmatic fallacy. Exactly. So
forget all
listen.
those. Sorry, Zanick, this is for you. My bad.
All of the speed
No, it
of
was
light
Zanick's
is
turn. My
based
bad.
on
My
a
bad.
pragmatic
No,
fallacy.
no, no,
Then,
no, no,
if
no.
you don't
See,
accept
that's
pragmatic
oh my
fallacies,
God.
then
Now
you
you're just
have to
going.
throw away your
Now here
science.
you go. Here you
So
continue
we're
to go
allowed
again.
to wait. Hold on. This is important. Are we allowed?
Go
We're
ahead.
allowed to do pragmatic fallacies.
Well, is that how you derive the speed of light? Is because it works? You know that that's the
Do
speed
you
of
always
light,
answer
and
questions with another question?
that you just did it to me. So, are you answering questions with another question?
That was me being sarcastic and ironic.
The
Did
Yeah,
thing
well,
so?
is,
try harder because it's
Pfinky,
not
listen.
Is it
working.
okay? Let me try asking my question again. Is it okay for us to commit the pragmatic fallacy?
If you have a justification for why the thing ought work, yes.
Okay.
Do you
All right.
And
understand what I
understand
I
just
that
can't
it
stated?
wait
Do you
till
potentially
I
understand
can't
what I
wait
fails.
till
stated?
Piezo shows up.
If you have a reason to believe pragmatically that it should be this way, like based on the uniformity of nature, because God made it in such a way that it should be
How
that
about
way, yeah,
induction?
then you
How
can.
about is induction a valid reason to commit the pragmatic fallacy?
Induction doesn't matter. Induction is just a form of argumentation that states the future will be similar to the past. So therefore, I can make a pretty strong argument. Induction doesn't preserve truth.
Okay, so you didn't. Good job not answering my question again.
I did. I don't know if
If
you
I
know
have
this,
it,
but
if
yeah,
I
there
have,
is such thing as an inductive fallacy in philosophy. Correct. And philosophy right now says all of science is performing an inductive fallacy, and there are many people that understand this and are trying to figure out a method that they can combine with empiricism.
okay, so inductive fallacy. So all of science has to get thrown out because it's a fallacy.
What's the fallacy where we only make short, down to the ground observations, 6 feet up high? We only see like 3 miles away of the Earth. and almost any other shape could work within that. What's that
The
fallacy called?
fallacy of composition.
Or cherry,
And for
just good old fashioned cherry picking.
in regards to pragmatism, it becomes fallacious when what is being presented is pragmatic and is also automatically true.
Is claimed to be automatically true or is automatically true?
Well, I guess both could work. If it would be fallacious reasoning to claim that it is automatically true if it works, or if it's they're taking a pragmatic stance to it, I suppose. What are you guys' thoughts?
I don't know. Because I would say somebody says, what temperature will water boil at? I say 100 degrees Celsius at 1 atmosphere. And they say, well, prove to me that that's the case. Well, I can't prove it, but I can say that basically every time we've tried it, that's the result we've got. That's an inductive argument. And I think, like what I've heard before, Piezo and Tor has done it a few times, is they call that a pragmatic fallacy because it works. It works every time to follow that, to rely on that, but you can't prove it deductively. So it just was odd for me to hear Tor lean into pragmatism so hard. It's good, actually.
I don't know if you understand what I'm doing, but it's an internal critique. So your worldview is based on pragmatism. That is how it is. You think
Definitely.
if you do
Definitely.
enough
I agree.
induction, yeah, right? That's everything. So I'm appealing to your worldview saying, so if something is pragmatic, it's justified, right? In your worldview?
In a sense, yeah. In a sense,
Okay,
it is
okay.
justified.
Awesome. Okay, so in a sense, it is justified for a flat earther to have a flat earth to say, I claim the earth is flat because you guys agree on a local scale. You can claim the earth is flat and stationary and it pragmatically works. So therefore, they have a justified, true belief.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can say for this 10 by 10 square foot area, I can pragmatically treat it as flat. Yes, definitely.
And you could do that for up to 100 square or like 100 miles by 100 miles on the earth.
No, I think you'll run into some problems, but it'll get you
Well,
pretty far.
What's planar surveying? How many square miles?
How many square miles is planar surveying? I don't think that question makes sense.
Okay, and I'm reading here, and I would have to agree because I've not really considered this much, and so thank you guys for bringing this up. So I guess it would be valid if it's pragmatism could be valid and often necessary when we're dealing with decisions rather than truth claims. That makes sense.
Yes, yeah, because my position is no one can know the true nature of the earth. So therefore, if you want to make decisions about the earth, you can treat it like it's flat and stationary, and you are justified in that belief system. Because the
Yeah, but
Globers
like as
even
soon as
tell you you're justified in that belief system. So
as
that's
soon as
the
you get
whole
out to your
issue that
farm.
I'm.
Okay, we got it. You said that. Keep going. Sorry, you obviously had more to say.
No, dude, go ahead. I mean, you don't understand what I mean. How many square miles can a surveyor treat the earth as if it's
I understand
flat
what you're
for?
saying. But here's the problem. That's true, like any law of physics, like gravity, etc. Until that law can be found to have an exception, and I can find a quick exception for that actually is practical in nature. Flying level, flying at 10,000 feet, looking at mountains in the distance that are at eye level, thinking, okay, since it's at eye level, and I'm at eye level right now, and I'm 10,000 feet above the ground, and that mountain is 10,000 feet on my map, if I state this altitude, or if I state this orientation, not altitude, I will clear the mountain. I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. If I'm at 5,000 feet, mountain's at 10,000 feet, but I'm looking at it at its eye level. If I stay at 5,000 feet and fly level, I should be able to clear the mountain because I visually see it being at eye level. That is pragmatism at its best. But as you get closer, that mountain that was at eye level is not at eye level anymore. It goes higher and higher, and pretty soon I'm only I'm going to go right into the side of the mountain as I
Okay,
fly
no
towards.
problem.
So aviation gives you an exception that shows, you know what? That is it is a complete paradox. Otherwise, the Earth is round. Because
No, 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 no. That
to be at
doesn't.
eye
No,
level to begin with, it's not at eye level anymore if I fly level toward it. So there's an
that's an.
exception that would disprove your pragmatistic approach.
So
Pragmatastic.
that was non sequitur.
Pragmatastic.
Actually, it doesn't follow just
Pragmatic
because the
pessimism.
mountain. Dude, that doesn't follow. That therefore the Earth is round. You took way too many steps. So
No,
therefore
no,
the
no.
Earth
That's not
could
what. That
be.
wasn't his
No, dude.
argument.
Hold on 1 second. Why is this guy, dude? What are you
One
doing?
of us listened. You didn't listen. You
I
already
heard
were like
him. He said,
strawmanning.
therefore the earth must be curved because the mountain appeared lower, but then when you got up to it, it raises in your vision. You could crash into it. Okay. That doesn't necessarily mean there's a curved earth. It could mean that you live on a very hilly xylophone earth for all you know.
No.
Definitely not flat. That was his whole point. Is if you said I'm going to treat the Earth as flat, and then you go out and you treat the Earth as
Sorry,
flat when flying a plane.
accordion, not an xylophone, accordion. It could be accordion
Okay.
shaped with that.
Thank you for interrupting me.
No. Because the vector lines of level would have to change between you and that mountain because that mountain is known to be at 10,000 feet. You're at 5,000. It appears to be at level. It's at your eye level. As you approach it, it gets higher and higher and higher, and now it's above your head. You're going to go right into the middle of the mountain over this 50 or 100 miles that you've been traveling. That means that the surface, it's not an accordion. It has nothing to do with the surface context. It has to do with the plumb lines being not parallel, i.e. the
Plumb lines wouldn't be parallel on an accordion shaped earth either. That's the whole issue
Yes, they
I'm
would.
having is you can't, no, they wouldn't. It would
Yes, they would.
follow the accordion shape. And then you would only
No.
have plumb being
Plumb
plumb at
lines.
one point. Yeah,
Plumb
you would
lines
only
are
have
going down
plumb
through the
being plumb.
center.
Dude,
Even on an
all I'm
accordion, they're all
saying
going
is
to go straight down.
you're jumping to perfect sphere from that conclusion. And I'm saying you can't jump all the way to perfect sphere about the entirety because you know of one section of Earth that eye level can deceive you. That would
we
have
know
to be
about
the
that.
case everywhere on the earth, and
It
there's
is the
not
case everywhere.
mountains. There's
Everywhere you
not
go, this will
excuse me, sir.
happen.
There's not mountains everywhere on the earth. You can fly all the way from Texas over Florida and not even run into one mountain the whole time.
You can do
After
other tests.
grasping at straws hard, man.
You can do
Yeah,
this with islands in the
that's
ocean
tough.
too. You can do it with mountains in the distance over land. Anywhere you want to look at something object about 50 to 100 miles away, get an angle to it, and then measure the angle when you get closer. And that change in the angle will not follow a flat surface. It just will not. It'll be about a half or a full degree off, depending how far you're looking at.
Or I just posted in chat an accordion. Is this is the shape you're saying that the Earth could be? Or like, what's an accordion shape?
Yeah, like the top surface of that. You see how it goes up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down? You haven't ruled that out yet.
Kind of reminds me of the iris. Peaks and valleys.
Oh yeah. So you're saying the Earth could be like have mountains on it?
No, that would be level. The level would be at the bottom point and the top point of that thing.
And then this mountain we're talking about, where would the mountain be? And the plane, like just if I
Yeah,
was going to
you
drop
might
a
only
plane
live in,
mountain
dude,
over it.
you might only live in 2 of those V's. So now stretch those out as far as the Earth you think it is, as big as it is. And now a mountain would do the thing that Zanick is saying, especially if you were flying up one of those V's. And even though you're flying up, like in respect to looking at it orthogonally, if you lived in that reality, that would just be level. You couldn't tell you're on that 45-degree angle.
Well, yeah, but then when we went up the V on the other side, we would definitely see the opposite thing happen, right?
No, you can't get out of it.
Yeah, like if I mean, you could have said V shape, that would have explained what you just said. But you said accordion, which means it goes up and down, which means there's at least like one oscillation of this, right?
Yeah. My point being is I don't think that what Zanick said lends you, that means the whole Earth is a sphere. That could just mean that there's a gravitational anomaly right there. We don't know, Dude, science, you have to test everything to call it empirical. And we've gotten away from that and use scientific theory and inductive fallacies. And it's really unfortunate because science never said we're going to like, become astronomers and call it science. No, that was astrologers. That was the king's men. The king's men used to look at the stars and predict things and then tell the king about the future. Now we call that astronomy. We're still predicting the future the same way. No one ever called that science, dude.
The difference is now when they predict, like, say, Halley's Comet's going to come around, or the sun's going to rise, the sun's going to set, the eclipse is going to happen here or there. It's always right. It's not like the old days when they just made up stuff and said, hey, king, next month you're going to be blessed with great fortune. So now it just works every time. We launch stuff up. We have GPS satellites,
Yeah,
So
I understand. So it's pragmatic.
credible.
Yeah,
That's
it's
a
pragmatic. It works.
good induction. It's a good induction. GPS works, yes. Even if
Yeah,
you're on
off
your,
of a
even if you're
celestial
treated,
sphere. Do you agree that when you look up at the sky, it looks curved?
yeah, it kind of looks curved.
Yeah,
But
okay.
but
There you
the
go. So
celestial
that's the
sphere
sphere
was,
that you
hold
have,
on
and you
though.
put it
You
on the
missed
ground.
the celestial sphere from the beginning was built as an outer sphere and then an earthly sphere on the inside. I can find real old
Incorrect,
drawings
sir.
of it.
Incorrect. It takes a position to the
Find me a
star from the
celestial
center
sphere.
of the earth. It takes the
Find me a
position from
celestial
the center.
sphere with a flat thing in the middle. I'd love to see it.
Yeah, that's what stellarium is, dude.
No, it's not.
That's exact. Yes, it is. You can put it in
It
that
isn't.
form if you'd like to. And the crazy part to me is that those angle measurements are from the center of the earth, not the surface of the earth. And no one has ever verified the angle measurement from the surface matches the center one. No one's ever
Okay,
verified
first of
that.
all,
So therefore, you can't call that science because it's not been verified.
so like the core ephemeris is they're based on geocentric coordinates, but when you open up stellarium, it converts it to the surface. It uses the Earth globe geometry, converts all the angles over exactly like it would on a globe, and that's what it shows you.
And how did Walter Bislin make one with it being flat?
Are you talking about the one where the light bends?
Okay, dude, who cares about the light bending? The point is it
I'm
can
just
be
asking.
explained on
I'm
the
just
surface
asking if
and then
that's
we
the one you're
can't.
talking about.
Yeah, the one that, yeah, I'm talking about when you go into stellarium and you bring up the azimuthal grid view.
Uh-huh.
That's a flat plane in front of you.
No, I mean you can change your field of view to make it be. You can make it a grass tunnel, a grass tube you're looking through. So you're saying since
Yeah,
in
I get
stellarium,
that.
hold on a second. Because this is what I'd say. It's as valid for me to say that stellarium proves that Earth is a grass tunnel as it is to say stellarium says that Earth is flat.
And it's as valid to say that stellarium proves the Earth is a globe as saying those three things.
I'm not the one that brought up stellarium as proof.
But yeah, you
What I was
agree then
asking you,
stellarium is not good evidence for the globe, which is what you need for all your GPS and everything, right?
no, stellarium is great evidence for the globe because first two things. First, when you talk about the azimuthal grid that pops up, we all know that's not a sphere, right? That's a half a sphere. Do you agree
Exactly.
with
That's what we see. Every day, I'm looking at half a sphere in front of my eyes all day, every day. That's
that? Yeah,
what reality looks like.
the stellarium knows that, but also the actual star model, you can make a globe, you can put the stars around it, and it works perfectly, right?
Yeah,
You can't do that
beautiful.
you can't do that with flat Earth.
No, yeah, you have to pick what hemisphere. You can't do it with the globe either. You can only see one globe at a time, side at a time, dude.
No, you can't. I actually have done it. Let me see if I
Yeah,
can.
and you're gonna have to look through the Earth to see those star positions, and you're not gonna know what continents are on that other side in order to. Dude, I understand that you
rotate it
can
around.
model
Hold
it,
on,
but
let me
dude, think
pull
about your
this up.
logic. Your logic just said stellarium is not evidence because I can make it a grass tunnel, and then it's not evidence because I can make it flat, but it is evidence for the globe. What changed? What changed?
No, because like when stellarium goes and it calculates what you see, this azimuthal thing, you realize it uses the globe. It doesn't use flat to
It
do
uses the celestial sphere, which gives us all of our GPs. We use
that.
the
Okay, how does it
celestial
convert it?
sphere
How does
to
it
get
convert
our
those to
GPs.
Okay, how does it convert those to horizon
I
coordinates?
don't know,
That's
dude.
what
I'm
you
not a
actually see.
computer dude. I'm not a computer guy,
This
okay?
isn't a computer
So
question. This isn't a
I,
computer question.
I don't know how coordinate systems work exactly. I just know they can be transformed into many different shapes. And you agree because you said it could be transformed into a grass tunnel.
No, just the visualization of it can be transformed into grass tunnel, but the actual converting of the coordinates, that's globe. Like if you go into Stellarium, it's a globe calculation.
Okay,
It
a
projects
globe?
onto the
What
surface of a
shape is a
globe.
globe, dude?
The globe is round. It's a
Is it perfectly
spherical.
spherical?
The globe is non. I don't think it's determinate on if it's
Okay,
perfectly
is the
spherical.
one in Stellarium a perfect sphere?
The one that it uses to convert to horizon coordinates.
Yeah, and the one
No,
on
no,
Stellarium, is
no.
it a perfect sphere? No, it's not a perfect
What do you
sphere.
mean?
Okay,
Wait,
so
wait, hold
what
on.
latitude
You keep
line?
saying the one. We've already established there's two. There's two we're talking about: the celestial sphere, and then there's a celestial sphere. There's your azimuthal, like the dome that you can project the coordinates above you for one lat long position. And then separately from that is the process they go from converting geocentric coordinates to horizon coordinates.
Do you
That
agree
uses
a
the geoid.
celestial sphere is perfectly spherical? Because we can treat every star as an infinite distance away, meaning that it has a perfect spherical surface.
We
Like
can, but
all
Stellarium doesn't do that. Stellarium doesn't treat stars as being infinitely far away. It treats them as having a
is the
finite
celestial
distance.
sphere a perfect sphere?
The celestial sphere is not. There's no actual sphere there. You realize that?
I do. The conceptual celestial sphere. There's no actual
Yes.
globe you're
Okay. The
standing on
conceptual.
either. You
The
understand that? It's just a
conceptual. The,
conception in your mind, right? And it
I'm
works
trying to
because it
concede
works,
with
right?
you, or I'm trying to agree with you. The conceptual celestial sphere is a perfect sphere.
Correct. And are all of the coordinates taking off that and placed on the Earth from the GP of the stars?
Are all the coordinates taken off of that and placed on the Earth?
Yeah, like when we want to say where the equator is, we didn't walk the Earth and find a line and go, look, there's an equator on the ground, right?
I'm thinking about that. I mean, no, obviously we didn't. There's no line for the equator.
Okay, cool. So we use the sky, right, to determine where the equator was?
Yeah, but how do we create the equator by taking the stars and putting their GPS on the ground?
We know where the sun is. We know where the sun is when everyone's looking east. And we know there's a day, 2 days of the year that happened.
Okay, so how does that? You didn't answer my question.
That means the sun is taking a perfectly spherical pattern around the
Why
Earth.
are we talking about the sun now?
We're talking about the celestial sphere. Do you agree the sun travels in the celestial sphere?
You could say that, yeah.
Yeah, conceptually, right? So then if we have a perfect celestial sphere and it's a perfectly spherical, and then we have coordinates like, say, from Polaris to a star on the equator, and we have a distance, and then we also have coordinates from a star on the equator to a star on the opposite side of the equator. Those distances, if the celestial sphere is a perfect sphere, those distances would match.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Welcome to Flat Earth.
they don't according to you. The distance from the North Pole to the equator is different than one side of the equator and then 180 degrees from that side of the equator. They're different by
Mhm.
miles.
Yeah, not too many. Like a
Yeah.
small percent. Yeah, they
So
are different.
your model is a depiction of a perfect sphere. So you are in the same predicament as flat earthers that you don't have a map that matches exactly what you live on. Sure, maybe
No,
you have less
this is the
discrepancies
worst.
than they
This
do,
is like
but
the
you
worst grasping. Hold on, I'm curious. Where do you think? What's the GP of the Southern Cross? What do you think it is?
I'm not sure. I don't know. I know when I'm in Key West, Florida, I can see both Polaris and the Southern Cross.
Okay, well, you don't know. You don't know where the GP of it is.
No, I don't know the GP of stars off the top of my head. No.
Okay. All right.
Is
because
that
the
something
GP.
I
I
should
mean,
know? Okay, where is the GP of Bernard Star, Pfinky?
I've never even heard of Bernard Star.
Yes, you
I tried to
should,
pick
because
one that
it's a
was
killer. It's a killer. I have another argument for the globe for you guys, and you guys never even bring them up.
okay. Because the reason I ask is you can place the Southern Cross. You can give it a GP or the stars in it, right? And those will be down somewhere in the southern hemisphere. And then people in different areas of the southern hemisphere. So Australia, let's say it's over Australia, or it would be south of Australia. But then people in the south all look different directions to see the same star. That's not very pragmatic.
I hear you. No, definitely. But do you agree that all the maps that we use that we need for pragmatic purposes are local and they're perfect square grid maps? Like if you went to go get a map of your town in Mormon land.
I don't live in Mormon land, but my local town.
Yeah. If you get a map in your local town, do they have different projections for you, or is there just one?
No, it's a grid. But I'll tell you what, if I got a map in my local town and my buddy had a map and I was looking at my map and I said, hey, look, that mountain is over here. And I pointed one direction and my buddy looked at his map and he said, no, I see that same mountain. And he pointed the opposite direction. I would say something was broken, wouldn't you?
I agree 100%, but
Okay.
that's how you just entered into the fallacy of composition. All of our local maps are all the same. There is absolutely no projections. You can't change the projection of a local map. Okay, so when we use for pragmatic purposes everyday life that we do, that you and I do, because we're not like airplane pilots or whatever, and I don't even think airplane pilots are necessarily navigating the same way they might have in the past due to GPS. But everything we do, we only need that map, the map of our town, right?
Correct. Yep. If I'm in
Yep.
my
And
house,
why
I can make
isn't
a
there?
map of my house. I can make a map of my house and put no curve in it, and I could just make straight grids, and it would work perfectly. You could find your way around my house perfectly.
Perfect. So that's why my
But
statement at the
but
beginning.
but if you're a pilot and you want to fly from, like, say, San Francisco to Hawaii, you're going to need a globe for that.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, I'm perfectly fine with that. But you do agree that the flat earthers, because by your admission that you can make it all flat locally, have a justified true belief if you allow for pragmatism as being a justification.
Yeah, I mean, you could stand on the ground and say, yes, my house, I can treat it as though there's no curve here. But the problem is, like, in a few hours, there's going to be a sunset, and then that's going to kind of fall apart.
Yeah, and now I just revealed the problem with JTB.
Okay. Well, at least we agreed that looking different directions to see the same stars, not very pragmatic. And even though you can treat local ground as being flat, you still have to deal. There's things that, like sunsets and stars, that happen further than your little 100 foot by 100 foot plot of ground. And you have GPS, you pull your phone out and have you got to get reception with a cell tower, and that reception is going to be affected by the Earth curve or absence thereof. So all those things make it where you can't, if you want to live a perfectly, like, flat existence on your plot of land, you're going to have to, I don't know, abandon technology and just pretend like the
No,
sun is
dude. It's
magical.
not, dude. Do you know, I've done experiments myself. You know, I've gone 3 miles out in a boat while the sun is rising, and I've had someone check, am I behind the sun? Am I like behind the horizon? And they said, no, the sun is behind you and the horizon is behind you from a 6 foot high observer. So when we have those things that we see, you're saying the sun is setting. I'm saying, yeah, that's in my local reality. The sun is setting in my local reality, but it's not really 3 miles or 5 miles away. It's not
Yeah, we
really like
agree
in
on
my
that.
local reality like that.
It's definitely not 3 miles away. We agree on that.
Okay, cool.
How
So
far
you
away,
agree
when you
the
did the boat,
horizon
hold
is
on, when you
not
did
three
this,
miles away. You agree the
I'm
horizon is
hold on, hold
not
on.
three
I'm
miles
interested in
away
your,
from us.
it depends on, like, where you're at and what the conditions are, but how far away could you go from your friend before they couldn't see you anymore?
I've done
Before you
10,
disappeared?
10 in a small 20-foot boat.
Crazy. Never 20, never 30, 40?
I don't really go that far. After 10 miles offshore, I'm in 400 feet of water. That's where I'm fishing. And then I go 20, 30, 40, I'm almost in the Bahamas.
Have you ever seen the Bahamas from shore?
No, never. But I have. If you take off in an airplane from Miami, I can see the Bahamas. Yeah, when we start to lift off. Yeah.
Is that where
Definitely.
you
If
went, Hector?
you get up higher, that's just interesting that you can't, like, the sun goes away. Also, the Bahamas go away when they get further. If you were to sail to or take your boat to the Bahamas, they would appear. It would kind of rise up at some point, right? You'd be able
No,
to see
yeah,
it.
they do appear, but yeah, a 4-foot wave could block the Bahamas, dude. They're not that high above sea level. You understand that, right? They're just rocks
I
that
don't.
jut out. The Bahamas are just little rocks that jut out of the ocean.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know much about the topography.
They don't have a lot of
Bahamas.
light or
Maybe, like,
anything.
you go to
Well,
Hawaii.
you can take
If
the
you went
angular
to Hawaii
size
and
and
you
your
were
position and figure it out.
yeah. If you're going to Hawaii and you're like approaching, like the Big Island has a very large volcano, you agree that or we could do like Mount Rainier in the Northwest. Like as you approach those, the mountain's gonna appear the top of it first, and it's gonna kind of rise up out of the water.
Correct. Yeah, I agree with that definitely.
Yeah. So
Because
in that case,
earlier, even
you couldn't treat that ground wherever you are. You can't treat that as flat because that's not correct flat behavior.
no, that's a perception behavior. That's what Zanick was telling us earlier. Because we know that the ground and the ground ramps up and the sky ramps down, that it is possible refractive effects that bottom ramping up can cause obstruction. Zanick said it just a little bit ago.
Like it could make thousands of feet of a bottom of a mountain just go poof, and the top is perfectly clear.
Yeah, and then sometimes it can make it look like it's floating in the air.
How could it make the bottom 2/3 of Mount Rainier disappear?
The same way sometimes people see ships floating in the air because it's a miraging effect that you're seeing out there in the distance.
Do they ever
You would expect that.
they ever see ships that mirage up like 10,000 feet in the air?
I don't know how anyone would measure how high a mirage is. That just doesn't even make sense to me because it's an optical phenomena. It's something your brain is doing. In reality, the ship's on the water.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Where does it? Okay, I'll put it differently. Have we ever seen one of these mirages happen where the mirage occurred 40 degrees elevation angle, like a mountain would?
It wouldn't be a 40-degree elevation angle. These things are happening on the horizon.
Exactly.
There's no way you're standing 40 degrees from the top of that mountain and being far distance away, and it's 40 degrees. You would probably be like, degrees. What, 10 miles?
Okay, it's 20 degrees. Have we ever seen a mirage that goes 20 degrees elevation from the horizon?
Isn't that what you guys explain sunsets? Isn't that what you say? That sunset, the sun is already set. It's just been lifted.
That's a half a degree. So yeah, half a degree. I'm talking. That's why I'm asking 20 degrees. Gally, I think you're hot micing.
Are you guys able to hear me? Am I coming up now?
No, it's real muffled.
Never mind.
Because the whole point of this is to say, if I can see a mountain and the mountain, because you can just use trig. How far away am I from this mountain? How tall is it? It's really easy to see what the elevation angle to it would be. What we see in reality is that elevation angle drops by many, many degrees, right?
What trig am I using? Like, am I shooting a laser across to get the distance to the mountain, or are you using the globe projected distance? Because that's a curved baseline. So you're not going to be able to do trigonometry off that unless you're saying you could treat that curved baseline as a perfectly flat and it pragmatically works to get the top of the mountain. And therefore you would be conceding that the flat earthers have a justified true belief yet once again.
I'm offering an internal critique. So pretend the earth is flat, and then we could take the distance to the mountain, the height of the mountain, and then we could figure out, we can figure out what the elevation angle would be to the top of the mountain. So what we see in reality is that elevation angle drops. So the bottom of the mountain disappears, and then all we're looking at is the peak, right?
Could you think of a solution for them?
What I'm asking is, oh, sorry, what's that, Gabe Baker?
No, go ahead. What you're asking?
Yeah, I'm just asking, have we observed this phenomena where things, we have mirages that are that large that would affect that much space? I'm not aware of any.
Yeah, look up Fata Morgana. Just look it up.
Basically,
I've seen those. They're small. They're tiny.
What it sounds like, and the refraction of the atmosphere is not going to be enough to account for these observations. This is just my opinion. What needs to happen? There needs to be intrinsic curvature, intrinsic upwards curvature, not related to the atmosphere. That needs to be happening all the time. Okay. This is kind of like what concave Earth has, and that has problems too. But just the idea also applies here. You need to have upwards bending curvature of light in a vacuum on the flat Earth, and then
that's where you lose me. You lost me there because you think like you know what light is doing. That's very strange.
No, he's not. He's just being honest about his model. That's what's happening.
He's just saying we know how light behaves through miles and miles of atmosphere, that it must be the case that if you're making your observations and saying Fata Morganas are happening, that must mean there's upward curvature constantly. That's not the case at all. What I'm saying is nobody knows what's happening with light through miles and miles of atmosphere.
Bro, in my mind, I don't like sit there and have paragraphs of words with myself. I think of in terms of models and diagrams and paths of light and accounting for these variables.
That's a fallacious way to think.
Okay, well, since you don't know, just listen up. Since you don't know, you just said you don't know.
Why would I want to know something when you're in error?
I'm about to give you what's needed for flat Earth.
You're in error.
Well, okay, well, I'm not going to say it then. Maybe in a better environment. Since Torah, you're being disingenuous trying to convince this fucking glober when you're closed-minded yourself.
I'm not convincing him of anything.
So you're watching, when you look out into the horizon, you see the horizon. You believe you're looking at the Earth curving upwards to meet your eye at 8 inches per mile. That's the perception. Like you think that the Earth is curling up.
No, Snacks. We're talking about paths of light, refraction, and its observational effects. Okay, let's focus on the point, shall we?
No, like what you see.
Because you guys aren't. It is what it is. It is what it is. This is the dumps. Any further will just reflect bad on me. I'm gonna go on mute.
Maybe I'm not smart enough in this, right? Maybe is light not visual? Is that what you're saying? Paths of light, yeah.
So before I interrupted and ruined whatever was going on, Pfinky and Toro were talking about how refraction on the globe, how like when the globe has like a Fata Morgana, that's like the reverse of like what was going on in FE. Do we want to continue on that? Sorry for wanting to take the convo to a little deeper level.
Are you saying that when you look out into the ocean, you're saying
no? I'm not saying that at all. No, actually, that's not what I'm trying to say.
What I can't get is an agreement on the laws of refraction. I haven't heard one person yet agree to the first law of refraction that's on the globe side.
What's the first law of refraction?
I'll get it for you.
Yeah, please. And who has the first law of refraction?
Google.
Oh, Google law. No, that's a good law.
The first law of refraction is that the incident ray, the refracted ray, and the normal to the surface at the point of incidence all lie in the same plane.
Yeah, that occurs only if there's a sharp boundary, which there isn't in this case.
This is the first law of refraction, also known as the first law of optics.
Right. If you have a glass and you shine a light into the glass, that works at that interface. However, generally when we're looking at these sort of things, there are multiple layers and multiple times. You have to use the integral form, not just the simple form.
Okay.
But it's demonstrated. It's demonstrated physically. I can pull a video of light bending at a steady curvature rate through, not just through a piece of plastic or whatever.
It's not a steady curvature rate. I'm sorry. You would have to apply a circle is made of infinite straight lines, because that's what they're saying light is doing. The incident ray, the refracted ray, and the normal to the surface at the point of incidence all lie in the same plane. So that means that curve that you're seeing through that water tank is actually a bunch of short line segments.
You never took calculus, did you?
Learning calculus.
You didn't take calculus, did you?
You're kind of backing into calculus, which is good. It's good. You're on the right path.
Yeah.
Okay, but do
See,
you
that's
agree
exactly
that
what
the light
that's
isn't
exactly what
curving
calculus
like
does.
it's not curving like a circle is
It is.
curving, that it's
It's
one
curving like a circle.
continuous. Yeah, if you imagine a circle with as an infinite amount of straight lines.
Well, yeah, that's calculus. Welcome. Well, why don't you
Okay.
study calculus
Okay,
and get back
cool.
to me?
Okay, so
Get
then
back.
you
Get
guys
back to me when you
agree
understand
that light
calculus.
can't travel in a curved line. It can only travel in
It
small
can
straight
travel.
lines that give the illusion of a curve,
No,
right?
calculus. Calculus. It's a curve.
It's a
If you understood,
straight line. It's a
if
bunch
you
of small
if you
straight
understood
line
calculus,
segment. Dude, chill.
if you
It's a bunch
if you
of small straight line segments that give the
infinitely small.
illusion of a curve.
Yeah, that's called calculus. Welcome,
Okay,
calculus.
thank you.
Mo-
Okay, so you
Most of us,
guys agree
most
that
of us
light
study,
travels in straight lines.
most of us study calculus in high school. You apparently did not, so you need to. You're like backing into it. You need to. This is calculus now. It's like
No problem. So you guys agree that light
Maybe you're right.
travels in
Maybe you're right.
straight
I don't know.
lines.
I don't
it's
know the answer.
calculus.
Maybe you might be right, Tora. You might be right that that it's just like tiny,
An infinite amount of tiny lines. That's
so
right.
tiny
Calculus.
that we can't even measure at little jogs in the light. But my pragmatic, when I look at that video, it looks really curved to me. I
Yeah,
can't
in
see
that
no
small of a
jogs of
space, if you would just do that over 10 miles, you would have to see that. Because in
No,
that
it would
small of
still
a
be the same.
space, yeah, for sure, especially with the way our atmosphere is divided.
Yeah, it's called calculus.
You guys treat light going through like we're working with horizontal layers of the atmosphere.
Yeah, it's called calculus. You should study it. This is one application for it.
Yeah. So another application, another pragmatic thing that if you want to calculate refraction, you could treat the earth as if it's flat and the layers of atmosphere are horizontal above it. And then you could calculate all your refraction and get your numbers, no problem.
Yeah,
You
it
could.
wouldn't work
You
though.
could actually. It would
It
still
So
be
wouldn't.
curved.
another
But
justification
hold
for the
on,
flat
It wouldn't
earthers.
work.
Tora.
It
Tora,
wouldn't
hold
work
on.
though. See, the problem is that Torah is too
Yes.
dumb to understand that we're disagreeing with him. He thinks we're agreeing with him, but we're not.
Yeah, you could calculate. You could take the same layers, put them over a flat Earth, and you could calculate the same refraction. It would be different. It wouldn't be what we observe. So then you'd have to come up with another ad hoc explanation for why that's also different.
Why? What's the difference between concentric circles that are infinite radius circles, basically, versus just parallel lines above each other?
Just draw two people, one guy standing on on like a round on a globe, and then one person standing on a flat Earth. Draw your layers, and then just make a line of sight, like cutting through those layers, and tell us if it's exactly the same.
Yeah, that's where you entered the fallacy, is you put us in an orthogonal view. No one views the earth that way.
That's how we do it. Like for doing refraction, we do ray tracing. I don't know what to tell
Yeah,
you.
but we don't do it from an orthogonal view.
Yeah, we do.
Okay,
I mean,
how
ray
do you do an
tracing doesn't matter.
orthogonal view of the sun right now?
Orthogonal.
Yeah, how do you do that with the sun?
How do you do an orthogonal view? You move yourself infinitely far away from the Earth and the Sun, and then you can see them both. The Earth will be real
Okay,
tiny.
and is that going to fall under the guise of empiricism?
No, because we can't. No.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Okay, but it doesn't change the fact we can do orthogonal view with small scale replicas, and we can see that the model works. My
Yeah,
point's
you're
just that
out of the bounds of science, though. You just said it's not empiricism. So what is it if it's not empiricism?
you asked me to go make an orthogonal view of something totally different.
I'm talking about
So-
refraction from the sunlight, that you guys are the ones that are claiming that this is what all the refraction is being caused by. I don't know if you know this, but the light when we go outside that's lighting up the earth that you're saying is causing refraction is from the sun.
It was the part when you said that we could model this on a flat surface. Because when you said we could model on a flat surface, you didn't realize it, but you put yourself in an orthogonal view. So I was just going off of that.
Because of a pencil in water. That's how all that math can be derived off of a pencil in water.
Yeah, that's exactly what I just said a second ago. And you said
Yeah.
that was a
And do
fallacy.
you agree? Do you think the pencil in water, in that cup of water, there is a measurable amount of curvature on the surface of that water?
Well, that's such a weird topic change.
Is the water level, is it horizontal or not?
Oh my gosh. All right, you want to run away from the prior topic?
I'm on the same
The
topic,
point,
dude.
the thing I don't know if Gabe Breaker's still over. The thing I appreciated that he brought up is I feel like for flat Earth, you guys should be more honest about the fact that you need an effect that's 8 inches per mile squared. Because when we look out at the world, that's the way it looks. Things drop by that rate. Now you could say that's caused by other effects, but those effects have to add up to 8 inches per mile squared, and they have to do it very, very, very consistently.
That's fine, dude. That's fine. It doesn't matter. We don't need to explain that. We have plenty of pragmatic justification to have a true belief. And I'm not a flat earther. I'm just arguing here right now, defending flat earthers because you agreed that they do have a pragmatic use of the earth if they treat it as flat and stationary locally. So therefore, they have a justified true belief of flat earth. And now you're saying, well, I think you need to explain why my eyes are all funny. And it's like, dude, it's just your eyes are funny. Sorry. I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry that's the way God made you, but he made it so that you have to experience your local reality so you could go love your neighbor. He doesn't care. He doesn't care what's going, like, for you, it doesn't matter what's going on in Japan, dude.
Okay. Well, that's a weird way of saying that we can just ignore what happens with sunset, but that's kind of what I said is as long as you just ignore that and you say that just is that's an optical effect that happens inside of my eyeball, the sun setting, then yeah, you can treat Earth as flat.
Yeah, I have a justified true belief that the sunset is a miracle that's given to us by God.
Yeah, there you go. So
Yeah,
you could
it gives us the
totally be a
gospel
flat
message.
earther with that.
Yeah.
You could totally be a flat earther with that.
Oh, you don't have to
Just
be
I
any.
don't know if justified works in that scenario, but
What is your problem with the sunset? What is it? What are you saying the issue is?
it's just the standard thing. Like it doesn't, the sun, based on the any proposed height and distance, the sun just should never get to the horizon, let alone go below it.
Why not?
The other thing is the idea that it's going far away and then it gets pitch black, I think is like unjustified by how we know light travels, but it does make sense for it being blocked. There's a whole bunch of things wrong with sunset. The lack of angular size change.
Doesn't get pitch black at sunset, dude. I don't know the last time you've seen a sunset, but if we were on a globe, you would expect it to get pitch black at sunset.
Incorrect again. My gosh. How many lies you have to tell before?
Actually, the
You would at
strange thing
least expect.
is that on a flat Earth, why would the sun, from when it disappears in the horizon, within 30 minutes, it becomes incredibly dark? What happens in that 30-minute period on the flat Earth?
It's not always 30 minutes.
Usually about.
Depends on your latitude and the time of year.
Yeah, Jake, it's not always exactly 30 minutes on the dot.
Like, I mean, this whole idea that because right before sunset, it can be pretty damn bright out, right? Even when the sun is just touching the horizon, it's pretty bright. But as soon as that sun goes under the horizon, the temperature immediately noticeably drops, and it gets dark fast, right? Especially in the winter times. So, what do you mean it's not true?
It's not true. I live in the state of Florida. It doesn't get a big, huge temperature change. The Keys changes temperature by like 3 degrees from daytime to nighttime.
Why is that?
Yeah, it's because you're surrounded by water, right? That keeps the temperature stable.
Oh, so it doesn't have to do with the sun?
I love how that's the one thing out of what he said that you latched onto.
Yeah.
As opposed
to isn't it the case that wouldn't it be the case on the globe Earth? It would be an equal. You could predict the exact amount of twilight at every latitude everywhere, right?
And we can.
Except you're off by 4 minutes for sunset.
Astronomical twilight. There's nautical twilight. And then you can look at charts for the different days of the year, and it will tell you exactly how what point is
timeanddate.com. That's what they do.
Yeah, it'll give you the exact.
Can flat Earth predict sunrise and sunsets?
Yeah, no problem. We could look at the day that it is, and we could look at last year and when it rose, and we can give you that.
What about for a completely unique location, somewhere in the middle of the ocean where a ship happens to be? Can it predict that
where we weren't there to
completely
see
random
where it happened
location?
last year.
Yeah, we can most certainly predict it because we know the speed the sun is going and then relative where it is at certain locations. So we could just actually have the day before's information and calculate the next day.
How would you do that? How do you know what like what's the circle of light influence that the sun has?
I'm saying
what is
if
the
I were able to
calculation for
hang
that?
out in that spot for a day, I could tell you the next day.
We're not
What
saying
about
you
a
haven't
random
been there.
spot?
You
What about a
haven't been
random
there for a
spot in the
day.
ocean? Like a random spot in the ocean where no one has ever been.
Wait, we've been to Mars, but we've been to we don't what?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, on the
Go ahead,
globe
just
Earth,
try to
you
answer
can
the
use
question honestly.
the geometry of the globe Earth to predict the sunrise and sunset time for any location, right? What you're
Yeah, I
saying is
don't
on the
have an
flat
issue with
Earth,
that. I
you
don't
have
have an
to have
issue with any of that. I'm fine with
okay.
that.
So why is it that the math works on a globe Earth, but there's no flat Earth equivalent of calculating the location on the flat Earth, the sunrise and sunset for a location on the flat Earth?
I don't know, why is that necessary?
Because it shows that the idea, the fact that you can create a prediction and then see the prediction come to fruition shows that that your model is accurately modeling reality.
Okay, so you can prove things.
Oh my God! Stop with this proof
Yeah, I
thing.
mean, I love that you're trying to go down this red
No,
herring
I
of
just want to know if you make a
the science
prediction and the
proves
prediction
things.
comes true, did you prove something?
You
Well,
showed
Hold
your
no,
on,
Jeremy,
but
let's
take
you,
get a
it.
but
new
you,
flat earther in
but
here.
Let me get in.
but
Let me
you,
get in here real quick.
Oh, here he goes. Mr. Proof Things
Yeah,
has got to
thank
be
you,
here
Jeremy.
now.
Let me get in here real quick.
Let
If you
Jeremy
have
take over for you.
you're looking at a sunset and you're saying, all right, I can predict this thing, so it must be the way that I say it is, right?
I'm
It's
Is that
saying
more
what you
that
guys
if
are
like
you,
saying?
you have two models. You have two models. One of them can make extremely accurate and precise predictions, and the other one cannot. Even given the same raw data source,
Affirming the
one of those is
concept.
better.
Yeah. So just because you can make the prediction though doesn't mean it is what you say it is, right? Because if we had a clock on the wall and you couldn't see like behind the clock at all, right? All you could see was the hands of the clock. And then you started making predictions on when the hands are going to overlap and when they're going to be perpendicular and whatnot, and you're making all these predictions about the hands on the clock. And now you say, yo, there's gears in there making the hands turn, but you can't see behind the thing now. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't mean it is gears. It could be a pendulum or whatever, any kind of clock mechanism, right? So
Sounds like you
Yeah, but
might
I'm
have a
saying
prediction
okay.
confliction.
Like
yeah, there you
if I
go.
was going to go with
Bars.
this
That's
analogy,
bars right there.
thank you for the analogy,
I
Jeremy.
just thought of that.
What I would say is it's more
Hot
like
off the
two
press.
people are watching the clock, and we notice that the hour hand, they don't move together, but they move, like at the same. They're cycled together, I guess you could say, on an hourly basis, right? So one side says, I speculate that there's gears in there that have these things kind of tuned to each other, and that this pattern will continue to repeat, and then make predictions about the time or whatever. The other person just says, I have no idea why that happens. That's more
I don't
along
know.
the
That's
line.
not what I wouldn't say that.
Okay,
I would say
how would you
there's an
predict sunrise and sunset time?
Uniformity of nature, God made it that way.
predict. So we've
Yeah,
never seen a
Jeremy.
sunrise or sunset before. We're just out there. It's high noon and we're out there. And now we're going to predict a sunrise and sunset.
Yeah, like what Jake said.
You've never
Let's go
seen
to
the
a place in
sunrise and
the
sunset.
ocean. No. Let's go to a place in the ocean that, like, let's just say nobody's been or nobody's actually recorded there watching the sunrise and sunset. And we want to predict we want to put a buoy there, and we're going to predict what time the sun will come up and hit that buoy. How would you do that? Like the globe could do
I
that
don't know.
really well.
All
But
right.
you agree that the
You're
globe, we
saying
could
we
use
can't
globe
predict the
geometry.
sunrise and sunset?
Globe can. I don't know how you do that for flat Earth, for an arbitrary location on Earth.
Well, I mean, they predicted the eclipses back when they thought it was a flat Earth. So, I mean, a sunrise and sunset doesn't sound harder than an eclipse, right?
Well, Yeah, that's just a pattern. So they saw an eclipse before. In this case, we weren't there to see what
All
time the sun came
patterns.
up.
They never predicted the geometry of an eclipse, though. They
Yeah,
never
I mean,
predicted a
that is
path of
true.
totality, a duration.
is sunrise going to rise in
I was trying not to get into
at a
eclipses,
different
but
time next year in the
well,
same
we haven't.
location?
Nobody's been there. Nobody's
In
been
the
to this
same
spot.
location though, but every location it always like next year it rises at the same time, right?
Yeah, it's not really a
Yeah.
prediction. It's just knowing what it does. Like if you went out and mapped the entire Earth yourself and you took measurements of when the sun was rising and setting and you put that all into a booklet, you could then open that booklet and say, I predict it will rise here, at this time in this place because you just went and checked what it does. It's not really a
I
prediction.
agree.
Just a
No, what it
post-diction.
is, if you go to a location you've never been to, where you'd have no book that you can pull out, and you can just say, okay, we have no record here. Now, let me use everything I know about the world to predict down to the minute when the sun's going to come up tomorrow.
Hey, do you agree that if I did that for a long enough amount of time, like watched it, I could come up with a math equation to predict it based off of the pattern I've recognized?
And I'll answer your question. Answer mine first.
I thought your question was the geo.
I mean, it's open. Anybody can answer it.
What was the question?
I'm saying we don't have any prior. Nobody's been to this location. We don't have a book we can consult that tells us the sunrise time history for this location. I'm going to pick a random spot on Earth. Can you predict what time the sun will come up there tomorrow?
I don't know. Is there something you could do with taking an angle to Polaris or something, or getting your lat long, or I don't know.
Yeah, that's what you would need
I
to
don't
do.
know how
Take your lat
you
long.
would obviously need some other information. You can't just drop me off somewhere and be like, all right, when's the sun going to rise and set?
Okay,
I don't think you could do
long.
it.
Now,
I don't think
what
you
would
could do that either, honestly.
So if you
We're going to drop you off in a
long, what would you do?
location, and you're going to predict the sunrise and sunset?
He's
From
like,
just
yeah, I
some
brought
random
my phone.
location?
Well, I
Pfinky?
didn't hear that last part. What was that?
Pfinky, we're just going to drop you off. You can do this. We're going to drop you off in a random location, and you're just going to predict the sunrise and sunset.
Correct. Yeah.
What other information are you going to have?
Well, no. Okay.
You don't even know where you are.
No. We're going to choose a location. So let's just say I'll give you lat long. How are you going to know what time sunrise? It's a lat long though of a place it's like uninhabited. Nobody's recorded sunrise, sunset there. So how are you going to know what time the sun comes up?
I don't know. You know the sun goes around every 24 hours. So I mean, you couldn't figure it out.
I mean, given one day, I mean, I could see what time it comes up today, and then assume that tomorrow will be the same, but a little bit different. I'm just saying though, like if you were, that's not that hard of a question. Like if I give you right now lat long, and
that's
I say,
all you
Jeremy,
have
give
too,
me back
right?
the sunrise time, how would you do it?
Hold on. All you have, me and you are standing in a field somewhere, and we only have the lat long, right? Me and you.
Correct. And we have all the,
and you're going to tell me when the sun rises.
Correct. Yeah.
Just from the lat long. That's it. You're just me and you in a field. I'm going to just call bullshit on that right now.
Why? I'll do it. I'll do it right now.
All right. Well, if you answer my question now, Pfinky, I think we'll get our answer. If we witness these things occurring over and over and over for years and we notice a pattern, can we develop a math equation off that?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, so that's how we would do it. We would use the same exact stuff you're using.
I don't believe you can even fucking do it, dude. I'm going to put you in a field and give you the lat long of where you're at, and you're going to give me the sunrise? Bullshit, dude.
Well, okay, you have I'm going to have the lat long, and then I have access to astronomical, sun GP. If you give me the sun GP, I can tell you when the sunrise will be.
Yeah, so could Jeremy.
Yeah, what are you doing? I'll just do the same thing.
Yeah. I would figure out, because I know that basically when the sun, since we live on a globe, the second the sun reaches more than halfway from the location that I'm at, then I'm going to start seeing the sun come up.
It's affirming the consequent. It has nothing to do with because we're on a globe.
No, you're saying I couldn't wait.
It is, but it's going to work.
Where are the high clouds? Where are the low clouds?
so many
You're
other
saying I
things.
couldn't just wait 12 hours knowing the sun's going to come back in 24 hours and do the same thing you're doing? Like, I don't know. I don't get it.
Yeah, you could. I mean, you could wait for me to calculate it, and then you could just go off of what I said.
No, we both have the same information, right? You know the sun's going to come back in 12 or 24 hours or whatever. So do I, right?
Yeah, we're at night though. They drop us off at night, and then we have to say what time is the sun going to come up. There's
Bro,
a
you got to
super
get the
important something.
scenarios clear, bro. Like we've had it. This is
It's
like
not
pulling
that
teeth
hard.
with this
Pick,
fucking
I
scenario.
give you a random. Let's just say we're not going to
I
go.
said
into
it
the
was
field.
high noon. I said it was high noon.
Okay, what time will the sun set?
What for me right now?
In this location. This isn't that hard of a question.
Bro,
This is
it's at night,
I'm
right?
doing.
Or is it high noon or night?
You pick one or the other.
I don't know. You wanted it to be night. We'll do midnight. We'll say it's midnight.
It's medium noon.
Is that
it's
a
low
thing?
noon? Low noon.
Is there such a thing as low noon? Okay, I'm going to post something in chat.
This is just we realized that the globe people who put together the model that you didn't make but other men made it, we realized that they've concocted something and people tend to believe it. Obviously that's contested whether that's the truth or not. These model that these other men put together before any of us were even born. But I mean the sunrise and sunset is just, it's like mechanical. It's just where you are, it happens. Like if you live in one place for a whole year, you can just write in your booklet when the sun rose and set, and then that's it. It's going to happen like that all the time. You can do that for any area. So what is the contention here?
I mean, the contention is that there is in the globe model, it matches perfectly with half of the world being covered in night. And you can, I posted in chat, you can see this is a Mercator. This might be rectangular, but this is a projection of Earth, right? And you can see it has a weird, like there's a weird shadow shape that doesn't correspond with the way, say, the light of the sun would shine on the Earth, right? We can show the shape of the light on the AE map. And in that one, there's like the light wraps around the outside of Earth, and it's also oddly shaped. We could do other projections where it's different. Then we go to the globe, and it's just like a nice, clean, hey, this when the sun's on the other side of Earth, and when the sun's on the other side, that other half of the Earth is dark. Like it's just so basic and simple, and it works, and it's what we use. It's what if you want to know what time sunrise is tomorrow, you're going to go use that. That is the mathematical formula for how you calculate it.
Well, when you say
so
oddly
maybe
shaped,
it's wrong.
I'm not saying the Earth is
the.
I'm not saying the Earth is the AE map, but you can just put a dome over a map or whatever. So it's not really oddly shaped. That's just how light functions within a hemispherical world. So you said oddly shaped. It's not odd. You can replicate it with a little pen light.
Well, yeah, that assumes that we live inside of a magnifying glass of solid glass. Like I don't think you're going to get that same effect without that. You know what I mean? Like say if you made a ultra thin dome over that and then shine the light through it. I don't think you'll be able to recreate that.
Well, again, not to go to the Bible, but if you follow the Bible, I mean, it says it's a crystalline firmament, but
no, it doesn't.
Glass.
It says uses those figurative like words.
No, and it doesn't say anything
what
about
I'm saying, Gio.
It talks about being beaten in shape, perhaps, but that's about it.
It says molten glass.
Not.
It also says sapphire.
Where does it say molten glass?
I think Rakia was teaching us that whenever it says like in front of it, it's more considered a figurative thing.
Okay, then what about Amos 9:8? What about Amos 9:8?
Amos 9.
Well, read that one for us. What's the context, and then read it for us.
I don't know. I don't really know if we have to go into a whole Bible thing per se. I mean, I was just saying that you were just contesting because I was saying that light pattern, and then you were saying that's only if the if there's some kind of a solid dome above us. Was that what you were trying to go with?
Yeah, what you're showing here is you take like a magnifying glass, which is solid. It's solid, and it's going to bend the light all the way through the entirety of the glass. And then, like, we don't live in solid glass.
Okay, Amos 9:6, and I'm not trying to bring it to the Bible either, Gio. I just wanted to bring this
You're
up
saying
because
that.
you mentioned he
I was going to
builds
ask
his
about
upper
9:8.
room 9:6. He builds his upper rooms in the heaven. So the context is about the Lord God of hosts, he who touches the earth and it melts and all its dwellers. It's like all about him. So he builds his upper rooms in the heaven and found his vault upon the earth.
Well, I'm getting it pulled up. I only do King James version.
King James will give you the word troop.
You
He
only do
buildeth
King
his
James. Why?
stories in the heaven, and he hath founded his troop in the earth.
That's a vault. That word back in that day in 1611, that
Why
means
do you only
vault.
use King James? Might I ask why you only use King James?
I'm Mormon.
Oh,
We just stick to the old King James.
because King
It's the only
James
one
is
I know
like,
how to read.
But no, we don't have to go into a whole Bible discussion like Jill was saying. This verse clearly says there's a vault over top of the earth.
Well, it says there's a troop over the top of the earth.
Yeah, look up what that means, dude. What do you think? Other Bible translations, the version I'm using is one off the King James.
Yeah, I don't know. But it's not like vault is still a different. You've chosen a different translation of the word, and then you're telling me that mine's wrong and yours is right.
That is not what he said. It says the same thing. He said, look up what that word means.
I think you're pulling this out of context too, because he's talking about the destruction of Israel.
No, the word troop means vault, dude. That word, you know how in the English language, like the word gay means something different now than it did like back in the 20s? Pfinky, you know how that happens? So
It's
look up.
with the word nice as well.
Yeah. So these words do that. It's still everyone understands the meaning when it says he found his troop upon the earth. It's right before it. It's talking. He builds his upper rooms in the heavens. So now, what do you think a troop means there? What do you think troop means? Like a army? Dude,
Probably does.
No, I
I
don't.
think
I
you're.
don't know what it means. I don't
I
know
think
what it means. By the
it
way,
means vault, dude. It
okay,
means
hold on.
vault.
My
I don't. I don't think.
interpretation of heavens is that it's outside of the universe. Like God, the universe is his creation. He lives outside of it. So when you talk about heavens, that's something really far away. And
Yeah, that's the
then
problem with your definition of heavens because the definition's given to you. It says, and then God made the firmament and he called it heaven.
I think that pulling this verse out of
yeah, and then he
context
lives out.
is
Hold on,
incorrect.
Tora, does he live inside the firmament or outside the firmament? God.
Omnipresent.
Where's his throne? The place he sits.
Above the earth.
Just right on top of the earth?
It
Is it
says the
inside the
earth is his
firmament?
footstool.
Is
No,
is his
I
throne
think
inside the firmament or outside the firmament?
I think when I say earth, I
It's a
mean
simple
everything.
question.
All it's above
Okay.
everything.
Okay. When is his throne inside the firmament or outside the firmament?
I don't know. I don't have enough information to know that. I believe it's above the firmament, though.
Okay, it's outside. So we agree on that. That's good.
Maybe God. Maybe
Can I have 10 seconds?
maybe
Can I have
the
10 seconds?
maybe God's
Yeah,
sitting
go
on the
for it.
toilet and we're the water underneath.
I think pulling this verse out of Amos 9:6 is questionable at best because if you look in the context of the verse, he's talking about destroying Israel and just this is to yank this verse out of context. I think is not good.
It's not out of context. You guys were
It
asking
is out of
for where the
context.
Bible talks about a literal physical dome being on the earth, and I gave you the exact verse that
No, it
tells you
doesn't
that
say.
he found his vault upon the earth, dude. What do you think a vault is?
Why do you
Again, I
think he
think
included that right here?
pulling this out of context where he's talking about destroying Israel and the Cushites, I think is a bit. This is not talking about It's not talking about building the heavens. This is talking about destroying Israel.
It talks
Yeah,
about touching the
that's fine.
sand and melting it.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah,
I
he
think this
does
is.
that. We actually have evidence of that on Mount Sinai.
I think there's highly symbolic words that he is using, and to pull this out, said this is what the heavens are like. To pull this particular verse out of context, I think you're mistaken to do so.
No, I'm not at all, actually. You don't even understand the Bible, dude. You don't even think the
That's the
creation
guy
story
who's
is true or anything. So
that's
what,
the
dude,
guy
this is the problem.
that's the
Everyone
guy.
will look at this and say, it's clearly saying,
Yeah.
dude, I'll just read it so everyone can hear it. He built his upper rooms
Yeah.
in
Why
the
don't you read?
heavens
Why don't
and
you read the
founds
verses
his
before and
vault
after?
upon the earth. He
Why
summons
don't
the
you?
waters of the sea and pours them over the face of the earth. The
But why
Lord
don't
is
you?
his name.
Why
Okay.
don't you?
So
Why
it's
don't you
very
start?
clear what
Why
the
don't you start?
context is here. It's talking
Why?
about how powerful he is
Excuse
and
me.
how he is the creator of everything.
Right. Why don't you start in verse 5, though? Why don't you start in verse 1 of chapter 9 and figure out what he's actually talking about? You started in verse 6. You stopped. You didn't even talk about verse 7, where he talks about the
I just
Cushites.
gave you the context. He's
You read
declaring
a
his
verse.
majesty and who he is. That's
Why?
the
Why is
context.
he declaring his majesty?
That
Because he's
doesn't it
going.
doesn't matter. It's
Oh, it
not
doesn't
necessary
matter
for this
why. So,
conversation
right.
because we're
So
not
you've read
getting into
one
a
entire
biblical
verse.
discussion.
You've read one entire verse, and you say this verse means exactly what I say it to mean, and you yank this verse out of
Gio, do you
context.
agree that we don't want to have a biblical discussion?
Then
So
why
if
did you bring
I
a
laid
biblical?
out the
Then why did you
context,
quote a biblical verse? Why
we're
did you quote
not
a?
going
Why did
into
you
a
pull?
biblical discussion.
Then
I
why
was
did you
just
pull a
bringing
verse of the
forward
Bible out of
evidence,
context?
dude.
Then
No,
why
this
did
is
you
good.
pull a Bible verse out of context? You've read one entire verse out of a chapter of what, 50
Yeah,
verses?
because you guys said he
Oh,
doesn't say it's a physical dome, and I just gave
this
you
verse
a
does not
vault.
say it's a
A
physical
vault
dome.
is a
A
vault, not
vault,
physical.
a vault on the earth.
Is a vault a
A vault.
dome?
A vault is like the basement. The upper rooms are upper rooms. He builds the upper rooms in the heavens and found his vault or the basement upon the earth.
Well, I
He
know
just
you live in a basement, but some people have vaulted
Okay,
ceilings, so
hold
they
on.
that's
understand this.
not what he means.
Okay, this
You're
says
pulling this verse out of context
the
again.
Hebrew
Okay.
word is yugada. This is just ChatGPT. I'm looking it up. It says and that word means a band, a bundle, a binding, or something joined together.
The definition of vault, one of these I just pulled up on Merriam-Webster, is an arched or dome-shaped anatomical structure.
Yeah, but the thing is, you remember we're going from a Hebrew word, and then it's going to the word that he's picking, which my word was troop. His word is troop. Is interesting because a troop means a band, bundle, binding. You can see now why they might have chose the word troop and how it doesn't mean dome. But the word in Hebrew just doesn't mean
Yes.
dome.
Okay, no problem, dude. I got 3. I've got 4. I've got BSB, his
3,
vault upon the
4.
earth. His vault upon the earth. NASB 1995 founded his vaulted dome over the earth. The complete Jewish Bible establishes his sky vault over the earth. The the Tree of Life version, who fitted its vault over the earth. Dude, it's like it's so if all of these are wrong, the and New American Bible Revised Edition, his vault over the earth. I think we got a pretty clear picture of what the Bible's trying to
You
display here.
picked, yeah, you cherry picked the 8 that you think agrees with you, and unlike me, I went back to
I
the
didn't
root
cherry
Hebrew
pick
word.
them.
Don't interrupt me. Unlike me, I went to the root Hebrew word and looked for the ancient Hebrew meaning, and you've just tried to find modern English translations that use a word that you think means dome that doesn't.
False. I actually went through my Bible app, and these are all the translations that I find to be the most trustworthy of translations of the Bible.
Okay.
Because of if you look up how the BSB was compiled, they actually looked not only at what everything we had, but they also compared it to the Dead Sea Scrolls. So all the translations I just gave just happen to be the ones that I normally compare scriptures to, and the KJV was in there. I just skipped it
Yeah,
because that one
because you
you've
didn't like
already
the word
read.
troop.
No, I
Because troop
understand what the
shows that.
word troop means.
No, I know, but like troop, yeah, troop means a bundle, a group, a binding, something joined together. And
I
it's
gave you
interesting
the
because when
top
you hold on,
translations of the Bible, dude. The top ones. The NASB 1995, the New American Standard Bible of 1995, the Gideon Bible. is that Bible or the
You're
ESV most of the time.
you're preaching to the wrong person because I don't care about any of those. I am interested though in what the actual Hebrew word is and what it meant at the time. So do you have any source that shows that
Yeah, I gave you the
this
complete
word?
Jewish Bible. You think they don't know what the Hebrew word was? The complete Jewish Bible gave us his sky vaulted dome, dude. When you look up, do you not see something that looks like a sky vaulted dome? I'm not saying that is the dome, but I think everyone could understand what that means just by
Well, it
looking it
doesn't.
up.
The thing is, it doesn't even like it doesn't use the word above the earth or in the sky. It's used the word he founds his blank upon the earth, on it,
Yeah, he found his
like
vault
on the
upon the
surface.
earth. Yeah,
And if
exactly.
you're talking about just think it through for a second, you're talking about punishing Israel and Israel being like taken over and overrun by enemies. And now we're talking about whether God is like organizing armies on earth or troops on earth versus all of a sudden randomly he decides he wants to talk about the dome. One of those, in my opinion, makes way more sense, way more in
It's
context.
not about troops like an army, dude. You even read it. It's like banded together. And the verse
Yeah, like
isn't
a
about
band,
destroying Israel. You guys are taking it out of context. One of the
a
verses
band, a
it says
bundle,
it
a
says in
binding
8,
or
yet I will
something.
not utterly destroy the house of Jacob. Okay? So you guys don't even know the context of this verse. This is talking about how he's going to shake the earth. Okay, and he spoke about the earth right before because it says he builds his upper rooms in the heavens and found his vault upon the earth. This is the Lord, dude. They're making sure they know that this is the creator, the
Okay,
majestic one
let me read
speaking.
my King James for a second here. For behold, the eyes of the Lord God are upon the sinful kingdom, and I will destroy it from off the face of the earth. For lo, I will command
That's
and I
not
will sift.
Israel.
I will sift. Yeah, so saving that I will not utterly destroy the house of Jacob, just partially destroy it. I will sift them. All the sinners of my people shall die by the sword, which say the evil shall not overtake or prevent us. So yeah, it is, I mean, it is kind of like he's flexing a bit, right?
Yeah,
And I
he's
feel like
flexing. He's saying, I am the God of, and I'm the one that made everything. I'm the one that made the upper rooms in the heavens, and I'm the one that found the vaulted dome upon the earth. Because if you're denying that Hebrew cosmology includes a vaulted dome, then you don't know Hebrew cosmology.
yeah, I don't, definitely the word firmament is in there. I just don't think I don't think that it means dome.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care what you think. You could think 2 plus
Hmm.
2 equals 5, dude. I don't care.
No, it's not. We're just debating about the meaning of words. This is why we have 8 trillion Christian churches or whatever. But there's nothing about the Bible that I read that says I need to believe that we have a dome over us.
I agree. I don't think it's a necessary belief. I'm just saying, do you understand Hebrew cosmology? And there are many globe earth believers, okay, that
I
understand the Hebrews believed a flat earth. Okay, they're globe
doesn't
earth
I'm
Christians.
not interested in what they believed. I'm interested in like all I have what's written in this book. And my assumption is if it was important, then it would have made it into this book. That there's not like this secondary set of information that was given to those people that wasn't in the book. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, if all you have is the words and symbols on paper and you don't have any comprehension skills, you're right. You're going to be screwed forever. But if you could actually use your comprehension skills and then take in those words and symbols, you might be able to have the conversation.
Yeah,
Because
the
what I'm
Bible.
Yeah, I
bringing
do
in is
that.
that Hebrews believe the earth was flat and there was a dome over it. Okay?
It
Yeah,
doesn't
That's
matter. And
well,
The
it
Bible
doesn't
and
doesn't.
if
matter.
you don't
They
believe
also
that, the
believe
Quran people believe the same thing.
they also
Yeah,
didn't believe that we needed to boil our water. So their traditions are not as important to me as they are to you. If that's part of your analysis, then that's fine. It's
I'm
just
just saying it's
not
going to be
like
hard to
I'm
read the
not
Bible
delegating.
without
I'm not
that
going to delegate my
understanding.
thinking. I'm not delegating my thinking to people that lived, you know, thousands and thousands and thousands of
Well,
years
that's
ago.
who the Bible was written to. So you're missing a very important part of comprehension when you're reading it. The Bible was not
the
written
Bible's
to
not a
us,
science
it
book.
was written for us, okay? It's not written
It's
to
the
you.
Bible. The Bible's not a science book. It was never meant to be a science book. It is not a science book. To
Not
think there's a
saying it
science.
is. I'm not saying it is, dude. There's nobody
Then what's
saying
the
that it
problem?
is. You guys contested that the Bible doesn't talk about a dome being over the earth. I gave you a verse that most
A verse that
translations
you
use
yanked
the
out of
word
context.
vaulted dome on
Most
the
You
earth. And
translations that
so
you
what you're
like.
saying is
you use the
most
verse.
translations,
You
you have to
use the
throw
verse
them
that you
out. So
yanked
we
out of
need to throw
context.
out most of them.
You use the verse you yanked out of context to explain the magnificence of God and says that this proves that there's a dome. Sorry. I'm no.
Tell you what, all the peace offering. I will say,
Doesn't
what do
prove that
modern?
there's a
Hold
dome,
on, I'm
dude.
talking. I was in the middle of talking, dude. I'll just look up what do modern scholars agree is meant by troop in verse 6. If it agrees with you, I'll gladly defer to you.
And I'm not saying this proves there is a dome. It was just Gio put up the claim that the Bible, and he said, not saying that we have to believe the Bible or anything, but it mentions that there is a firmament of crystalline structure, and then you guys were like, I don't know if it's
Let's see the word
necessarily like
crystalline.
a hard surface. So I
Well,
brought
like
the
crystal.
verse. Yeah, I
That's
brought
what
the
it says,
verse
like
that it
crystal.
says he founded his vaulted dome upon the earth. That's
I
why
see
I
the word
brought
dome
that
there.
verse, dude. Do you
I
guys
didn't see
agree a
I didn't see
vaulted
the word
dome
dome.
is physical or not?
I didn't see the word dome in there anywhere. Did you see the word dome?
He found
Yeah.
well, they're not. He found a different translation after this one that had the word dome in it to further support his viewpoint.
Yeah, but we know that's what they thought back then. The reason I brought it up was just because we were talking about the sun and rising and setting and the sunlight distribution upon the earth, which really, unless any of us have like mapped the earth ourselves and really verified, you either have to go off like, again, this globe model that other men concocted that you can kind of just attach yourself to, or independently doing it yourself, which obviously, unless you have independently done it yourself, there's, limited access to be able to know for sure. But we were talking about that and the sun distribution, and then you had just said something like, oh, well, it makes a strange light pattern on the AE map, which I'm not suggesting the Earth is the AE map, but you had said that, and then I just posted those images that showed with a little pen light and the little glass dome, and I was just saying it's not really a strange light pattern. It's actually something that you can replicate on a small scale, at least that type of lighting pattern. And then we went into this, which is, I mean, we were on this yesterday a little bit too. And I did this yesterday too. I'm the one who brought up the Bible and then it kicked it off. But I'm just saying, like, the intention wasn't really to go into a whole Bible thing. I mean, if you guys want to, you can continue on. I'm not trying to control where the combo goes because I did bring it up, but I was just more bringing it up that, I mean, Pfinky, it's just like a potential contradiction in your worldview if you're saying that you do follow the Bible or believe in that it's true or have some spiritual association with it, but then you're also saying, if you're saying like it's like unlikely or impossible that there would be a dome above, I'm just saying, how does that really match with your spiritual? I mean, if you don't hold that as a spiritual text, then okay, then that wouldn't really apply to you. But, and I'm not saying you have to think there is a dome, but at least you could be like, oh, okay, well, it seems to me like you'd be like, okay, well, it could be the case, if you believe in that book and then are also questioning the globe, at least seems like you should be willing to be like, okay, it could be, it's possible kind of thing.
Yeah, we can move off of it. I looked it up. It says troop in Amos means something like a bound together structure, vault, or architectural support, not soldiers.
Did they have domes? Did they have domes
Hold
back
on.
then? Like, did they know what a dome, like a definition, or did they use other words to describe something they didn't? They didn't
I don't
have.
know. Can I finish reading this or?
No, I don't like it.
Yeah, go ahead,
It is.
Pfinky.
It is poetic, cosmic building language. It may reflect ancient sky earth imagery, but it is not a clean proof text for a precise physical form.
Okay, the one that I asked the same. I said, what does the word troop in Amos 9:6 mean? And it says in Amos 9:6, troop refers to a band, binding, or vault that God has established on the earth, representing the firmament, the physical structure of the earth, or the orderly combined forces of nature.
Okay, sounds fine. To answer your question, Gio, like I really like what Jesus had to say. I don't really, I don't lean heavy into either history because I think a lot of the stories are more, they have purpose. There's like a purpose for society, but they may not be necessarily to be taken literally. And I don't. I think for the cosmology part, I treat it more like like figurative description rather than literal. And whenever the description comes in conflict with like observable reality, then I'm going to be more inclined to interpret it that way.
Okay, so you're just kind of biasly picking and choosing what you consider as allegory or real, because
Yeah,
this was
which I
brought
think
up
everybody
yesterday. Like,
does. Yeah, I think everybody does. I think we yesterday we realized that Rakia does the same thing. We can bring up certain scriptures, and he says, "Oh, that's being spoken figuratively," and I'm actually fine saying the Earth that they believed it was a dome. It looks like a half dome overhead. Earth looks flat, and that's probably what ancient Hebrews believed. I'm sure that's probably the case.
I know one thing they didn't all they it says that there's like a river of water above, and they didn't always believe like they did believe it originally, but then because there's like the oral Torah too, it's not just written. And they came up with this idea that like God tailors his revelation to the beliefs of the people, and so he'll give you the revelation that's goes along with what it is that you believe, but there's an understanding that um because it's a living Torah and you can always read new things into it. Yeah, that would be God keeps his people in ignorance, like he lies to them, and that's impossible because he says he doesn't lie at all. Did you like this verse, Pfinky, that Jesus says, "Truly, truly, I tell you, unless you eat the flesh and drink the blood of the Son of Man, you have no life in you. Whoever eats my flesh and drinks my blood has eternal life, and I will raise him up at the last day. For my flesh is real food, and my blood is real drink." You like that one?
Yeah, that one's good. I like that one. I'm not Catholic. You probably knew that already, though. Do you like that one?
I'm just saying most people left him after that, so I'm surprised you're willing to stick around like the 12.
Yeah, but I mean, I have I didn't have to hear it the first time, being there with them, so I won't pat myself too hard on the back. Do you believe he meant that literally?
It's going to be a tough pill to swallow if we're going to have this conversation.
For you or for me?
No, I used it figuratively. You're not actually going to have to swallow a pill, right?
I don't know.
So Q-Off was right all along. Jesus was a cannibal.
No, dude, you guys don't understand that when I said it's gonna be a tough pill to swallow to have. It might be
We
hard
got
for
it.
you to digest what I'm about to say. You know what I mean? So obviously, I
Like, am
think
I
it's
going to have to
figurative.
literally digest it, though?
No, yeah, that's what I mean. So no, it's figurative.
All right, see? And
It would be like me being like, you don't need coffee. You don't need that stuff. All you need to do is feast on the word of God. Like something
that's
like
right. God does not want us drinking boiled bean water.
that. That's alchemy, dude. As 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 sure as I am as that might be true, I really love coffee, and I think Jesus will forgive me for drinking coffee.
Yeah, you're probably right. The story in Mormon history is that the men were like just disgusting, like spitting tobacco everywhere or whatever, and so there was a series of revelations that were like that, like you couldn't do like chewing tobacco anymore because it was too gross or whatever. And then there was one that came after it that banned all coffee and tea. It was like to get back at the ladies, but that's one version of the story, I should say.
But yeah, I don't really have an issue with the sun setting. Like, I think it's a miracle from God. I think it displays the gospel message that it rises again. I think it's in everything. I think a tree grows apples and then they die, they fall on the ground, and then they resurrect. So I think all of it is there's a way bigger picture. And when you reduce it to it's just we live on a globe, we're insignificant, and it's not really that big of a deal, dude. Like, you're not that special, you're not that important. That's the issue I would have with it. The
Yeah,
pale
but do you have
blue
an
dot.
issue with issue with like a horticulturalist that says that the apple, the fruit of the tree bears like essential energy to be able to help the seed to germinate, to grow, and pass its DNA along? Do you find that to be insulting?
No, not at all. No, that's fine.
Yeah. So do you notice how you don't see the contradiction there? Like, this is just the science looking at what you seem like, what you take beauty in and you find it to be symbolic, and saying, this is, like we've studied it. This is like actually what's going on here.
Those are two reasons, though. I did this with you the other day, but yeah, the reason why water boils because I want a cup of tea. So I gave the cup of tea explanation. You're giving the other one. Those don't have to be separate from each other. They can go hand in hand.
Well,
I'm super
Aristotle
interested
called
in.
that
I'm
the
super interested in the
efficient.
other
He
one,
called
though.
the first. He called the first one the efficient cause, and then the second one the sufficient cause.
The
Yeah,
sufficient cause. Yeah.
whichever one's the one of like why it actually happened, not like that God wanted it to happen. I'm interested more in the other one. We could just assume like, okay, everything that happens is because somebody wanted, like
Yeah, you're
whoever
gonna miss
created
the
all this wants
forest,
it to happen.
dude. You're gonna miss the forest. Looking at the trees, bro.
Nope. I'm not zero interested, but I feel like it's a compliment. Like to whatever degree the creator is interested in what we're doing, it's a compliment to seek out and understand creation. It's
I
not
agree.
a
I agree
it's
with
not
that.
a slight to
I'm still thinking about this Jesus quote. What do you guys do with that if it's not literal? What is the figurative idea behind Jesus calling people names for not drinking his blood and eating his flesh? What do you do with that?
I just explained it, right? If I was like, yo, you don't need Red Bull. You don't need these things to sustain you. What you really need is like to love each other. You need to love people. You know what I mean? You need to feast on them.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, like, do you understand? Like, sometimes when you're having a conversation, someone will say, hey, this topic might be hard to digest. They're not literally saying you're about to eat the conversation, right?
That'd be cool if they did. And people also say eat your words too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right. I got the eating one, but what's the drinking one?
Is there a fundamental difference though between saying,
The
the
efficient and sufficient.
eating the flesh and drinking the blood is a metaphor, or saying the dome is a metaphor? Is there a fundamental difference in those two things?
Yeah. One would be consistent in the Bible. Like Genesis 1 says that he founded his firmament upon the earth, and therefore there's a vault. And then in the Torah, it says to not eat humans or drink blood.
Okay, so if the metaphor has a contradiction in the Bible, then we know it's a metaphor. But if there's not a contradiction in the Bible, we don't know it's a metaphor.
That's a good way to eliminate contradictions.
All right, so we went through like the drink of my blood, eat of my flesh thing. How would you guys do the dome one? What kind of like spiritual implication was that trying to get across in Genesis?
Well, first, what's the word in Hebrew for dome? Like whenever
Don't
I
worry
come
about it.
across
Don't worry
it,
about it. It's not really dome, right? But like the idea that you have in your mind when I say dome, and you can picture it, that thing. What was it trying? What was that? Was that like symbolizing like a shield of strength? Like what was the metaphor there?
I don't know
No
if
answers.
there's a metaphor, but if it is true that we live on a globe and the Bible is true, which I don't know about either of those, but if it is, like, it could just be describing something poetically, like when God says, like, he numbered the hairs on your head or something like that. That's just a way of him saying you're really important to him, not necessarily that he actually numbered every hair on your head.
No
I know. I
takes
mean,
has
I
zero.
hear
No
those
takes
things
has
happen a
zero.
lot. So like, I'm thinking maybe we can narrow it now that we got like the other ones out of the way, and some of the other metaphors like "I am the door" type of thing, and what that means. Like, and because people
I'll
in this
answer your
flat Earth
question.
combo,
I'll answer your
they bring
question,
up
Takes.
they bring up the dome. Like it could just be a metaphor for what? Like so,
Sure.
I think he's
I'll
going to
answer
answer.
it. No, you don't. No, I will. I'll answer it. I think
I know.
it's the way it's described to me is it's like it's creating space in which all the earth and all the heavens can live, and separating it from a place where God's throne is. So to me, that could be the border of the universe. Like I interpret that as being the border of the universe, because it says that the sun, moon, and the lights in the heaven they're inside the firmament. His throne is outside. So it's a barrier.
Okay, so it's
I interpret it as a barrier.
How big is the universe?
I don't know.
Well, let's give Pfinky kudos. He answers. It's a metaphor for space, but that's it. It's really just
It could be
describe. It's like,
literal. It could be a literal separation.
so there's no
boundary.
like, but I'm saying there's no metaphor. It's just a description. That it's not actually a metaphor. He's just describing hierarchy and like space. It's not a metaphor.
Well,
though.
it is a metaphor because he's using a word that means like thinly pounded metal. So I'm not interpreting that whatever that border is that God.
No, a
pounded metal.
metaphor would be like that. That would just be a description, like lacking the vocabulary, but a description of what something is. That's not a metaphor.
Yeah. No, I think it is, isn't it? Like saying that God made, he hammered a bunch of metal and he made a firmament. Like that's metaphorical.
We do this whole biblical thing. Like, I mean, it was written by men. You have to then take a leap into this concept of what God is, or what they say God is. And then it turns into like this mind idea of like, oh, there's this guy, God, and then these guys wrote his words. So you have to like make that leap anyways, to take man's words and then say, oh, this is the word of this thing I call God, and then linking it to like creation or whatever else. So you already have to do that in the first place. But even like whether you take that leap or not, that leap of faith, as it were, whether you do that or not, they thought the earth was a planar stationary earth with a vaulted heavens, right? Like back then, like they were not globers. So why would it be a surprise that they're talking about like foundations and it's immovable and the vaulted dome and the sun and moon are their own lights? I mean, unless we're contesting that that was their cosmology, whether you take the leap that it's God's word or whether it's just men's word, either way. And I know that's kind of the discussion, because like, well, wait, if it's God's word, then he's telling us what creation is. And everybody wants that comforting feeling that like, oh, something of a higher power. There's this book that told me what it's all about. But again, you have to make that leap that God's words are actually man's words. But either way, like it's still their cosmology at the time. And it does seem pretty clear that through those scriptures, they're referring to a cosmology much more akin to what we're talking about in terms of planar, stationary, and a heavens above. And it doesn't seem to indicate much of anything that we're like on a ball in a huge vacuum, with all other balls in space. So, I mean, can't we just go off like that was their cosmology at the time, so it's going to reflect that?
No, that's the everybody's pointing. That's what people are pointing out. They're saying just the thing you said. If it's God's word, then he must have just been speaking in a metaphor for us to understand, because God is true.
But don't you have to stretch the metaphors to make it be a globe Earth, though? Like, how far do you have to stretch that?
Pretty far.
No, I think the idea would just.
I don't think it's like that. I don't feel a need to find a globe in the Bible, I guess.
Yeah, but if the idea of
the
a
wording
God
is very vague.
Yeah, but that wording that there is a God, like a separate consciousness that is separate from you, that created the whole realm or created this whole world, wouldn't he put things that would indicate the globe if it really was a globe, rather than like the foundations and all of the things that indicate the cosmology that is the original cosmology, not this globe one?
Yeah, like what kind of pillars is the globe on?
Also,
and the heavens above, like there's no above on a globe, like God being above the heavens, all that, like, or
He's
above
out
us.
from the center. He's out from the center.
Yeah, well, it's like, I mean, Thor said every time this comes up that he's everywhere, so it's not that's not necessarily a problem.
I looked at, so simile is more closely the word, I guess, that you would be looking for than a metaphor. Like a simile would use, it says here, things like, the word like, or as, done as, so when it says like, hammered out like bronze, that's saying it's more of a simile, not a metaphor at all. Metaphor doesn't.
Yeah, no, but if it uses the word, if it says God made a rakia and the rakia is meant to be like a hammered metal sheet, that's a metaphor. If it doesn't say like then it's a metaphor.
Yeah, because it's probably like that, just not the kind of materials we understand. It's probably like a metal, just not like how you know what metal is.
Yeah, that's fine. Like, okay, say Earth got created by aliens and they there is a barrier up there we haven't found, and it's like this magical alien material that we have no concept of, right? Then yeah, man would just like even if like they could come down and they showed it to you, Torah, and they said write about this, you would just use whatever words made sense. You'd fit it within whatever your current understanding of the world was.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
I think that
definitely.
part's
And
true,
that's
Gio.
yeah, and Pfinky, isn't that your religion, right? God is some alien who he was just a man, and then you said there's boundaries to the universe, so those boundaries could be a hard wall for all you know. You don't know for sure.
Yeah, I mean, aliens, you could probably stretch the word alien in some way. He's not an alien, but yeah, it has a boundary. There's more. He used to live on a different one. It's wild. But yeah, it's definitely a
He got space
multiverse. It's a
wives.
multiverse type situation.
Like
So
if I said to you, like, she smiles, when she smiles, it's like the sun. Is that a metaphor to you?
Simile. That's
Is
definitely a
that good?
simile.
Yeah, that's a simile. Good. All right.
If you said when she smiled, the sun shone from her eyes, that's a metaphor.
there's similes, there's metaphors, there's analogies, there's all sorts of different poetic devices and literary devices in the Bible. I think the idea would just be God inspired men to write the Bible. He did not write the Bible word for word, right? It's not like Muhammad or whatever, like transliterating whatever God or the angel told him directly. God inspired individuals to write it, and they wrote it through the context in which they lived at that individual time. So everyone believed in flat earth or dome earth or whatever back then, so they wrote it through that context. If Jesus appeared today, he would write it, probably the authors of the book probably would have wrote it through the context of globe earth, but that wouldn't mean that it's globe or flat. It's just they were writing it through that context because God inspired them. He did not give them word for word what to write.
Yeah, that would be Hebrew cosmology. That's why I like to separate that, because biblical cosmology would be you can't know the entirety. That's biblical.
May I?
Yeah, so I think
Paul,
that's right. The Hebrews believed that. Big deal. Like, I'm not saying that means it's flat or globe, it doesn't matter, but that is what the Hebrews believed. But pretty clearly to me, if you read the entire Bible, the shape of the earth is not very important to the Bible. So it wasn't something that God was focusing on.
may I? Thank you. So the Greeks already had a globe model for 300 years. Now, it wasn't a unanimous globe model, like everyone was taught a globe model, but the high intellectuals in Greece had a couple models of the earth, that how they thought the earth was and what the earth was. And one of them, a predominant one amongst them actually, officially accepted by Ptolemy and given a Ptolemaic model, was a globe model that was around for 300 years before Christ. The Greek New Testament primarily being written in Greek to the Hellenic world and and I guess the Roman world as well, but more primarily and directly their audience was the Greek Hellenic world. Them having one of their most popular models being a globe, and the New Testament doesn't seem to address flat or globe, even though that was around at the time. So that's just my addition. Thank.
Until the Catholic Church really went ham with the globe, huh?
Not really, actually. The globe was more of a ham thing during the Enlightenment.
Copernicus, man, come on, that's a staunch Catholic, dude. The Copernican principle is what this whole thing is built off.
The
Hey, before you
Vatican
guys
is
Wasn't he
trigger
locked in a
Noah,
wasn't he wasn't he
before you
locked in a
guys trigger
cave or
Noah,
something?
I just want to say that was a good input, Noah. I appreciated that.
It was.
Thank you, Finky. I've been trying my hardest not to become a trigger. But wasn't Copernicus locked in a cave or something?
Locked in Plato's cave.
Yeah, I just don't want to hear people keep saying it's just it was a metaphor. Like this Rakia dome is a metaphor, because it's obviously not a metaphor, unless it's speaking on something completely unrelated to the topic itself. Because that's like one of the things that would make it a metaphor.
Okay,
And
here's what it's.
Well, it also seems like there's multiple places throughout the Bible that refers to these different components that we're referring to. So that to me would imply also that there's like a strand through it rather than just like one thing that would be a metaphor or a simile. Like it seems like there's many different ways that it's the a geocentric stationary type of cosmology, like the one where it talks about being at the top of the mountain and seeing the whole earth, the four corners, the face of the deep, the sun and moon being their own lights, the pillars, immovable. You know what I'm saying? Like, are those all just metaphors, like all every single time, or is there like a strand that of reality that is kind
Yeah.
of linked through those? Go ahead.
May I
Do you
address
want?
the previous point
Do,
though about Copernicus? Go ahead, Oscar, if you want to go first.
I was just going to say, do you understand, Gio, that they could have believed that, but that doesn't necessarily entail that God believed that or that that's true. If God inspired them to write it through their personal perspective, that would be completely fine that they say that, and then you can just justify the Bible as completely true because ultimately it is a metaphor or a simile, but they believed it to be true. Just because they believed it to be true doesn't mean God believes it to be true.
Okay, but then you're getting into a whole thing like, so you got this like God guy, he's like mind channeling to people, like the way people talk about being like a medium or a channel. So you got these guys that are like channeling or whatever, kind of that idea. I know that some people might not call it that, but their hands are writing on the page the thing that they is being inspired by this higher being or whatever. But then the humans have their own filter. But then it gets really tricky as like a whole belief system because it's like, whoa, then what parts is it just these guys like, people talk about the incest and the rape and the warring stuff, the enslavement. So it's like, well, okay, then what of this is God and what of this is just man? So I'm just saying, I hear you, but that just gets, and yes, I mean, what you said, like that could be the case, I guess, like in theory, but they're like, yes, God was inspiring, but then it's like, okay, well then what part was God inspiring? And then what part is their own personal, inflection, the own human inflection? Doesn't that get kind of like dicey in terms of trying to believe it as like a whole spiritual system at that point?
Okay, I'm trying not to get triggered. May I please
Okay, go
address
ahead.
the
No.
Copernicus thing? Thank you. So, no, Copernicus was not punished or persecuted for his heliocentric theory during his lifetime, but this is because he died shortly after publishing his work. Copernicus published his work just before death, leaving no time for Inquisition. Furthermore, Copernicus lived in Prussia/Poland, outside the direct influence of the Roman Inquisition. So he died right after, and he lived somewhere outside of the vent of like the Pope's reach to persecute him. But the overall is that the Pope actually punished Galileo and punished a lot of people for different worldviews and stuff. So if he were to live directly inside the Roman influence and lived a long time, it was most likely that he was going to be punished. And furthermore, one last side note, theoretical presentation. Copernicus presented the heliocentric model as a mathematical convenience rather than an absolute physical truth. And he did
Yeah, but
this
nobody
specifically.
asked you about this stuff.
He did this. Yeah, actually they did earlier. Okay, let me repeat that last part. He presented his heliocentric model as a mathematical convenience rather than a physical truth to avoid theological conflict, the same conflict that Galileo faced. So the whole thing about it being a Catholic push thing was no, this guy literally had to like curtail his ideas so he wouldn't get persecuted, and he didn't even live in their jurisdiction. Thank you very much.
Okay, so Gio, the idea would just be that the entire Bible is true, right? But it's not all literally true, it's metaphorically true. The whole Bible has to be true because God is truth. God cannot lie, so on and so forth. But if he's just inspiring people, there can be metaphors used in there. I just don't really see what the big hiccup would be.
And
Like you can
similes.
say, similes, metaphors, analogies, parables, so on and so forth. But the reason why he wouldn't hyper focus on that, I know that like the shape of the earth is very important to people in these circles, but it's very clearly was not very important to God and putting together the Bible. As when God came to earth, a la Jesus, he never talked about it ever. So it wasn't an important thing. So he just spoke to people in a way that they would understand. And the way that they would understand at that time was, a flat earth on pillars with domes.
So if it's not God's direct word, could man have added lies to it?
Well, I mean, I'm not a Bible believer, so I'm not the best person to ask about that. I would just
Kind of
say,
what
I would say they would say no. The Bible cannot be corrupted, but that doesn't mean that everything's literally true.
That's kind of what Gio was saying. Not lies exactly, but like false interpretations. It's not that it's an intentional lie. It's just not the correct
Well,
interpretation.
I'm just saying the door is left open there, right?
Well, imagine like in a time like today. So let's say from the perspective like in that the Earth's not a globe, that it's not a globe. If God started like writing or like inspiring a bunch of globe earthers to like write a whole book of like spirituality and truth and all that stuff, but then those people are like talking about like dark matter and like, orbiting, men going around the moon and stuff, like how much of a truth book would it really be if like it's just completely tainted by some false ideas that men are putting in? And then it just starts to bring into question in my mind like everything else in the Bible. Then like what about this stuff about slavery? What about this stuff about XYZ? Like all the other things in there. Okay, is he really the Son of God? Did he resurrect? Like, because if men are just putting their own ideas in there, you know what I mean? Like now it's not completely the word of God. It's like these men's ideas, because what that implies with the earth thing is like, oh, those people back then, they thought it was a flat earth. They were quote unquote wrong or deluded, if you're going to flip it and say it's a globe or whatever, that they were wrong about the flat earth, but then God just inspired them and still inspired. I mean, it's right in Genesis, like right in the very first words, like separating the waters from the waters. And you know what I'm saying? So like what's really going on here? If you're going to open up that whole thing of like men inflecting their own like ideas or false ideas kind of blending in with God's word, and then the fact that words are like can be subjectively interpreted, it kind
Yeah,
of
it's like the number one proof that the Bible is wrong is that the earth is a globe. I mean, that's like the number one proof that the Bible.
But
think
if we are all God, then and then people wrote the Bible, wouldn't that mean God wrote it?
I mean, in
from
my
that view,
opinion,
yeah, every book is written by the ultimate, yeah, from that view.
I just think that like the Bible can be 100% true, Christianity can be true, and the earth could be a globe, it could be flat, it could be concave, it could be a triangle. Like that's not what the Bible's about. It's not a scientific book, it's not a cosmological book. It's ultimately like a spiritual, philosophical, moral book, right? And
It's a book
that's what its
about
focus is. That's what its focus is, not on like what the science of earth is.
Then why does it say it
it,
in Genesis in the first few pages?
Because
its
it's
focus
taught.
is its
Go
focus
ahead,
is
man.
complete its focus is completely on God and Jesus Christ. That is the complete focus of the Bible. That's what all those books are collected together because they have to do with God. So it's specifically a theological book.
Yeah, but Gio makes a good point. He's saying, yeah, but the book of Genesis gives you our creation story, which you would expect from the God. You wouldn't expect him to keep you in like total like just not knowing where you are at all. But what he did is he made it known like I am the one that created you and created everything, and this is how it was done. And I imagine that for him to explain that to us, there has to be a lot of condescension that goes on. That has to go down to our level a lot in order to do that. Because how could we possibly explain creating a universe, you know?
Yeah, like he has to explain it to us in a way that we can understand, and we're not going to be able to understand it from his perspective. So even if the creation story is true, on the third day, God created days, right? So that doesn't make sense to us in our understanding of it, but he sort of just articulated in a way that we could comprehend.
Does
He
say that
created
it's not.
the earth on the third day, by the way. Third day is when the earth came out of the water.
It does say
What
that
was
the
that he
sun
created the
moves.
sun, whatever day that was, right? Most people would
Or
say you can't have a day without a sun, but he created it, not on the first day or prior to the first day.
the first day was the day. That's what he separated the light from the darkness. He called the light day, and then the darkness he called night.
Okay, so you don't understand what I'm saying at all, or you're just pushing back for some reason.
Okay, here we
I
go.
do.
And God said, "Let the waters under the heaven be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear." And it was so. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters he called sea. So actually, it says that he made the land to appear. It doesn't say he created the land on the third day, just that he made it to appear on the third day.
This is sort of related to that, unless someone has a direct response to that real quick. But like, so for the flood thing, doesn't the flood need waters above to come down and flood the earth? Like
Well,
in order for a flood to happen, like if you're in a bathtub and you're laying there and your knee is like you're kind of lying down, whatever, your knee is like above the water. There's no way that the water is going to flood your knee unless you add water to the tub. So, and the water, like if you imagine the faucet is like from above or whatever, the faucet drips down into the water. Like, cause we have the amount of water we have right now. And yeah, maybe with some ice caps melting, you might get a little, yeah, you probably could get some rise in the water. But I'm just saying, don't you also need like waters above to flood down for the whole flood thing to work? Like, I don't see how the flood would work on a globe Earth.
I agree with that. They came from above and below, it says.
Right. Which makes sense if the separated waters from waters
but
and
it also calls the waters from above rain. So there's a chance that it's just normal average rain that we see today, but just on a much larger volume and scale. It says right here in Genesis 7:12, and the rain was upon earth 40 days and 40 nights. That's rain, right? We have rain today.
I mean, dude,
Yeah,
I
the
actually
wind.
speculate that rain actually comes from the waters above, even today. I know that's maybe contentious, and some people are gonna laugh at that and say, no, it just comes from clouds. But and I know you can fly above clouds and it can be raining. I get that. So I'm not saying I don't understand that, but I think the water might actually be formed in clouds rather than being held there like a swimming pool. And if it's formed in clouds, then it is essentially coming from above in some way. But that's a whole nother kind of thing. But whether rain
Yeah.
is actually coming, the water's above.
To me, it seems like the rain is, comes from the ocean and then, the clouds, and it's not adding anymore. But it does say that all the fountains of the great deep burst forth and the floodgates of heavens were open. That's Genesis 7:11. Easy one to remember for you guys.
Yeah, I was about to read that one. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the second month, the seventh day of the month, in the same day, all the fountains of the great deep were broken up, and the windows of heaven were opened. And then it says right after, and the rain was upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. Now, is this window of heaven, windows of heaven, is that directly like a latch in which the latch opens and like a bunch of water comes out? Maybe, perhaps, or it might just be poetic language for just kind of rain from clouds. It doesn't really specify. Like Osco said, it's kind of focused on the general history, not on the specific scientific method and theory of how water comes down onto the earth. Does anyone remember that scene from The Simpsons where he like hits a home run and then the thing cracks and all the water comes in?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
dude. Also, in one of those Hunger Games movies, I think I only saw. How many of those are there? Is there just one or two? Hunger Games?
There's like four. There's like three
Is
or
there
four, dude.
is there a bunch? Because I feel like I only saw one of them. Maybe I saw two. I forget now. But anyways, what is the one where she has the arrow and she shoots it up and it breaks the sky? I had
That's
like an
two or
emotional,
three. I think
dude.
that's
That
number
was
two,
awesome.
though.
I had like an emotional cathartic like reaction to that. That was like awesome the way that was filmed. Like breaks the heavens open. Yeah, there's something that really is like poignant about that whole kind of thing of like the heavens breaking open like that.
I think because like why you brought this point up is relevant to the topic of sunsets. If there is, the thing like the Bible says there is, that could explain a lot of a lot of these phenomena. When they go, oh, that requires light to bend like crazy. It's like I don't know how high up those things are and how far apart they are spread, but I'd imagine you could probably get that effect of what we see with like a disco ball. You know, it doesn't even have to be that. Like they could all be like really close together, kind of like how Concave says. You know.
I don't know if I got to see that one. I've seen clips from that.
So speaking of world hunger,
Games, like I like those kinds of movies.
What's the one with Good Will Hunting? Matt Damon, Illyria,
Elysium.
yeah, Elysium. I like that movie.
I don't know if I got to see that one. I've seen clips from that.
So speaking of world hunger, there's a very easy way to solve that. I don't know if you guys know.
Bro, the amount of ridiculous shit we spend money on. I mean, I don't know. How would you fix it?
Well, if it is the case that there's always more fish in the sea, then we don't have a hunger problem.
That's what I'm talking about. I think if society collapsed, we could actually feed the whole U.S. if we had a good supply chain of from the sea.
Well,
So,
everyone
yeah.
knows that there's always more fish in the sea. I mean, it's just a universal truth, right?
Yeah, I hear you.
Unless
That's what I
someone's
mean. If you're
desperate.
hungry, if you're hungry, go to a coast somewhere. Like, what are you doing?
Got 10 pompano yesterday. 10.
I don't think they
Hunger
can
and
get there,
starvation.
dude. I don't think they can get there. You can't just walk to the coast if you're in the middle of Africa.
Yeah, that's a good
Hu-
point.
hu-
That's a good point.
Hunger and starvation is primarily an issue of ignorance and just like malformed economic.
I actually just saw a TikTok video. It was a guy pleading for them to stop sending his country food. He was in like the middle of Africa or something. He's like, please stop sending my country food because we cannot get our economy going because our farmers can't grow the food because no one will buy it. He's like, we can't even get our economy going. He's like, stop sending us food. This was like an old video from the 80s or something. Looked like.
Sounds like
I
he
think
would
I
just
think
stop
world
trying to farm.
I think the whole starvation issue is purposeful by the powers that exist. I think they make homelessness and starvation a thing purposely. It's a
I think
conspiracy.
primarily in the United States, homelessness is caused by drug addiction, which I
Which they
guess
also
by definition is a conspiracy because it is done by cartels, which is literally by definition a conspiracy. So yeah, cartels and drug running is a conspiracy, and homelessness, that is the cause of homelessness. Most of homelessness.
Get them an
As
Fin,
far as
education
as
instead.
as far as starvation in Africa goes, though, it is somewhat of a general rule or a pattern that whenever the sub-Saharan African countries that are run by sub-Saharan Africans and not foreign colonies, whenever they get enough food to not be in starvation, they reproduce until there's more people than food and they go directly back into starvation. And it's just a general trend and rule in history for their countries. So giving them food will not solve their starvation problem because they will just reproduce until they start starving again. It's just like a human, was it like the human condition more, I would argue.
Finland actually just ended homelessness recently. They just gave everyone a house. They were like, yo, fuck it. They were on some Oprah shit. You get a house. They just gave everyone houses. No conditions, nothing. They just hit people with houses. And then they offer the programs of mental health treatment and drug abuse, all type. They offer all the programs, but it's not mandatory or anything. They just gave everyone a house. There's like no homelessness in Finland right now. You know how many vacant houses we
That's
got?
crazy.
What's up?
That's actually wild.
Bro, you want to end home? Bro, you know how many vacant homes we have in America right now? 3 times
Yeah,
as
no,
many vacant
I think
homes
it's a
as
good
homeless
thing.
people.
It's a
We could,
it's a multifaceted issue on why it starts, but I think the U.S. and other countries' reaction to it is definitely telling. In the way that Gio's saying that at this point it's almost like you're just ignoring the issue and not trying to solve it.
Yeah, I mean, from a conspiratorial viewpoint, they actually want homeless people and starving people to fuel the rest of the populace to basically be a slave in their system with the money and all that. Because if you don't, look at what'll happen to you. You'll end up starving or you'll end up homeless. As kind of a threat system. Sort of like they do with like when they have like slaves and then like every day like whatever this, they like hang or beat or kill like one slave every day to like fuel all the other slaves. Like, whoa, I don't want to get hung or killed, so I better keep slaving away. But in this kind of culture, instead of it being that brutal, it's oh, you'll end up homeless or you'll end up starving. Because yeah, I mean, who wants to like run out of money and actually end up in that position? Like no one does. Therefore, keep working for the man, kind of thing.
Do you see that?
That's just the
George
human.
Carlin said.
That's just the human condition, though. Like a man with a lot of money and like, let's just, I don't know, make up a scenario. There's a guy who owns the farm. You're gonna just have to go and work for him unless you want to go and make your own farm. But going and making your own farm is hard, and you may even just fail if you try to make your own farm. So it's just kind of a rule of the human condition that the rich will rule over the poor.
Yeah, but the rich could feed all
Well,
the poor and have no one be starving. Like the Illuminati dudes
There's
who
no
have trillions of
obligation for
dollars.
that. Yeah, but nobody has an obligation to other people to ensure their survival. That's just that
yeah, but
is that's a nice thing to like attain to. But what I stated was just a kind of a rule, like a kind of like a natural law amongst human nature.
Yeah, but if you were to say
I
crime
think
is a
elected
natural
leaders.
law, go ahead. Well, I'm just saying, like, just real quick, if you're going to say like crime is, oh, humans are just naturally criminals, like some of them will be, but we have police, like the government steps in and says, oh, we're going to have police for that. Like even if you're homeless, the cops will still show up and try to help you. Like if you're getting, robbed or beaten or something crazy. So they do it for that. Why wouldn't they do it for food? Like they should. Like everyone should be fed if you're a good
I mean,
government.
in America, it's impossible to starve to death unless you're like lost in the woods or some shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, in America, but like
But
like I said, dude,
they should be giving everyone. Hold on a second. Noah. They should be giving everyone food though, Harry. The amount of money that we spend on the military defense budget, just our whole budget, like you could solve this with like fractions of what we spend on shit. It's crazy. If we just didn't do landscaping for a year, we could solve the world hunger.
Yeah, just don't do one fake flying around the moon mission and maybe, feed some people.
The amount we spend that gets spent on makeup every year, you could solve everything.
so you're gonna change all of women's nature to not want makeup. Like I don't think you're gonna be able to do that. I don't think
I'm
you
just
understand
saying,
how
it's
much
like
of a monumental task that is to take makeup away from women.
it's just like nobody wear makeup for 1 year, or I mean, you don't even have to get crazy
You know
because
how
like
much it's insane, bro. You know how hard. Just try to do that with one chick. Go find one chick that wears makeup and try just to convince one chick to do that.
I'm just
Dude,
saying God.
I was just gonna say, Joe, how is makeup not like basically being a clown? I'm not I'm not calling any women clowns for doing it, but I'm just saying like how is it not very similar to just what clowns do?
If we if we just didn't buy makeup for 1 year, it's like $400 billion or some like crazy amount of money. But like I said, the government spends that on frivolous shit, on like the mating patterns of fucking wild geese and shit. Like, just stop doing like goofy shit for like a year. We could fix so many problems.
Nature in general.
Hey, this is random, but have you guys heard about this David Wilcock apparently committing suicide? You know who he is? I don't know if we've talked about it on here, but it's been a huge thing. It's been showing up on my feed like crazy. Like all these people writing about it. Does anyone know
My
about
feed's
that?
been a lot of this scientist disappearances.
Yeah, there's that too. But you guys know who David Wilcock is? He was on Ancient Aliens.
I've heard of it.
Yeah.
No idea.
Have been
It's,
aliens that did it?
is he the guy in the meme picture?
In the what picture?
The meme, like the it's aliens meme. The guy who's they use his picture a lot from Ancient Aliens.
Ain't the big haired guy.
No, not him. He's the blonde one with a bigger head. If you see his picture, you'll probably know.
I just posted the Wikipedia for him. Yeah, he was on Ancient Aliens. He also was on that Gaia, that website. He was like more into kind of like, yeah, like aliens and UFOs and extraterrestrials, but he was into like some conspiracy stuff too, though. Like, I mean, he talked about like the sort of Illuminati and all that kind of stuff. But apparently, it's just sort of a weird story. So, like, I haven't really been following him. I mean, I've heard him over the years here and there, and I've liked a little bit of his stuff. Never really super into him. And he was way more into like the disclosure and all the UFO stuff than really was my interest. But I remember one video he did talk about flat Earth, and it was bad. Like he just gave this really bad argument. He was like, "It's ridiculous, people thinking the Earth is flat." So he was maybe a little bit of an anti-flat earther, but he wasn't like, you know, pushing anti-flat Earth stuff. He just made some comment on it where he kind of downplayed it. But yeah, apparently like he did a live stream like 2 days before his death. And he even said in that live stream, he's like, you know, there's all these scientists disappearing. That's kind of scary. And then he also said, he's like, it's a blessing to be alive every day on this earth. It's a blessing. And then I guess like the story is that I mean, it's hard to know because you're just getting this stuff all off the internet. But apparently, there is claims that he had mental health issues and was struggling with that. Apparently, there was some financial issues that he had too. I guess there's this whole story that he got like pushed out of like the Gaia network and then wasn't making as much money. But he lived in like a nice house in Colorado, so it's not like he was like about to go homeless or whatever. Like you can always sell your house and get an apartment or something. But anyways, I guess as far as I know, though, he did a live stream. Everything seemed fine, and he made those statements I just said, and you'll probably find clips of that if you look into it. But apparently, like the cops were called to his house, and he was saying something about how he ran out of money, and he was like, there was some issue or whatever, and then the cops pulled up. He had a gun, and I guess the cops started to approach the house, and then the story is, I guess the cop saw him shoot himself in the head, and died right there. So yeah, I mean, some people are saying like, oh, he was taken out, it's conspiracy, but from like what I can tell, just from kind of looking, it seems like that is what happened. But it's just weird because a lot of people are saying like he wasn't suicidal. He always said he never would be, and all that he never would do a suicide. But then there's this other claim that he did have mental health issues that was kind of under the surface. So it's kind of hard to know. But I mean,
No police cam.
Wouldn't that, yeah, body cam footage of that cop that said he saw him kill himself? Just maybe his body cam just happened to be off that time.
well, I mean, I'm open to ideas that it could be foul play, but I don't know him enough or his work enough or whatever, you know, to know like what his actual status was. I don't know that there is any body cam footage. There is a whole
Yeah,
like
that would,
there is a
if
whole
the
like
cops were
30
there,
minute.
there should be body cam footage though.
No, I hear you. I don't know if that would be released of him like if he shot himself in the head. Another thing is I did listen to there's like the police radio dispatch. So they did release that. I kind of skimmed through it. It wasn't really much, but it's just the cops all communicating, and the cop does say like, "Oh yeah," like he says he was standing like, you know, on the corner of the garage or whatever, and he saw him shoot himself. So there is that, like all the like, you know, radio communications of the police or whatever that was released. I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. I mean, I guess his family says that he's had like a long period of like depression and I guess financial issues, but it's just weird that it happened like this because like I said, 2 days before it happened, he did a live stream saying that like, oh, it's kind of scary that these like scientists are all, you know, seem to be disappearing that were related to like anti-gravity stuff apparently. And then he said, oh, it's such a blessing to be on this earth every day, a blessing. It doesn't seem like a guy that was about to put a gun to his own head, you know? But then there's other people that say, oh, sometimes when people are suicidal, you know, the signs are not even always like completely clear, meaning sometimes they just do it. I mean, I don't really see like well, I don't know. Like, would the powers that be really want to take him out though? Like, I mean, I guess they do have a whole like maybe alien agenda thing. And if they think some of these people would impact that. I guess it's possible. Well, there's a lot of people saying like, you know, David Wilcock didn't kill himself and all that. And then there's other people saying like, oh, those people are all delusional. He just committed suicide, you know. So yeah, it's kind of a whole thing going on right now, people talking about it.
One thing I really recall about him struck me odd was something about thinking he might be a reincarnation of Edgar Casey, if I'm thinking of the right guy. Anyway, that one really is odd.
Yeah. I don't know who made that association because he didn't seem very similar to Edgar Casey in my kind of understanding of him. But I think he said he was like in communication with like aliens and stuff, like telepathic. I don't know. I didn't really follow his work that much, so. I'm just looking here. This is from Boulder County, death investigation near Ridge Road. 10:44 a.m. Boulder County Communication Center received a phone call from a person who identified himself as David Wilcock. Caller stated, "I need to leave and I will be to the." Caller stated, "I need to leave and I will be to the left of the house." Caller continued speaking about health issues and financial concerns. Caller would not answer call taker about whether he was armed or was planning to hurt himself. And then the sheriff's deputy arrived in the area and waited 1:30 a.m. Boulder County Communication Center received a phone call from a person who identified himself as David Wilcock. Caller stated, "I need to leave and I will be to the." Caller stated, "I need to leave and I will be to the left of the house." Caller continued speaking about health issues and financial concerns. Caller would not answer call taker about whether he was armed or was planning to hurt himself. And then the sheriff's deputy arrived in the area and waited well off the property for backup to arrive since it was unknown whether he was armed or not. Second deputy arrived, and then they both approached the property. Caller stated, "I'm sorry to put you through this," and disconnected the call as deputies were driving up the caller's driveway. Deputies observed a man sitting outside of the house holding a gun to his head. Deputies exited their vehicles and sought cover. Deputies heard a firearm being discharged a single time in an unknown direction. 11:05 a.m., a deputy observed the man holding a gun to his head. Deputy commanded the man to put the gun down, and then a deputy witnessed the man shooting himself. So I guess that's kind of the official thing that they released.
Still want the body cam footage.
Yeah, I know, but would they release that if they had it of him actually shooting himself?
I've seen them release some pretty heavy body cam footage before.
There's all kinds of like theories going on though. People talking about how he was being like cyber stalked. There's all kinds of like theories. I mean, he was kind of a conspiracy guy as well, obviously, to a degree. But more like with like the UFOs and alien stuff, but here it says his last words revealed. 9/11 call exposes hidden struggle before his death. That'd be interesting if there's the actual of him calling 911. I'd be interested to hear that. I'm not gonna get like super into researching this, but because I was not really that into him and the whole like aliens and UFO stuff. But it's still an event, or it's still just kind of
Who
an event
doesn't
that's
like a
going on.
good conspiracy, Geo? Come on now. I
Here's
might
the
even do some digging into this one.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Here's the video of the police radio recording, and that's what I kind of skimmed through. But I see this other one. I'm just looking. It looks like they might have the audio of him calling 9/11. That one would be kind of interesting. But yeah, there's already like documentaries being made, like the mysterious death of David Wilcock, and all kinds of like people with all kinds of theories. It's just weird because he did a live stream like 2 days before and he seemed fine. He literally said like, "Oh, it's a blessing to be on this earth every day. It's a blessing to be alive." Just didn't seem like a guy that was on the edge of doing that, you know? He was 53 years old. Oh wait, this says body cam footage revealed. Although who knows if it's just a clickbait. Oh, here is the body cam footage of the cops going up to his house. Probably doesn't show him being shot though. Yes, this is a nice house. I mean, I don't know how like broke he was. So here is the body cam footage. Let's see if it like blurs out, if it shows the shooting.
I can't watch it yet, Geo. I'm driving, but I will check it as soon as I get home.
Well, I'll post this video, is what I just found it out. Hidden in plain sight is the channel, but I just had to skim through like 45 minutes in or whatever. It is some body cam footage of the cops approaching his house and stuff. I just don't know if it shows like a blurred out of where he actually shot himself. It shows them like knocking on his door. Yeah, I skimmed through this quickly. It doesn't seem to show the actual shooting. But it is some body cam footage.
Bubonic. What do you got?
See this?
Joe Rogan.
Oh, you got some Nutella. You got some Nutella right there.
Nutella? Is that what he's showing us?
Oh, this is called. It's fucking. It's
Come on, you
made
Joe
by
Rogan.
the Hoy Toro Toro tribe in Colombia. It's
You broke up.
pure nicotine.
Oh,
And
damn.
they'll tell
Oh, that's
you about
crazy.
it.
That'll kill
This
you.
shit, no, dude. This shit
No.
It
is
looks
like
like you went
medicinal.
ham on it looks like you've been going ham on that bottle.
I haven't look. All you do is this. Watch. Just do this.
And that's pure hazelnut.
Like, hold on.
Sounds terrible.
No, it's fucking amazing, dude.
That's too much.
It's
Used
you
I
just eat
hopped
it.
my coffee order again today. Just thought I'd let you know that. You weren't
Oh,
here.
you missed it, Beast. Beastie hot mic the coffee order again.
I'm sure there's
No
more
way, did
downside.
you?
It was extra gayer than last time.
What
Can I
kind
get
of
a
taste
venti
buds you
London
got? What's
fog
that stuff taste like?
with no water,
Bro,
no
it's crazy.
room,
It's
no
like
fog?
spicy.
Can I
You
get
get
a
like a
venti
head rush.
London fog?
Yeah, I would think so. So nicotine's not killing you, but then on the forensic files, like the guy that killed his wife with nicotine drips and soaking nicotine like this thing in water and
That's that pharmaceutical fake shit. So there's these things called, I think it's called Physogenes, if I'm not mistaken. I wish Gio was here. He'd need to explain it. So the thing that makes nicotine addictive is these chemical binders they put in cigarettes and other products, even light cigarettes, called physogenes. So when you're craving a cigarette, that's what you're craving. You're craving the chemicals.
right. Well, there's a lot of chemical in it they got to take out, like take out a little bit of stuff too. Don't they have to like soak something out of the leaf?
Dude, no, this shit right here, they just use vegetable salts, water, and tobacco. Hold on, sorry. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to close it. No, but here's the thing, right? If you look at the list of benefits, it's insane, dude. It's good for people who have myocarditis, pericarditis. It's good if you have high blood pressure. If you have diabetes, it's good for you. If you have a tooth infection or a toothache, you rub this shit on your teeth. It's good for your teeth. Keeps your teeth healthy.
It looks like black salve. You know what black salve is, don't you?
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, it's stuff like you put on like a wound or something, and it like
Yeah,
draws
yeah,
the
yeah.
stuff. Yeah, black salve. That's what it looks like. That to me.
That's what they use it for in these tribes.
What?
Yeah, dude.
So
So
it might just be black salve that I've seen before, basically in a way. I didn't know you were supposed to eat that. I mean, that's probably different, a medicinal type, where you can eat it, but it's an edible type, I guess.
no,
Yeah.
so this shit, right? So basically, what you can do, or what they do, is they use it on any wound, any cut, any scrape. If you got bit by a snake, etc., you just put this shit on it. It draws it out.
I did it bad one time. I was younger, and I had two real bad earaches. One side was really like swollen and bad because I don't know. I went swimming in the lake and jumped in. When I jumped in, the water like vacuumed in my ear, and I dove like we were trying to dive and see who could dive best to the bottom or whatever. I dove so close to the bottom so fast that all that dirt went and like vacuumed into my head. I got ear infections from
Uh,
it. Yeah. So I put me being a kid. I saw the black salve. They were like, it pulls stuff out, make your stuff feel better, whatever. I put some in my ear. Oh my God.
that's crazy.
Napoleon.
That's crazy. Yeah, but if you look up Nicotiana rustica, right? Um, it can bind to literally almost anything you can think of. That's why they use it. They use Nicotiana rustica in medicines and pharmaceuticals. They use it as binders for certain vaccines.
The
It's
resin.
insane, bro.
Yeah, it's super
Yeah,
fine. It's like weed. Weed does the same thing. Like the resin that drips on the
it
ashtray from the,
it binds to
like,
everything. Exactly.
yeah, it's super good. It does. Yep. You even have to like scrape it off after a while. But I didn't know. I thought putting it in my ears was going to reduce, reduce slit inflammation and like bring stuff out. And they were like, no, it's not an inner thing. You put it on the outside, on the inside.
No, but the thing is, right? What they
You on the
I was doing
bus?
it. Yeah, I'm on the bus. I was
I'll
I was
buy
doing
you.
a deep. Nah,
You
dude,
deserve.
you're fine,
You deserve a car, bro.
dude. All right, so I was doing a deep dive on the plant itself. Apparently, there's 83 different species of Nicotiana rustica. Right, all of them can interbreed with each other. It's the only plant in the world that can do that.
Well,
Isn't that
marijuana can probably
crazy?
do it too, though, right?
No, no,
I don't know. I think marijuana can do it with itself too,
yeah,
that way.
no. Only Nicotiana rustica can do it, bro. It's crazy. They
That's
have all these
weird.
types of
So,
hybrid.
yeah, so it's a it's a self-attributed plant. Like poison ivy?
Yeah,
No, I
dude.
think
So
there's
like,
other plants.
Well, hold on, real quick. So think about the most demonized thing on the market: cigarettes, the most addictive thing. They basically, the same food additive companies who are owned by banksters, etc., the ones that went into the tobacco industry and created all these binders and shit like that, they took it over. But dude, if you had the number one beneficial thing to your health, if you wanted to add, is pure wild tobacco. And I know Gio has talked about this before. He's not fucking kidding. It really has helped all my back pain, dude. It's helped my
They used
blood
to,
flow. It's crazy.
they used to lock up the slaves that they would run the tobacco fields. They would steal the leaves.
Smoking? Is that what
They
you're
said
saying?
they would,
Smoking? Or are you talking about another form?
well, tobacco leaves for smoking. And when they dry it out and cure it and everything, what the dudes would do was put it
Are you talking
underneath
about
the pillow.
smoking it or are you talking about getting it in another form?
Hold on a second. I'm talking about the slaves back in the day or the workers. They would steal the leaves. And this is how people found out like the certain properties because
Hello?
these dudes would steal it and do it, right? So they would find out slowly but surely what they had to do or whatever.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi, how you doing?
Doing good, man. I was asking a question whether he was talking about smoking wild tobacco or if he was getting it some other way, but apparently he's gone
Yeah,
already.
I was sorry. Hold on. I just get off the bus.
Okay.
No, it's okay. If you type in right now on Google A AM as in Mary, BIL, B as in Barry, IL. Ambil.
No, I
Just,
was just wondering if you were talking about smoking it or if you were talking about getting it in another form.
no, I just showed it here. I'll show it again.
The black
Oh,
tar.
that's the form.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you look
No,
at
but
it,
on like no, but on the
I
forensics
didn't know what you were
things, what
saying,
they
sorry.
tell you is
I gotcha.
pure
Okay.
nicotine will kill somebody.
I mean, nicotine's not like, I don't think nicotine is like, anyone says that it's like the worst thing ever, right? Like there's some evidence that, it's carcinogenic, which is, well, yeah, I see it.
you can
There's
literally
some
do
evidence
whatever
that
you
it's
want with it. You can just eat it. Like literally, I'm just pinking it right now, dude. Just eat it.
yeah, I mean, nicotine good things, right? Like, it has a lot of positive benefits. Like, and they used to recommend nicotine for high blood pressure. They used to recommend it for pregnant women. They used to recommend it for sickness, for nausea. They used to recommend it for heaps of stuff.
Yeah.
Exactly. See, he's on it.
But
He's
well,
on
no,
it.
Yeah, no,
it
100%.
does have
Indians,
positive
Native Americans.
benefits, much like cocaine.
Yeah.
But
That's
it has long term negatives. Is the problem?
what's the
So,
long term
Yeah,
negative?
I was
well,
gonna say there's a
a
lot
lot
of
of
things that bring benefits. It's the idea that people can't use it responsibly.
well, I mean, it's like alcohol has very short term benefits, but long term negatives. And nicotine's very much the same. I think they in fact, I remember this is going back years. There was a big argument whether pilots should be allowed to smoke because nicotine is shown to like really improve concentration, particularly in rats. But they similar in people presumably. But yeah, there was a big argument whether or not pilots should be allowed to smoke because of that. But the
They
long term
used
health
it for
effects
war.
are not good.
They gave it to you for war times too. They would send packs of smokes with all the dudes, and they'd give them free amounts in rations, cigarettes, and then they'd make sure to get them
I
some
gotta go fill
cigarettes.
some scuba tanks. I'll chat to you guys later. Peace.
Yeah, that dude couldn't hear anybody talk.
What the fuck did that guy say? He's gonna clean scuba tanks?
Yeah, guess so.
Yeah.
Look at Vegas weather, you guys. Beautiful, right? Sunny. In the same breath, and then stormy and rainy, like right there.
Can we
It
all
Some
throw
happens.
weird shit,
$5
dude.
and get Beast an e-bike or something?
Why, bro?
You're
Bro, you know
paying
how fit I
$3 a
am?
day. How much a day is the bus?
Do you know how much I walk and like, dude, I'm fucking crazy fit though because I don't drive. You live in the boonies in New York, bro. Like you live in the forest. You have to have a car or you'll die.
That's that's not I don't live in the forest, bro.
He
You live
said that you'll
somewhere like
not make
that.
it. He said you won't make it without a car, Jeremy. We can't do
But
it.
you live in like upper New York or whatever, dude.
Yeah, but like I'm near the capital, bro. Like we're about it.
Are you surrounded by trees?
Jeremy's secretly like one of those government informants that, you know, he murdered someone for the mob. They caught him. They said, you know, you don't have to go to prison. You could just come and be a flat earther instead.
Sit in our ice igloo here in
His
New
name's
York.
not Jeremy. It's not actually Jeremy. That's just his witness protection name. His name's actually like fucking Russell Bambino or some shit. Who knows? I don't know.
Okay, back to reality though. This is like the capital of
Bambino?
New York.
Bambino? What the fuck was that?
I don't know, bro. You pick an Italian name. I don't know. I want on the spot.
Bro, Jeremy, pick your own like Italian name because Bambino, that's unacceptable.
Something Amy would be better.
Bro, I don't even remember what we were really talking about now.
In New
Oh,
York.
How much you
dude.
Have a
paying for the
car.
bus every day?
Dude, I'm
Yeah.
fucked, bro. I just went to go to the dry cleaners and they're closed already. I gotta have a shirt for tomorrow. Fuck.
Now, see, if you had that
If you
e-bike, you would have been there on time.
God
you would have
dang it!
got
Shut up,
there, right?
dog.
You would
No,
have got it
bro.
on time. I know.
I
And we all
gotta
throw in
iron, bro.
$7 and get Beast the e-bike.
Now I gotta iron my shirt, bro. You know
I'll
how
haul it.
tedious that is. Need a wife to do
See,
that
this
shit.
is why kids don't have no money these days. Instead of ironing your shirt, you're out getting it dry cleaned. You're not eating peanut butter and jellies. You're out eating pizzas.
Dry
Listen,
cleaning one shirt.
It's the
Like,
mindset like this with kids
listen.
these days. You're
I pay
soft.
$2 to go to work, and $2 to get home. That's it.
Yeah, 1 year of that is an e-bike.
Oh, fuck your e-bike, dog. I'm not gonna ride a fucking e-bike. Why?
You get all your clothes dry cleaned with
Dude,
with
what you
e-bike
should get
money.
is a horse.
that's what I'm talking about right there.
No, it's stupid. You got a
So I'm
horse
just
shit.
gonna walk.
The reason why we got rid of horses is because there was horse shit everywhere, guys. I don't know if you knew that or
They're
not.
so reliable, dude.
They can walk you home drunk, Jeremy, while they're sitting.
You're never gonna walk out there and it's not gonna start, you know? It's always gonna be able to ride you back to your house.
Yep. Even if you're drunk on the side, passing out, like,
Until it dies.
yeah, then you got to get a new one. Yeah. What do you do for a loaner or a tow if your horse fucks up? You call the tow truck vet.
Man, y'all are making me miss my mud truck.
Your horse falls out. You're like, man, I need a tow truck over here. And they get over there and you got a horse instead of a car in the road.
I could see
Causing
Beast on one of
accident.
those electric unicycles.
A unicycle.
I think it's called a monocycle.
Those electric ones, though, they bounce, bro. They go like 60 miles an hour.
How fast?
You talking about the ones with the seat or the one with just the little one wheel?
No, you sit on it. It's one wheel, but you sit on it.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, one seat, one wheel. How fast you said they go, Jeremy?
Stupid fast.
I like that speed. I do. That's
For something like that,
They are.
stupid fast.
I always see the same guy in my city.
Yeah, same here. There used to be a guy I used to ride one when I was younger all the time. He busted his head one time too, though.
All right, I'll give Jeremy his name. It'll be Gambino, not fucking Bambino. Come on.
Look, all the money I saved from not driving, bro. No.
Yeah, you didn't save that from not driving, bro.
No, $4
That's
a
just
day.
my tips. This is my tips.
$4 a
Oh,
day
you
for
guys.
taking the
Oh,
Don't you work at
bus.
a weed shop?
thank you. No, not anymore. Thank you,
Yo,
love.
Oh, no
Have a good
way.
one.
$4
Where
a
you work in the
day.
casino now?
He's a waitress or a waiter.
Have a
Breaking
good
news.
one.
You got
I try to
Gaylord
get a
Fockers
boba,
then.
bro.
Yo,
Let's
check
go.
it. $4 a day. You go to work 5 days a week. That's $80 a month, bro. Do you know how much money you save by not driving? You save hundreds of dollars a month,
No
at least.
insurance, no
Yeah,
bills for
car payment,
tires,
insurance.
no.
You should be stacking up.
I'm stacking, dog, and all the
No
money I
401k.
stack, right? I
You'd be
have a
stacking more
goal.
with an e-bike.
I got a precious metal subscription to Wise Wolf, Gold and Silver, or whatever.
Yo, let's
So,
go. What do you got?
Yeah.
What is it?
so you pay 120. Well, I'm doing the 125 tier or whatever. Pay 125 a month, and they send you the same value in silver or gold backs. I have hella gold backs too.
The paper
Wait,
gold
not,
ones?
Yeah.
yo, come on, man. You got to get the real shit.
Yeah, get the real
It's
You
real
got to
gold.
get
It's
gold.
the
real.
You got to get the
The
element.
actual fucking
No, those are
yeah.
real gold. Those are real gold.
Okay, cool then. Yeah, they're good then.
Oh, wait,
No,
wait. A certificate that is backed by gold is not actually gold.
I didn't say certificate, dog.
There's
Gold
gold in
back.
it. It's
Look
made
up
with
what a
gold.
gold
What
back.
the fuck is that? A
You could
dollar made of
literally
gold?
burn it. You could
It's one
literally burn it
1,000.
and you could burn it
Sorry.
and just get the gold.
It's like a
What
bronze.
exactly is a
made
dollar
of
with
gold.
gold? Like, is a gilded dollar?
No, it's like $8 for like one gold back, but it's like 1,000th of a gold
What the fuck
ounce.
is a gold back?
Just
Look
Google it.
it up.
Just
It's like a
You
piece of
can't. Fuck
paper.
you.
And
Can't explain it in 30 seconds.
it's
I
like a
tried
piece of
to, but you're like
paper.
saying it.
Let me explain it to him, bro. It's
I
a piece of
asked. I said,
paper.
"Is it a dollar that's gilded?" Then you proceeded to not answer.
You're just lagging, bro. It's a delay. I was trying to answer.
Quick, I don't think anyone cares. We want East Gold, but there was just
Shut
another.
up, Bosco. Nobody
Okay.
cares about your not caring.
Ladies, relax.
It's a piece of gold with paper. I don't know what
Thank you,
gilded
sir.
means, but it's a piece of gold. It's a piece of paper like imbued with gold.
Yeah, that's basically what the gilded is. He's saying, yeah.
So it's a gilded dollar. Got it. All you have to
Oh
say
my
was
God.
yes.
Take a deep breath, Noah.
Nah, bro. When Osco says no one cares after I spoke, like, it kind of triggered me.
I didn't
All right,
say
just
no
take two deep breaths.
one cares about what I have to say, which is that there was just another assassination attempt on Trump's life. Now go back to talking about gold.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. That's actually kind of important. What happened?
He hit his ear.
All right.
Well, it wasn't like nobody really knows what's going on. So what happens is that it was like they're saying there was a report of shots fired in the lobby, but so they rushed him out of the dinner they were having. But there's still mixed signal on if it was shots fired or not shots fired. But it was some kind of commotion.
That's crazy. Let me just say something on this gold thing real quick. It's actually become less weight recently to carry gold than $100 bill. Like the amount of gold that $100 is weighs less than $100 bill. So, anyways, carry on.
It ain't worth the paper it's printed on.
That's a good subscription though to have. No, yeah, it's literally worth the paper.
Jeremy,
It's printed.
you got to do it, bro. Just look up Wise Wolf, Gold and Silver. You can get a subscription.
Is this guy legit? It's on the internet.
Tony Arterburn, 100% legit. It's the best, bro.
I just buy my gold physically as physical, like
It is
maples.
physical. They just sent to you in a
I got
mail.
a gold.
No,
I got a
I'm saying
shop.
I buy coins. Like I buy
Yeah, me
gold
too.
dollars.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They basically send you whatever tier subscription. Like, let's say you get 250 value, right? That's how much they send you in silver.
No, my shit's solid. My shit's a
What he's
solid,
saying is if you do the
pure
5 tier
silver
thing,
and
you'll
pure
get
gold
solid.
coins.
Yes,
Yeah.
mine. Yes, same here, bro. I'll show
You
you
just
one.
said
I'll
that
show you
yours is
one.
like a gilded paper dollar.
Some of it is. I'm just gonna show you.
It's like a subscription thing.
Better.
He probably breaks you off with like $20 worth of this, $50 worth
Correct.
of that. Yeah. That is
I just buy
actually
my
dope
shit in
though.
bulk.
Beast,
I just buy my shit in bulk.
No, that's dope. What's the lowest one you could get, Beast?
The one I think it's the one I got.
I'm probably not going to do $1.25 on that.
Why don't
Why
you just
not?
walk in and buy full ounce coins instead of
That's
this
what
weird dollar thing?
Yeah, I have a gold place near me. I can do that. I'm near a very busy, populated area near the capital of New York State.
Listen,
So
the purchasing power of the dollar, literally every second we're talking, it goes down. Okay. So if you have money in the bank that you're just saving, you're not actually saving. You're actually going negative, bro. So just fucking buy some actual shit.
Yo, they were
None
showing
of
that.
that, what you said,
Hold on,
even
no.
disagreed with me, or was something I didn't know.
I was talking to Jeremy.
I also knew that, but here's the thing: the S&P, in the past, like I don't know, 6 years or something, looks like it skyrocketed. It looks like you killed it if you were holding the S&P for the last like 6 years, but you've really just flatlined. Like when you take the inflation into account, you didn't. It was just like zero. You really didn't make anything.
All right, check this out. I put out the stash. All right,
$1.25 is kind of. I don't know. I mean, that's not steep, but like.
check out this one. This one I bought actually minted. This one came out. It's an
It's actually a
American
good way
Silver
to
Eagle.
stack money up. How
Yeah,
much was
but
that?
this is a gold back. I just want to show Noah. So he's see that. I don't know if you can see
Oh,
it.
I've seen different ones. They have different. There's many different things like that where the
Different
gold's
states.
imbued in it.
Yeah, it's all gold. It's just like a sliver of it. And I got all these. Hold on.
Yo, I saw the guy. I might actually do that. Yo, DM me the thing.
This is all silver.
DM me the link for it, will you?
Yeah, I got you. Hold on, wait.
Not right.
But
No
I've been
rush.
saving this. I've been saving this.
How many months you been doing that for?
I think I started last year.
So you got like a couple of G's worth in, right?
It's all silver.
You got like a couple grand worth.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Because you got in it right before it went. Like, how many months you been doing that for?
I think I started last year. I don't know if you can see it.
I've seen different ones. They have different. There's
this out. I put out the stash. All right.
$1.25 is kind of. I don't know. I mean, that's not steep, but like.
Check out this one. This one I bought actually minted. This one came out. It's an American
It's actually a good way
Silver
to
Eagle.
stack money up. How
Yeah,
much was that?
but this is a gold back. I just want to show Noah. So he's see that. I don't know if you can see it.
I've seen different ones. They have different. There's many different things like that where the
Different
gold's
states.
imbued in it.
Yeah, it's all gold. It's just like a sliver of it. And I got all these. Hold on.
Yo, I saw the guy. I might actually do that. Yo, DM me the thing.
This is all silver.
DM me the link for it, will you?
Yeah, I got you. Hold on, wait.
Not right.
But
No
I've been
rush.
saving this. I've been saving this.
How many months you been doing that for?
I think I started last year.
So you got like a couple of G's worth in, right?
It's all silver.
You got like a couple grand worth.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Because you got in it right before it went crazy.
This was worth 40 when I got it. Now it's worth like 80.
Yeah, bro. You got a couple grand.
And I'm just fucking saving
That's what I'm
it.
saying. I might do that, bro. $1.25 is not crazy.
You don't even think about it.
Yeah,
Jeremy,
dude.
you don't even think about it. It just comes to you in the mail. And you're like, oh, my gold's here. Oh, my silver's here.
This is Jewish financial. This is Jewish financial advice I'm taking right here. So I gotta go with it.
This is the Jewish advice of the day. This is the Jew advice of the day for you guys. All right.
Noah, you listening?
You hearing this, bro? This is your friendly neighborhood Jew giving you some advice on what to do. Let me see if I can find the website. Let me see.
Yeah, I might actually do that. That's not bad. $1.25. I could swing that.
You should.
Because even if you needed the money later, that's mad easy to just go get the money for that. You know what I'm saying? You can get rid of that anywhere.
Maddie, exactly. Sorry,
Is
what?
it cheaper than just buying gold or silver from like the gold or silver store? Because my guess would be it's marked up.
It's marked up
Well,
everywhere, first of all. Even if you go buy it at the gold and silver store, you're not paying
Gotta buy it.
spot for it. You're paying above spot. And
I
then if
Gotta
you
got you
buy
sell
it.
guys.
it, they're selling it below. They're going to buy it back at below spot. So
Here,
Gotta
I don't
buy
know
it
if
from
there's
people.
there might be a referral thing. I don't know. I don't care. But that's it right there.
Buy scrap gold from people, and then you get a little extra off it, like a pawn shop.
I think the move is buying like junk silver, like old, like constitutional coins.
That's what this is. Yep. And then he sends you a there's like a receipt with the exact amount, exact value.
did you test any of it? I just bought a gold and silver testing kit recently.
No, I haven't tested any of it, but this guy Tony Arterburn, he's legit, man. He's like an Iraqi veteran who basically woke up to the money magic system and was just like he just straight up goes after the Federal Reserve, goes after Trump, everybody. You should listen to his show. It's actually quite interesting. Um, and he says you could diversify in Bitcoin, but at the end of the day, it's all about gold and silver.
And how is it not worth it to use energy to make gold, but it's worth energy to use mine Bitcoin?
The energy that the Bitcoin uses and the energy that the mainstream money system uses, I've never even seen any actual numbers. They got fake numbers, but I would guess I'd put my bottom dollar that the money system uses a vastly more amount of energy than Bitcoin. If you think
Oh,
about it, like they have buildings in every city, multiple buildings in every city that have to be maintained, heated. People drive like it's just crazy the amount of energy they use. They never tally it all up though, like that.
here, Jeremy, I got you. Actually, I was wrong. That's not the lowest you can get. Here.
79
What's
bucks.
no,
What's the
you can
low?
get 30 to $35.
See, that's good. That's good.
Get the
I would do
pennies.
like 50. I would do like $50. Yeah.
Yeah, if
Yeah.
you
Shoot
look
me
at
that
that,
link. Shoot me that
yeah,
link, bro.
it's in the live stream. Click on that link just so you can have it.
Just DM it to me so I'll have it later.
Ah, you
Otherwise, I'll
fucking
miss it. Come on, bro. Don't stop being lazy.
fucking A, Jeremy. All right.
What about the pennies that are pure copper or more or less pure copper compared to the ones that are junk? Like the value of those solid copper ones these days? Like
Well,
how
you gotta
much per
find like a
pound?
19. That's like 1941 and older or whatever the fuck, like a wheat
Like, bro,
penny.
that's just easy to to stack chips up like that. If you were to do that like $30, $50 one, bro, you do that shit for 10 years. You know how much money you got after that? Yo, Benjamin Franklin. I wanted to say this earlier at some point, but I couldn't get in. Benjamin Franklin, before he died, he left the state of Massachusetts or the city of Boston. He left somebody $200, some government. But with the stipulation that they couldn't touch it for 200 years. Bro, you know how much money they had from that? It was like $2 million, bro, off of $200. Like, how aren't we I feel like our parents or our grandparents should have done this, or somebody should have done it at some point. Like, we should all be filthy rich right now.
Here, I'm gonna screenshot this to you. So that's the level 50 subscription. That's a review on it right there. So Tony Arterburn, he's part of the specific crew of like Sam Tripoli and David Knight, man. I don't know if you guys know about David Knight, but he's very slept on. David Knight
That's a good deal
basically,
for this guy. I mean, yo, if you My bad, real quick. If you're doing this, like you get like a couple dollars on every thing you're doing. If you get 1,000 people to do it a month, that's a good fucking deal. Think about it, you make $5 on every subscription or something. Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, and the thing is, it's like you get the physical metal. It's not like a certificate or paper. It's like you get the physical fucking metal.
Why don't you just find gold rivers and places like that? There's
I
still lots
might
of
buy
gold.
a gold pan this summer. Like I've been talking about it for like a year or two now, and I actually might get a gold pan this summer because like
Bro,
you could get gold, bro.
you got to look up these videos, all right? I know you're going to love this, Jeremy. It's some Jew shit right here. All right, so there's these guys that go around junkyards and like compute and get computer parts, their old motherboards, old TVs, etc. And they have their own chemical
I like
solution.
this. Yeah.
They have their own chemical solution where they fucking just all day just dump this shit in this chemical solution. All the stuff, all the impurities rise to the top. They scoop it out, then they purify it, and what you're left with is like the pure metals. Some guys are making
This is
thousands
how
of
you get.
dollars, bro.
This is how you actually get. I think it's 2 metric tons of toxic waste for every 1 kilogram of precious metals you have to refine. So every
Yep.
time them guys do a kilo, all that shit in the solutions and shit, it's like 2 tons of toxic waste.
But you know where they
That's
dump them
fucking
though?
crazy, bro.
You know what? They have a deal. I think I can't remember. They have a deal with certain scrap yards to give them the extra solution that they don't use for for like other specific like refinery metal and shit. Like, dude, it's great. Like the whole
Yeah,
system
well,
is nuts.
some of the junkyards got a lot of catalytic converters sitting in it and
Yeah.
shit like that. So yeah, they probably want something to get that
There's
metal.
so much, dude.
Platinum's actually the rarest metal.
Yeah, that's the one they go for a lot out of
That's like a
that
super
one and
rare one.
gold.
Yo,
You know
did
how
you
much
know the
gold you
dense?
can get from one motherboard? Like the old school motherboards? You get
Yeah,
like
now it's a nice amount. Now, before it wasn't really that much, but now it's a good, definitely a good amount. Yeah.
it's
How
insane.
much is
Like
it?
I don't
How much
have the
is it?
patience to do it, bro. But I'm just saying.
1 gram. Yeah, sorry guys. 1 gram is about $200, and a gram is not very much of gold.
Bro, you could
I
probably
don't know
gold
why
mine with a
that's
sluice box and go get like 5 grams a day somewhere if you had a spot.
That's what I'm thinking.
I got a machine. You can make as much gold or platinum as you want.
I got a spot up at my in-laws' house. They got a river that runs through their property with lots of bendy turns. I'm gonna take my boys panning this year.
Dendy space time.
There you go, Rob. That's what's up. See, now that's a fun
Oh,
camping trip.
Wait,
somebody said they
It's
make
not
gold
even
and
really
river
silver.
is
camping.
actually wait,
We
wait,
get
hold
to
up,
stay
Rob.
on.
That river is actually straight. It's actually space and time that is curving to give the appearance of a river.
You turn into a glober, Noah?
No, he's trying to be funny, just showing his ignorance. That's all.
It's actually the gravitational wells next to the river causing the river, the space time around the straight river to appear to be curving.
Can I get a
Like I
venti
said, he's just
London
an
fog?
idiot. But
What,
you
you
know,
don't
With
believe
no
in
that's neither
space
here
water,
time,
nor there.
NASA?
no room, no foam.
I freaking love
Wish
that
you'd get
soundboard.
Today's was so much better.
You did it today? Oh, I'll find it right now. I'll add it to the soundboard. Was it bad, Jeremy? Was this when was it?
This
4 hours
afternoon,
ago?
about 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, roughly.
Oh, nice. I'll find it right now. Oh, wait, there's another one. Oh,
I
yeah.
love being name it. Extra pump of vanilla and extra hot. I didn't hear that.
Jake, Elaborate on you have a machine that can make as much palladium and gold as you want.
Yep, I have
Yeah, I
it.
want
Elaborate.
I can
Can you post?
I can send you the
Post something
instructions
in
on
the
how to
chat?
make one. You just got to PayPal me $1,000.
Oh, never mind then.
Oh, you're being gay.
I mean, how bad do you want to know how to make one?
I don't care anymore. You're just being
He's like the
Chinese.
little kid.
Oh, okay.
He reminds me of the little guy that can spin straw into gold, but he's not going to tell us. Give us your secret, Rumpelstiltskin.
Why don't you just buy ounces of gold and pay? Like, I don't know why
I
you
mean,
wouldn't
if you
just do
already know
that.
his name, that's already the thing to mock. That's
Damn it. Damn.
Hey, I don't want to interrupt you guys, but I just got back here. But did you guys see that there was some shooting at this correspondence dinner and they rushed Trump out? Apparently there was a shooter. Apparently the shooter was shot and killed, I guess.
Yeah, I want to know more details.
It just happened. It says Donald Trump was swiftly evacuated from the White House Correspondents Association dinner on Saturday after gunshots were heard inside the Washington Hilton. A shooter has been confirmed as dead. The president was not injured. After shots rang out, Trump was ushered away from the Diaz inside the ballroom, and attendees all took cover under tables. Blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, I guess that's just happened.
I don't know, man. I'd like to have been there in the area or something. It's just weird. All these people are just, you know for a fact, if you try this type of thing, you're getting offed within seconds. I don't even understand the outcome of a person or what would even be the point. Yeah, I don't know. Like, unless you're the
Well,
guy that
I'm
stands to
I'm not
gain.
gonna auto hoax it, but I'm just gonna make a prediction that it was a hoax.
I just don't see people going and giving. I don't even believe the NASA astronauts are giving their life to go to space to explore something they've never done, where they could risk their life any second. Supposedly, I believe they're actors. Now, for someone to really want to, jump up and be like, "I'm going to do this," where there's going to be an outcome. Like, this isn't a joke. Like, what even kind of mindset is that? Just like a suicidal one? Like, what is that? As the person that wants to go off someone, you know what I mean? You do whatever, you plan it, you go. As soon as like all the crowd sees you do whatever you're doing, someone in this crowd is going to fight back or shoot back or something. Like, it's going to happen. So, like, what is the point? That's not even like a robbery. They're not stealing moon rocks. They're not getting gold. They're just basically suicide.
Yeah, I guess that guy. Yeah, somebody's trying to shoot Trump, but apparently this comedian bombed at the White House press corps dinner.
A comedian bombed at the dinner?
He bought. Yes.
Yo, one of
That was
my
a good
friends
joke.
that's a
That
DJ
was
was DJing with Clavicular at the club. It's kind of fire.
Was that in the headline? Trump shooting, but there was a comedian bombed at.
Snacks, your humor is underappreciated, but I enjoy it.
I'm laughing on the inside so hard.
Yo, Gio, since you're here, what do you think about Anvil, man? I was trying to show you earlier. And there goes Gio again with my feelings.
Trying to go in to do a little research on the Trump thing. Already got a call.
Gio, can you hear me? Dude, what did I
Yo.
do to Oh, there he is. Okay.
No, I responded, but my connection, like, I think my internet's fine, but my Discord showed like 1 bar or whatever.
That was weird.
I responded. I said, "Yeah, I heard
Same
you
thing
talk."
with me just now.
No, I didn't hear you at all.
Oh, no, I responded. I said, "Oh yeah," I heard you talking about that a little bit. Yeah, that's awesome that you've been you got some amble. Nice.
Dude, been dabbling in it. It's awesome.
Yeah.
I haven't even touched my Zins, really. I
It's
still have
called
like 4
Amble?
packs of my Ambil.
Okay, yeah.
Like
Like
with a B.
Ambisol. That's weird.
It's like a tobacco paste. Yeah, it's like a
Yeah,
jungle, like a wild tobacco paste.
Yeah, I thought that's what it was. Like when I seen it, it reminded me of Black Sabbath, Geo. Yeah.
Yeah, what
Yeah,
has your
Gio.
experience been so far? Like, yeah, it's a very powerful medicine.
Oh my goodness. So I do extraneous amounts of work right now, like at a restaurant where I just do all the polishing, right? All the polishing for all the silverware, all the glasses for the entire restaurant. Like today was like 850 covers, right? But when I take this shit, the lactic acid that builds up from doing the repetitive motions over and over again just fucking goes away. I'll literally just take a dab of it. You just eat it. And like all that, like, I don't know what it is that, like the acid buildup, like, how you get fatigued from doing the same thing over and over and over, completely went away. It's amazing. It's like
Nice.
anti-inflammatory. Hold on, wait.
Oh, repetition also. Repetition
So
is
I,
a thing too. The more
so I got,
you do something, the more you'll
so I
get
got
used to doing it.
this much, right? For like $80. You can see it comes from Mari Nation, Hoi Toro Toro.
Did I say Katakina? The
Yeah, yeah.
website? Oh yeah, I know
Yep.
about that. I know them. Is that where you got it?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I know them. They sell
You
ayahuasca
do?
and stuff too, don't they? Yeah.
Yeah, they sell Mombi as well. Might try the Mombi, bro.
Is ayahuasca a
They
soul?
sell ayahuasca there, though? What?
Is it a soul vine? Is that what they say, Gio?
Well, the
You're-
Katukina website is a part of. They're called Maya Ethnobotanicals. Maya Ethnobotanicals is like the main site, and I think this Katukina is like a secondary site that has. I think Katukina maybe doesn't have. I'm looking at their site right now. Yeah, they don't have ayahuasca, but if you look at Maya Ethnobotanicals, they do have it, and Katukina is like a connected to them.
You ever have Mambi or Mombi? You
Yes,
recommend it?
I've heard of it.
You know what I'm talking about, Gio? Oh, I'm gonna do another dabby. All you need is this much, too, dude. Like that's it. Just gum it. Insane.
That's expensive. You better quit eating it all that fast, like it's Nutella.
It's pretty good though. It's pretty good.
You've been going through
Yeah.
quite a bit.
Gio, the vine.
Well, I'm an addict.
Well, listen, the vine, right? That the ayahuasca, right? It's like supposed to be the leaf and then the bark or the leaf or something, like you add two things, right? And I was hearing the thing, and they said that supposedly it's a lady, like some lady came to the people and told them, like a lady of nature, that here, take this and you'll be able to communicate with me when I'm gone. Like Mother Nature came and talked to him. That I mean, that's the story for ayahuasca or whatever where you get the bark and the other part and you mix them.
Excuse me for interrupting, gentlemen. I was here the other day and I was talking to a flat earther, and he was being hyper skeptical, and I called him out for it. And I started saying, "Well, I bet you don't get laid with that mindset, right?" Does anybody remember the guy in the conversation? Because I'm not good with names. If not, please continue.
Couldn't tell you, Larry.
Yeah, I don't know if that rings a bell. Hyper skeptical for in what? In terms
Well,
of
we were talking about geoengineering maybe a day or two ago, and he was saying, "Where's the evidence for geoengineering?" And, I was attacking his ideas, and I said, basically, with that mindset, if you can't, like, empirically prove something, because he said he doesn't believe things, he either knows something or he doesn't. And I said, well, with that mindset, I bet you don't get laid very often. He said, I'm surprised that argument came from you. And I was like, bro, I'm not attacking you. I'm attacking, like, your worldview. Like, it's not something you should take personally. Anyway, it just came out that Iran attacked the United States radar systems near Iran, and of course it starts raining, like downpouring like crazy right after that. So, was this like a variation of HARP where they can manipulate the ionosphere and cause it not to rain? In other words, weather warfare was happening. We saw that Iran destroyed the presumed cause, and now it's raining like a motherfucker over there. So I thought it was interesting, but I'm sorry for interrupting.
Believe it or not, I remember that conversation. And
Yeah, you were here. You remember the
I
guy's name?
DM'd him. I DM'd him some stuff. And if he want to continue to deny after that, that's on him.
Yeah, he was being cool, cordial, and calm and everything. So I kind of wanted to show him this because he's all about, the scientific method and, you know, empirical stuff. He doesn't believe anything. So I'm curious, like, after you see that their radars got taken down, all of a sudden it starts raining. Wonder why it starts raining after
Humidity.
they've experienced, like, extreme drought for over 40 years.
Yeah,
That's just
humidity.
that's just a correlation, though. That's not proving causation. You'd
I
have to
know. I
repeatedly
know
do
that.
that. But yeah, it is it's not a complete evidence, like a complete evidence, but it is an indication. It is on the side of being towards climate engineering. It's just
Yeah,
not
it
enough
sounds.
to like kind of push it over the hill.
But
Yeah, the
yo, here's the thing
radar.
about that. Here's the thing. They literally called it out and then it did start raining. I mean, they
Yeah,
were like, we're gonna destroy this. They destroyed that, and then it started raining. Like it's pretty crazy.
it can probably separate clouds or do something. I mean, you never know. Frequency focused to certain things or focused away at an angle or something, or a couple of them. It's just
Yo,
weird that it would only be one.
Ha-
That's what I would find
Have you
weird.
heard of have you heard of these graphite bombs that they're using on like
no,
power
what?
stations and stuff? Where they just they just have to do like minimal damage, but like there's a cloud of graphite that gets made in the boom boom, and then all that's conductive, so it causes all these like short circuits to go down. So like basically take out a power station like that.
Oh,
I
that's
Isn't that
wonder
what's
if
in the
you
interesting.
could
back?
I wonder if you couldn't do something
Isn't
like a high aerial explosion with the same kind of like idea, and then that might cause like a dew point to happen locally and cause it to rain. I don't know, but just saying.
Well, I mean,
is
it's way easier to. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Noah.
isn't that what they put in the vaccine? Was graphite
Graphene oxide.
or graphene? Yeah.
Yeah, graphene. Yeah,
But
But
it's just
here,
graphite.
yeah, but that
and
wouldn't be
shit.
enough snacks. So check it out. If you look at, I think it was called Operation Storm Fury in the 70s, and they actually talked about the technology they used to cause a weather storm. Right, all they did was have airplanes spew out these salt crystals. That was it. The salt crystals, like the salinity, was enough to cause the humidity to rise and cause rain clouds. So I mean, you
They
can just literally
also,
just use salt.
yeah, they were causing like baby tsunamis or baby hurricanes or something like on point, and then the jets would get called back. They could go out and do something, come back, and then there'd be a storm coming in.
Real quick though, before I go, Gio, if you're there, Mombi or Mambi, I need your thoughts on it. I'm thinking about getting some.
Yeah, man, that's the coca.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's the good stuff, dude. Well, coca's amazing. Yeah.
Cocaine.
Yeah. You want to keep working all day, dude. Coca. I mean, I don't find coca to be like excessively stimulating though. Like the way, yeah, cocaine is like very intense or whatever, but coca is actually, I love it. I mean, it's actually very like grounding. It like for me, it's like levels you out. Like for me, I can't speak for other people, although I think it is the way for other people as well.
Yep.
Like if you're like really kind of jacked up, it brings you down a little. If you're really low, it brings you up a little. Like it kind of, that's why people use it when working because you can really get into like a flow. But yeah, I mean, coca's awesome
I
as a
didn't even
plant.
think about that.
There's literally a website that's just like the alchemical combination of Mombi and Ambil, the word and power of sacred Colombian medicine.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna post it.
Well, yeah, I mean, in these shamanic traditions, like coca and tobacco are like two of the like premier kind of peak plants in terms of for a whole bunch of different you know purposes and for medicinal. I mean, in addition to other things like ayahuasca and so on as well, but obviously ayahuasca is more of a 4 to 6 hour full on visionary, whereas yeah, with coca and tobacco, I mean, tobacco actually can be visionary if you use it in larger doses, especially like yeah, in the amble form. Dude, there's other tobaccos like on that Katukina website. It's cool you found them. They're like so there's like Maya Ethnobotanicals, like it's like mayaherbs.com, I think is the site. They're like the main site, and then I think the Katukina is like kind of a secondary site that they use. I think they use Katukina more for like just the tobacco and some of those, versus like the ayahuasca, just because there's like I keep them separate, I guess, on different websites or whatever. But yeah, like there's the hape. Hape is the tobacco powder, and then that's blown into the nose. Dude, that one is
Yeah.
amazing. Like you can have like third eye expansion. Like that one's very cleansing and healing. It's not snorted like in that way. It's actually blown into the nose. Anyways, there's that.
What's it called? How do you spell it? Is it rape? Is it spelled rape?
Well, it's spelled RAP, and then the E has a little thing over it, whatever that's called, the little dash.
Okay, all right.
Like
It's,
Robert Julie or Robbie.
it looks, yeah, well, it's pronounced Hape, is how it's pronounced. I mean, some people say Rape, but yeah, it's
So it's like snuff.
yeah.
Isn't there a tribe with that name?
It's a shaman. It's like technically a shamanic snuff. I mean, dude, in some places in the Amazon and stuff, like they use Hape like very regularly. It's an amazing practice. I mean, it's similar to what you're doing, like using the amble, but it's just the thing about Hape though is that it's not only tobacco. There's other plants and flower essences and herbs. There's other things in it, and there's a ton of different kinds of Hape. And so the different Hapes can have different effects to them. But yeah, it's like blown into the nose. You can actually self-administer it. There's a Caripe, which is a tube that you blow it into someone else's nose, basically. Like you put the powder in the tube and then you put it up to their nose and you do a little puff and then boom, it blows it into their nostril or whatever. And then the other one is a Caripe, which is like a shape of a V. And so you actually blow it into your own nose. So you put the one part on your mouth, the other part right in one of your nostrils. You do the left one and then the right one. You do it twice, like one in each nostril. And I mean, that medicine is amazing. Like you can have like cleansing, you can have like sometimes visions and things. Although, I mean, dude, some people, I did it for a friend once. I served him Hape and he had never done it. And dude, now he's done a lot of deep work on himself though. So he's somebody who's like very deep in his process and all that. But dude, it kicked him into like a 45-minute trip basically. Like I had to like sit for him for like 45 minutes while he was going through like these heavy cleansing. So for some people, it can actually be powerful in that way. But generally, it's
what
not.
What do they look like when they're doing the heavy cleansing, Gio?
What do they look like? Well, you can. I mean, dude,
Yeah, are they like mumbling? Are they like moving around, like jittering? Like what do they look like from your perspective?
Oh, I mean, all kinds of different. I mean, sometimes people are like shaking, sometimes tearing up a little bit, sometimes like you kind of like sometimes you like Well, there's a lot of different components to it. I mean, sometimes you like, you might cough, you might even kind of spit out saliva. Like you usually have a little like bucket that you can spit into, because the spitting really releases certain like energies and things.
What about Chilquage? Chilquage? Starts with a C. Jambu. Hambu. I'm so white. I can't pronounce this shit. A Jambu and Chickalawagwe. I don't know. I'm just
Yeah.
trying to. I'm just looking. I'm looking at this other. If you had to recommend something with the anvil, you would say Hoppe, no doubt. Get that nasal spray. Can I do it at work?
Well, I mean,
I
you'll
want to
see
know.
like on the Katukina, like there's the Hape at the top there, because I'm looking at the website now, and then you see the Karipe and Tepi. Those are
Yeah.
those are like the way that the Hape is applied or kind of administered. I mean, you could try to do the Hape on your own. It's a bit of a process. Usually, it's good to do it like in like when people do ayahuasca ceremonies, they often do hape like before, even during and after the ceremony, and people are doing hape. You could try to do it on your own, but there's a little bit of a way that you have to know how to do it a bit, like how much to use and kind of the little bit of the preparation, because it's like a shamanic kind of practice. I mean, you could probably just read about it online, or I could even talk to you at some point, like offline or whatever. We could chat about it. So yeah, I mean, there's hape. Also, like on that website, there's Sananga and Combo. Combo, yeah, those are completely
Yeah.
different
What's
medicines.
combo? Yeah.
Well, so Combo is actually it's a waxy substance from a tree frog, and the waxy substance
Oh shit.
is slowly scraped off the frog. It doesn't hurt the frog, and it's put onto a little wooden stick, and
Uh-oh.
then that is a really powerful medicine. It's hard to go through it in just like 10 seconds, but I mean, basically, long story short, you don't eat it, you don't smoke it, none of that. What you do is you take a little, like a wooden stick, like an incense stick, and just not to where it's a flame, but just to where it's like red, like an ember. And then you nick the skin, you touch your skin. So it actually just burns off just the top layer of skin. You don't like burn down to bleed or anything. You just nick the top layer. And then you put like, let's say 3 dots for your dosage, or maybe 5 dots if you're going to do a bigger dose, or 7. So you use the little wooden stick, you burn these little nicks in your skin, and then they take that waxy substance, you kind of mix it with either water or saliva, and then you put it in, make it into a little, like a little ball basically, and then you put the little balls on those little burn marks on your skin, and then the medicine enters your body, and within like 30 seconds you feel it, and that is a very, very powerful medicine. It lasts for about 30 to 45 minutes. Some people have visions, like visions, but it's not necessarily always visionary, but it's very, very physical. Like you can have like generally you're gonna purge. You don't really have like the number 2, like diarrhea type purging, but you drink a lot of water before, and it's like a water faucet. Just you like eject. It's like projectile liquid that's like a green liquid that comes out of you. It's amazing. They call it like the vaccine of the forest. It's like a natural vaccine. It strengthens the immune system. It has all these peptides in it that are very, very powerful for the immune system. And it's an incredibly powerful medicine that strengthens the body in a whole bunch of ways. It strengthens the immune system. It can cleanse like parasites, infections, bacterias in the system. I mean, people have like cured cancer. So yeah, it's really powerful. That one I would
That's what's
not
up.
necessarily recommend. I mean, you can apply it to yourself, but I mean, that one like really should have it applied by someone who, for the first
Is,
time, and all
is that the
that.
one Tyson did?
What's that?
Is that the one Mike Tyson did when he talks about the frog? Or
No,
is there
that's
another?
the Toad. He did the 5-MeO DMT.
Oh, okay, with the okay. I was
That's
gonna ask, like,
that's a Toad. This one's a tree frog from the Amazon. It's
okay,
called
I
the
didn't know there
giant.
was 2.
It's called the giant waxy monkey tree frog. It's actually the name of
Damn.
it for the combo. I thought you said Vice, because there is actually a whole Vice episode on combo. But then the other one is a Toad. Yeah, that's from the Sonoran Desert. That's got the 5-MeO DMT, and that
Yeah,
one you
the desert.
smoke. You smoke the
Now,
Toad.
Damn.
now, do you
So I
call?
can't.
Hold on a second. Do you declare any of these man-made drugs, or are these all natural? Like, do you take man-made ones, like stuff that people make, or do you take like the ones that you consider mostly natural? Is that
I mean, if you're talking about like for like shamanic medicine type levels, I mean, no, all from nature, other than maybe like LSD, which is technically semi-synthetic. That's a psychedelic, but
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. To what extent do you take like man-made drugs versus just only nature? Like, have you
well, I
ever
mean,
done crack?
well, like, well, like these
I'm
ones
not
we're
being
talking
funny. I'm
about,
just saying, if you try stuff, I
like,
mean, shit, I don't know.
well, these like shamanic medicines, like from South America, a lot of them, like Hape is a tobacco, which is a tobacco with other herbs as well. There's the ambo, like we were talking about. There's coca. Obviously, there's ayahuasca. There's combo. Also, Sananga is these eye drops, and they actually have ibogaine in them. It's not the same plant as the iboga. It's a different plant, but it actually contains the ibogaine alkaloid, and that is actually the plant is uh, cooked and then boiled into a water and then squeezed out. You squeeze out all of the juice into a little dropper bottle, and you actually put a drop in your eye, and it is very, very powerful. It actually does contain some ibogaine. That one is you're not really gonna like have a full trip necessarily, but some people do have like visions to a degree, and that one's like it's like it's an eye medicine, it's a third eye medicine. It's very cleansing. Anyway, so that one as well, which you'll see on that Katukina website. You see Sananga is the one above combo there.
Trying to
But I
find
mean,
Mombi, bro. It's gone. It's gone. It's totally gone.
yeah. I mean, what on that website you mean?
Yeah, it's gone. It was there. Now it's gone. So I don't know. Damn it, dude. But I was gonna ask one last thing. Sorry, I gotta run because I gotta get this just laundry going. But with the alkalized salts are like, for example, if I go to the ambil that's prepared um on that website on Kadukina or whatever, like let me see. So they say that they use mountain salts or something like that for the paste. Do you happen to know like what that is? Like, because I think that is what is whatever that is that they're using to like whatever salts they're using. I think that is what is giving me the most benefit. It's like these alkalized salts because you could feel it, dude. You could taste it. You could feel it. They say alkaline vegetable salts. That's all they say. Rustica, spring water, and alkaline vegetable salts. So, do you know what that is, or like what does that mean? Vegetable salts.
Yeah. Well, it's a good question. I don't know with that exact product. Exactly. Yeah, you're saying like what is that exactly? It's a good
Like
question.
celery
Yeah, I
salt.
don't know. I don't know exactly what they're using in that product because yeah, that is kind of somewhat generalized. Like, yeah, what are they really mixing with it? I'm not sure right off the bat. Like, what are you saying in that particular blend? Does it say what tribe it's from?
No, it says Anvil. Uh, Huitoto, the Huitoto, Huitoto, Huito.
Hootie.
The Muri Nation or Murui.
This says here that they're highly alkaline, potassium-rich ash products derived from burning specific plant species. So I know with Hape, some of them are ashes that are mixed with it. So I would imagine that's what that is as well. So it's like basically they burn the plant and then use the ashes from the plant. So this says key vegetable salts added to amble. The salts are prepared by burning bark, stems, leaves, or fruits of the plants and then extracting the salts from the ashes. Commonly used sources: Yarumo ashes from the Cecropia tree, often viewed by the Huitoto people as the creator's seed. Palm trunks from Jarina palm, aquatic plants. Yeah, so it's the ashes from. I just don't know exactly which plants are in that one, but
Adrenopalm. That's a weird, like adrenochrome. That's a weird, okay.
That's interesting. Thanks, Gio.
Jarina, Jarina palm. Yeah, that's another one. Yeah, so it's like the ashes from burning the plants, which, yeah, I mean, you could be getting, yeah, if you're like as a medicine, you're getting whatever the ashes of those plants and the tobacco. So yeah, but you're saying you feel like the ashes or like those salts are.
You taste the salt for sure. You taste like it's salty, but it's so good. Like it really like you immediately feel the inflammation go down.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. I mean, tobacco, like it's just been so bastardized in the modern world and so messed up. But like the real tobacco plant, like people talk about cannabis and how powerful like CBD is, which it is. But I mean, tobacco is very powerful as well. I mean, I don't really want to compare it to cannabis, like better or worse kind of thing, because they're different. But yeah, I mean, and if that one's made with like real like jungle tobacco, which is often referred to as mapacho, like mapacho is the name in South America they use for
Yeah,
like jungle tobacco, which you can smoke that as well.
yeah, that's what they say. They're using mapacho. Yep.
Yeah, so that's a more unless it's been altered, I mean, the source they're getting. But I mean, if they're getting like real jungle tobacco, then yeah, it's like the real deal medicine. Not this like ridiculously altered, modified tobaccos of the that are of the modern era.
I just wonder, like, what does give the people? I mean, what actually gives them the idea? Like, all these different tribes have all these different things, and some of them are like equivalated to each other, like or act just like each other, or do almost the same things. Not exactly, but and then how many yards? Like, how many of my front yard, backyard, neighbor, and my yard? Like, how many plants that do the same thing are sitting here that we don't even know about because they haven't even
No, I
tried?
doubt it's going to be on your front lawn, bro.
But why not? No, no, hold on. But why not? If all these different places have all these different things, and if you got to do this or this or this to them, and then they got to grow to the extent where you got to use the leaves, the thing, the flower part. If we cut our weeds at 8 inches and 9 inches, or else, I mean, who knows? How would we know?
Oh yeah, I mean, dude, there are tons of plants in the Amazon. Some of them have maybe not even been even discovered yet of what they even do, but I mean, there are thousands upon thousands. And even these shamanic traditions, they have all kinds of plants that, in the Western world, we haven't even like heard of them. I mean, they do like what they call dietas, where they consume one particular plant. And these plants, they're not all like necessarily psychedelic. Like some of them, but you do like a diet, like a dieta of that plant, where you just consume that plant, in like a tea form or liquid form, for like a whole week straight. Like you do a fast and you just consume that plant. They'd also do that with some of these tobacco, like the ambil or hape. Some of these, like you do like a tobacco fast type thing. Yeah, and these are very deeply healing and medicinal practices. But yeah, there are so many plants that like we don't even have access to or even know about. That's why, like, I mean, a lot of these are legal, like they're not even illegal. So if you go to some of these websites, that sell them, like the one I mentioned, the Maya Ethnobotanicals, they have a lot of them, a good amount. But
Let me tell you, it has been the number one difference in my entire like lifestyle. Like I don't know how to describe it, but for the last year and a half, maybe 2 years, I've been really focused on health and stretching and doing a foam roller and making sure I'm fit, not eating crap in my body. But I would still have like really bad, no, not to be too TMI, but constipation and like really bad, you know, stomach issues and lower back issues, and it's all connected. I started taking this stuff, dude. It's cleaning me out, and I feel like I'm a light as a feather. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy what the fuck they feed us. Telling you, man,
oh
like,
yeah,
it feels like plaster now. Like whenever I see food that I don't eat anymore, and you try to bite once in a while, and you're just like, what the fuck am I? I'm just eating rock. Like I'm just eating something that's not food.
I hear you. Well, dude, like a lot of the communities that I work with and friends and colleagues and so on using these medicines, I mean, tobacco, like the real wild, jungle type tobacco. I mean, like I said, like in the shamanic kind of world and these tribes and so on, these shamanically, like tobacco is literally probably maybe even like the number one plant in a way. Like it's kind of hard to like categorize these things as like number one or two or something. But I mean, tobacco is like, you know, really like one of the most vital plants in like the entire, you know, kind of shamanic worldview and tradition. And I mean, they use it for so many different purposes. It's even put into ayahuasca blends as well. Sometimes like they'll actually put tobacco in with the actual ayahuasca, so you'll actually get some of the tobacco in the actual ayahuasca itself. But I mean, yeah, I mean, dude, tobacco like as like a plant spirit, like from that level of it, it is like in a very, very highly advanced intelligence of what it can do, which is, I think, why the powers that be have actually attacked tobacco so much. They know how powerful it is. It's like anti-demonic, it's anti-parasitic, anti-infection. It has like so many strengthening components, like literally cleansing the body, like similar to the way ayahuasca can, like cleansing out, you know, yeah, different issues in the body, strengthening the liver, the kidneys, the heart, the blood. So yeah, and that's why it's used like so thoroughly. And they don't use it like in these traditions. It's not even like an addictive thing. And like you said, I heard you say before, yeah, like it's tobacco itself is not even addictive. It's the other plants and the alterations and all the stuff that they are not other plants, other chemicals is what I meant to say. Yeah, that they put in it, in the cigarettes and all
Physogenes.
that.
Yeah, no, it's literally cleaning. Like it feels like I'm cleaning out my insides. Like it's Mr. Clean for your insides. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, there's like cleanses that are even more intense where like, cause there's a liquid that goes into the nose as well. There's like a liquid type of medicine as well. And yeah, there's like the ambol, the hape, which is like the, you know, powdered, which is goes into the nose. Cause the nasal passage is like a direct shot right to the pineal gland. So that's why those shamanic snuffs can be really powerful. And it doesn't like fuck your nose up either because it's all natural plants, you know. So it might sting a little bit when it goes in, but it doesn't like it's not like cocaine where you're like bleeding and like terrible stuff like that, you know. It's like totally
I've
natural.
snorted some rough stuff before. I'm not worried. I'm
mean,
okay.
You can do hape like 5 times a day, and it's actually like good for you. I mean, if you have good clean hape, I mean, it's literally a medicine. Like you can do it.
I'm gonna get some hape. All right, I'm gonna get some. Here's the problem. There's a lot of different choices.
Oh, I know.
And I don't know how to pronounce any of them.
Yeah. There's also an issue with hape where like so naturally like when they do hape like in the jungle tribes and stuff where they make it, they know the right plants and the mixture and they blend it all. And so that's like ideal to get the ones that are like from the tribes. Whereas in the modern era, some of these like places are starting to like make their own blends, which they might be putting like you know, different stuff that might not be quite as like ideal. So yeah, that's another factor. And I know what you mean. Yeah, some of these websites, there's just like tons of them. It's like, oh my gosh, like they all have different names and different blends. So yeah.
So like, if you had to choose one that you know for sure.
Well, there's a lot of different ones. I mean, they're usually named after the plant that's in them. Like the operina. That one is.
I see that one.
That one does not have tobacco. So that's a non-tobacco one, the operinas. So those have like just other types of plants, like other plants.
I see a mapacho one. A mapacho hape. Should I try that one again?
Yeah, well, see, I'm looking at their website. See, these are all from the tribes. So you have the Katakina, you have the Kashinawa. I've tried many. I've had many of those. Kamaru. Look, Kashinawa, and then you see Kamaru. Kamaru is a plant. So it's like it depends on which plants are in the blend. So like a lot of these, like the names are coming from the different plants.
I want something energetic.
There's the Matsis, Nukini. Yeah, these are all the tribes that they're all a little different. I mean, some of these, like from this website, they actually might be getting them from the actual tribes.
I think they are. That's what I'm looking at too.
Marisi, that's another one. Dude, I've had many different ones, and like it may be a thing of kind of finding which one you like or which one. I mean, there's also like more research you could do because obviously these plants, like the different plants that are added in, are going to have, you know, different effects. One of them, Sunu, like it's like Tsunu, Sunu. That one's from like the Yawanawa. That one, dude, I love the Sunu. That one,
All right,
that's just an amazing.
that's the one I'm getting.
Well, I'm just saying I like it. I mean, there's a lot of different ones. I mean, dude, often like I have friends who run ceremonies and so on, and then they'll get these from these tribes, like which this company might actually be getting them from the tribes as well, or they're like copying what the tribes do. But I usually like to have like a variety, like 5 or 10 different ones, and you'll find they're different and they have different kind of qualities to them. Yeah,
Might get this Brazilian tobacco
Yeah,
one.
they need like a sampler. They got to come out with like a sampler pack. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I'm sure they have it.
Like, yo,
Well, you
here's
can
a
get 'em
couple
in-
shots of this one, couple shots of that one, or something, whatever it is.
No, sometimes I'll do that. Like because my friends, they'll have like different sizes, and sometimes you can just get like if I just want to try some of the new ones they have like little small ones. I mean, it goes a long way. Like a little, like even a small little glass jar of it can go a long way. If you're gonna do Hape, I mean, you could probably just learn how to do it on your own. I mean, generally, like if you were to have it have like somebody serve you Hape for the first time or whatever, and kind of get a sense of what it's all about. That way, like you don't have to, because if you're gonna apply it yourself, I mean, if you've never had it applied to you, technically you could do it yourself. It's not like too complicated, but I mean, we could always jump in a VC and we could talk for a few minutes or whatever. I
Well,
could.
bro, it sounds like something you don't want to be doing. That he says he's gonna try to do this shit at work. Like, bro, did you hear the thing Gio described about the guy that did it? Like,
Dude, Hape is like awesome because it's like it's totally natural plants. It's an ancient thing that's been done for who knows how many eons of time. It's completely healing and powerful. Although for like 15, 20 minutes after you do it, you want to be kind of sitting down with your eyes closed. Like you might tear up a
the
little
same
bit.
for work, bro.
You might kind of purge a little. You might sneeze. You probably won't like vomit purge, but some people do. Actually, you can with Hape. Hape can be powerful, dude. It can like open up your third eye. It can be very powerful. But generally, the first time people do it, like, I mean, you can watch videos of people
Do you
doing
think
it.
it's good for like pregnant ladies to open the third eye of their fetus?
Jake, why you gotta make things so fucking weird, bro?
I'm just curious.
Seriously, bro. And what if that is
Because
good?
Gio is like a world
Jake,
expert on this stuff. He'd be the one to
what if
ask.
that actually is good, Jake? And that is would be a good thing, and you don't even
That's
know.
what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, can you imagine like a little 8-month-old baby, like still in the womb, like not 8 months after birth, but 8 months before? The little baby's in there just tripping balls, seeing all kinds of dragons and hallucinating what's outside the belly.
I just want to know from Gio if he thinks that would be good. Like if it was his baby in his wife's womb, whether he would recommend that she does that to open the baby's third eye.
Jake, you're so fucking weird, bro.
I've been in ayahuasca ceremonies with pregnant women drinking ayahuasca and in ayahuasca ceremonies with newborn babies and them giving it to it. I wouldn't say I would recommend it, but I definitely have seen it happen.
Yeah, in South America, they do give the babies like one drop of ayahuasca and stuff. Like they do give them a tiny bit. I mean, I wouldn't outwardly make any recommendations if a woman's pregnant, like publicly or whatever, because that's a sensitive. I mean, ultimately,
It's
I think
not
it's
as
best
crazy as sticking them with vaccines, 72 of them. So, I mean,
Yeah, what if that's actually the key to a better society and to further humanity is to just always have a pregnant woman do that?
I mean, as a foundation, like if a woman's pregnant, to me, it's best to like just be very gentle, have really good nutrition, be in a really good mind state. It's not really a time to be like adding all kinds of plants and things like medicines. I mean, it's kind of a time to like gestate and like give birth and have really powerful, like really good nutrition. I don't know that it's a time to like necessarily be blasting on ayahuasca. Like you can maybe wait till you're not pregnant. That's just my general thoughts, but I'm not saying it can't have certain benefits and things, but
What if that like cured mad shit though? Like the baby getting it like that through the fallopian tube or however the birds and the bees work. You know what I'm saying?
How do they work, Jeremy? Can you tell me?
It could be good. It could be good for the maybe for the baby to get that like little bit of that thing going. I don't know. Maybe it's terrible. Yeah, I have no idea.
yeah, maybe none of those kids born that way would be anti-flat earthers.
Dude, I was
Think about this though. You know, a newborn baby's born. First thing they want to do is chop his dick skin off, right? So it's like nobody bats an eye at that, right? But it's like, oh, giving the baby like some natural herbs from the forest. That's a bad idea. Wait, let's chop his dick skin off.
Yeah, pump them up with a bunch of insane chemicals with vaccines, and then genitally mutilate them, and that's somehow
This could like
accepted.
solve all mental illness or something crazy. Like this could have great kind of benefits. Like who knows?
Slow down, Joe Rogan.
What do you think about Mumijo? Like it's like Shilajit. It says Mumijo or Mumijo, Mountain Bomb or Mountain Tear. It's called.
I don't know if I'm familiar with that.
Dude, this shit looks. I might get this instead. I'm gonna post it.
I'm Sex Patons Shilajit.
This dude is just going through.
Do you think, Joe, there's any natural substances that you could take that would be harmful?
Yeah, this is Anvil. I'm telling you.
Oscar, you've done Hape, right? Oh, he's not still in here. He just dropped out.
He hopped out of here.
I bet he's done Hape.
There's a lot of stuff, man.
The purest form of Shilajit. Interesting. Where is this from, though? Is this from the Amazon or? Although this is over from Ayurvedic. So how is this different than Shilajit?
It says it goes through a purification process.
Dude, Shilajit's awesome. Very different because these other ones we're talking about are like Amazonian shamanic medicines. Shilajit is more of a Ayurvedic.
Beast
from the other part of the world.
Let me just be this long. Beast needs some shit where he could get lit and still function at work off of.
I got you. Bee wine. Have you ever heard of it?
Pumped up. He's trying to get amped up. You know what I'm saying?
Wine.
At work where he can still function now.
Well, yeah, tobacco and coca. I mean, coca's the bomb for
I'm trying to find that man bee, bro.
No, hold on, you guys.
Yeah, I mean,
you can get coca.
Keep it together, but party.
Yeah, like they don't really. The legality thing, they don't really care that much. Like, even though like cocaine is obviously illegal, if you tried shipping in like 5,000 pounds of coca leaf, that might be an issue. But you can generally buy coca leaf online and just have it shipped in the United States. They don't. I mean, obviously at your own risk, whatever. But they just don't like regulate for it. It's such a small amount of the leaf, like they don't care, as far as I know. But obviously at your own risk and all that. But you can buy coca leaf and you can make tea with it. You can just chew the leaves as well.
That's the way it's supposed to be taken, yeah.
Do you see this though, Mumijo? You've never heard of it?
Mojito, yeah.
Mumiho.
It says this. Listen to this. It says the formation of Shilajit is a remarkable geological process. Blah 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 blah. And it says this process is specific to high altitude environments. Yada yada. Then it says. The environmental conditions, including low oxygen, varying temperatures, and pressure from the rock layers, accelerate the decomposition and concentration of nutrients within the organic material, leading to the formation of Shilajit. When purified to the highest standards, this raw Shilajit becomes Mumijo.
Mold.
Yeah,
so
that's interesting. I don't think it has to do with
that fish scale right there.
This is that fish scale Shilajit, bro. It's so legit.
Yeah, I haven't tried it.
You want to try it with me? I'll buy you one.
It's like patina. It sounds like patina in nature, that builds up on metals instead of like, so you go out in nature and it can build up on rocks or the ground or something. That's crazy.
So it's like,
B said he's giving out free drugs. Sign me up.
Dude, look at this thing. It looks like fucking paper chips.
What do they do to purify it? Because I mean, I'm familiar with Shilajit, of course, but if this one's like a purify, like I wonder what they're doing in order to purify it, or what they're doing to it.
It might be a process.
Put me on the free drug list.
Jeremy, you're on the list.
Shilajit is like more of like an adaptogen. It's not really like a drug as much. You will feel it though. I mean, Shilajit definitely makes you feel.
This is the fish scale though. He's got that bubonic.
I don't know. It says it naturally is purified. It's Shilajit, but purified by where they gather it from. It's like 10,000 feet altitude or whatever. And it says, no, it just says which refined. They don't. How do they? Mumijo undergoes an additional purification process to ensure a balanced mineral profile and higher bioactive compound concentration.
It's like
I
a
think
more
it's
potent
elevation.
version. Like a
Yeah,
more
I think it's
potent version.
well. They said the rocks, the pressure, the difference in elevation and stuff too adds to whatever it is to even make it be what it is. They said, yeah.
Dude, listen to the benefits though. It's crazy. It says fulvic acid, humic acid enhances cellular nutrient absorption, acting as a transporter that supports energy production, detoxification, and cellular repair. Offers antioxidant protection, helping combat free radicals and supporting immune function. And then this right here, it says contains over 80 essential minerals, including calcium, magnesium, and zinc, as well as iron.
Yeah, it's like a
Does it do something
superfood.
for pituitary as well? Is it normalizing to that, or?
I don't see anything specific about
Thank you.
that, but the word mumijo says it comes from the Greek word meaning body preserving.
That sounds too healthy for me. Do you have any less healthy drugs?
Sounds embalming.
It sounds like you're taking vitamins. Like, do you have any like less healthy drugs?
Bro, look at the Look at the
Hold
picture of
on,
this
I got
shit.
one.
You're
I
taking a
got one.
multivitamin from A to Z.
Jeremy, look at
Jeremy,
what it
I
looks
got
like,
one. This
dude.
is a different
It's like
one.
little chips, bro.
No, this
Just
one's
pop one of those. It's like a
no.
Listerine mint.
Listen, there's a different one. You guys haven't heard of it. It's
Oh,
called
true.
bee wine. They take a wasp, they put it in this wine or this alcohol. They let it sit for 2 to 3 years, and when the bee dies in there, all the stuff from the bee soaks out in the liquid, and then they drink it, and it gets them messed up. That's what you want, Jeremy.
Bro, shit looks like a can full of raw paper.
Bro, it looks crazy.
I'm about to
Oh,
roll up
whoops.
with that. Are
Hold
those
on a
chips or
second.
paper?
No,
Dude,
that's
snacks.
just what it looks like.
Snacks, you mentioned is Shilajit good for the pituitary? I typed it in. This is what it says. Research suggests that Shilajit may support pituitary health primarily through its influence on the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis and its ability to modulate various hormone levels. Shilajit has been shown to stabilize the HPA axis. HPA is the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal, which is the central system regulating the body's stress response. In animal models of chronic fatigue syndrome, Shilajit helped normalize neuroendocrine disturbances, including balancing cortisone. Oh my God, it's hard to pronounce. Corticosterone levels. It's hard to pronounce.
Thank you.
Corticosterone.
It must be good.
Testosterone production by potentially enhancing the function of the HPG axis, hypothalamic pituitary gonadal axis. Shilajit may signal the body to increase total and free testosterone production. Dude, Shilajit is a wild compound. Like, it's one of these that has has such a wide range, and some of this stuff is like scientifically backed up too. It's not like in terms of studies and things.
Dude, this sounds nuts. I think this is too healthy for Jeremy. Jeremy, listen to this.
Yo,
It says
you're
historical.
go ahead.
Oh, what?
No, I was just gonna
What
say
again?
your Jew friend Lion for Zion was he was big on the Shilajit thing. He was talking it up like a while back.
Yeah,
What were
dude.
you
It
gonna say?
says Arabic cultures summarily refer or revere it as Chafiz al Adzad, translating to mountain sweat or mountain oil. It says an ancient proverb claimed only Mumijo saves from death.
Oh my God, you're just directly ingesting Mother Earth right there. It's
Dude,
mountain
it says
sweat, bro. That's
Mumijo holds an esteemed place in Ayurvedic medicine and in other ancient healing systems, where it is often referred to as the conqueror of mountains and destroyer of weakness. Do you want your weakness destroyed, Jeremy? Are you ready?
Yeah, I've had my weakness destroyed. And
yeah, my shit's gone, bro. I'm chiseled rock like a
but
gargoyle.
but also like you probably already have too many children, and it's possible that this could accelerate another one.
Me or Jeremy?
Get your
Yeah, you can't even
make your-
afford fucking pizza. Yeah, you can't
get
have
that
this, Jeremy.
testosterone slapping around. I don't know. You see how pent up Lion gets? You know, a side effect, I think.
I don't know if Lion's still taking Shilajit. He was talking about it for a while.
Shit's expensive. I don't know.
It's everywhere now.
I mean, I could try it. Fuck it, dude. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna try this shit.
No, Beast, before you just go buying some random thing on the...
No, I'm definitely gonna buy it.
Okay, so I was working with Dr. Will Spencer. He creates his own humic fulvic acid out of a peat bog moss here in the United States, 80 feet down deep in the ground. He uses no synthetic processes. He uses the thing that basically obliterates it using oxygen and air in it.
Critical
for
CO2
in
extractor.
a what?
I'm just joking.
Oh,
I'm not
I don't.
sure what that.
But anyways, humic fulvic acid is producible, but he uses particular soil probiotics. If you really want something like that, I can get you. I'll send you the link to get you the proper shit. I know I used to take it. I haven't recently just because, like you said, it's expensive, but I bought cases of this stuff. I'm trying to use it in the detox center at the place I work, particularly for detoxing drug and alcohol patients. So I know this stuff works. I've had it pull out all kinds of parasites out of my body. That's why I used it. And overall vitality, like male vitality.
When you punch, you're actually punching a person.
You'll be set if you really want something.
When you punch, you're actually punching
Send me it right now while I have the urge.
Yeah, it's what I sent to Gally.
You're actually punching.
I don't know. Okay.
I sent him a shipment. There was I sent him a pack of stuff. Like, I won't steer you wrong. Like, I'm not, But rather than just buying some random thing on the internet.
Can you look at your DMs and just resend it? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna look at. No, I mean, like,
Thanks.
I sent this stuff physically. I mailed it to Gally. Like, he's been on it before. He's taken.
Yeah, that dude needs it, bro. He just eats dino nuggies all day.
I know. Yeah, super malnourished. But yeah, like, most of the Shilajit is gonna be like, minimal knockoff shit because there's no real control, and they get away with giving you trash because of the shipping label laws or the ingredient laws and stuff are so loose that, like, it's just like anything.
Hey, did you guys post the website that you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, Shilajit is a thing that it is potentially hard to find like the real deal just because there are a lot of like different producers and people that might be like watering it down or processing it. This website I'm linking right here, beloved.health, they have a Shilajit, which they claim that it's hand harvested from the Altai Mountains. And yeah, I've tried this one. And they claim that they only purify or they only use water in the like extraction of it. So at least that one is not processed with other things. At least it's not like chemically processed or anything.
What's better, pure resin or liquid tincture? You know me, I'm down for the resin.
Yeah, I've done the resin one of theirs.
Now, what benefits have you actually felt from it?
I mean, I always have a noticeable like strengthening, like an energetic. It kind of gives a bit of energy and kind of like a little bit of a euphoria, like a gentle euphoria. Just in terms of like immediate, kind of the feeling of it.
I'll back you up on that. About the same thing, like weird, like kind of feel good vibe, and then like this was like before I started walking with a cane and shit, but it made me. I noticed it was funny. I was taking it in the morning, and I felt compelled to run up the stairs like you do when you're young.
Okay. Well, I'm down for whatever. Oh, I gotta decompress from work, guys. I appreciate all the info, but yeah, if you guys can get your hands on that anvil, oh my god, I know, I know for a fact it's worth it, especially if you're a cigarette smoker or if you're a nicotine user in general. Like if you use Zins or anything, you guys gotta just get that shit. It's amazing.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing about like Ambol and also the Hape is like for people that are using tobacco in a way that's like unhealthy or has chemicals and like cigarettes and all that. It's kind of cool that there is actually like natural ways to use tobacco and it doesn't have all that same like addictive, at least not with all the chemicals. And yeah, it's like a much healthier way, like using it in these traditional methods.
For sure.
Traditional preparations and also like the jungle tobacco that's hopefully if they're using a wild tobacco like that rather than all these like modern day altered kind of versions of tobaccos and all the pesticides and stuff they spray on them.
Hey Beast, I sent you that the link to the humic fulvic acid in your DMs. Check out that website because he's also got soil probiotics that you take a shot of in the morning, and then also dehydrated pharmaceutical grade methylene blue. Dr. Will Spencer is a naturopathic doctor. He creates all of these things himself. These are all products that he uses, and they have a whole bunch of other soil things, probiotics, prebiotics, these kinds of things. But it's not, you don't run the, hang on, bud. It's not worth the risk of like getting some claimed Himalayan black goo when you can get something that's here from America, from a doctor that you can access and actually talk to if you want, like, so you can get all the information. If you'd like, Will Spencer does an interview on Tinfoil Hat with Pat Millett. So you can look up Dr. Will Spencer, Will with one L. I don't know who just DM'd me that, but yeah, I'll send you that link as well. I am Larry.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, this stuff was a game changer. I had foot-long worms come out of me, bro. Like, but I took it in tandem with the soil probiotics, took it with the dehydrated methylene blue and the humic fulvic acid. And the first couple days, like, I felt like I was detoxing. I did not feel very good. And then about 5-6 days into it, that's when I started to feel really better. And I passed a bunch of, really unspeakable things after the third day. And then that's when I started feeling better. That's why I'm not really sure about these other Shilajit things. Like, I've never had any of them, and I've used a few different tars and resins and stuff and capsules. I've never really had any of them make me notice any kind of difference, but this one, I literally have the images that, the results of what came out of the toilet. So, yeah. Anyone interested, go ahead and DM me and I'll get you the
Thanks,
link.
brother.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. Have a good night.
See you, Beast. The reason why this stuff is so important is because no matter what, you have to supplement now because the soil has completely mined of anything that's good, and all the nutrients that all the things that we should be getting are gone. So like even if you eat clean and healthy, you're still not getting the nutrients because the animals aren't getting the nutrients. The vegetables aren't getting the nutrients because the soil is the root of the problem, right? Like that's what's eating these roots. And so when our soil's bad and it's covered with pesticides and aluminums and all these other chemicals that we've been using on factory farming, it's just depleted. And so that's where Will Spencer started out with like growing stuff in a farm and actually getting soil to be at levels that were producing nutrients again. And the way to do that is by using probiotics. Another good person, if you're into gardening, would to be listened to Topher Gardner, who makes biochar. He'll send you a bag of biochar. Put that in your soil. That will help grow more nutrient-rich foods. But as far as taking supplements, the Body Electrician is what it's called, is the website. Dr. Will Spencer. Yeah, dude, it's just the only fulvic humic acid that I've found that has really made any kind of difference in my day-to-day living. That's my sales pitch. Hit me up if you want. But you could also just look up Body Electrician or Dr. Will Spencer and Pat Miletich. Like, you'll get linked to their stuff. I think he's also got something for removing spike proteins. For those of you who may have gotten an injection that you may not feel so good about or you regret, there are ways to kind of help remove some of those toxins as well.
Just curious, how much does something like that cost?
What
do you mean?
I think that like a 30-day supply of of the humic fulvic acid is, I think it's $65. It's expensive, but you're taking a couple of them a day. Like you start out low dose and then you build up because it will detox. And so it pulls out any kind of heavy metals. Like the fulvic acid is like it's like negatively charged, so it will attract whatever metals or heavy metals that you've got going on. It also poisons any kind of parasitic infections that you might have because it overloads them with too many minerals and they can't handle it, and so they end up dying off. Yeah, $65, and then if you get the whole like kit, the kit of soil probiotics, the dehydrated methylene blue. I think it was $165, and it's like a 45-day supply. But that's just for like the initial detox. If you just wanted to take the fulvic acid, it's $65. That's pretty normal compared to other kind of Shilajits. I mean, any good quality ones are going to be around that price range. You know, if you're paying $25 for Shilajit, like you can bet you're buying trash. So
I mean, yeah, that's pretty cheap. $165 to get rid of your unwanted tube demons.
yeah, I mean that's what it was. It's like I had to prioritize. Okay, well, what am I trying to do here? And I'll tell you, like, I've never felt better. And like I said, I'm not currently taking it, but I was taking it consistent for about 8-9 months because I bought an entire case, a 12 like 12-month kind of. Well, they last longer than a month. Like it's about, I think it's 5 weeks, but 5 or 6 weeks that the first kind of initial dose that you go through. But then as you take it, the longer you take it, the more you take, like the more consistently that it's, working, and the better it works. But and the methylene blue would be something I would do for like 3 months, and then I'd stop. I just kind of, whenever I just felt like it was time to stop it. And the good thing about the dehydrated methylene blue is that it is pharmaceutical grade, so it's really high potency. It will make your pee blue, and that's kind of freaky. The first time that happens, like, I don't know that you ever really get used to your pee being blue, but I just kind of listened to my body when I was like, oh, I can cool it on the methylene blue, because that helps with mitochondria function stuff, which then just aids to get the fulvic acid into the cells. Methylene blue particularly works best when worked with red light therapy, because then you're changing the red light, the blue, into indigo. So you can get a real cheap, directional red light on Amazon, I think for like $40. And I
You know
was
what the
putting,
most abundant source of red light is, right? The sun.
what?
Sun puts
Yeah,
off all spectrum of light.
yes, absolutely. Absolutely. The sun is, but with, like, I bought just a little handheld directional that I would put on my belly or my liver at night, like for 5-10 minutes, to kind of that helps. That also helps with mitochondria growth. So it's like you kind of just flood your cells with minerals and nutrients, and then also getting like electrolytes, like salt and whether that be, like right now, that's a big thing too. Like Celtic sea salt is getting sued because they had lead in the salt. A lot of those salt mines be contaminated too. So getting like a good high quality salt can be a little bit difficult. But I do believe that was something that Dr. Spencer was also offering too. But I've never actually purchased his salt, because I get salt from the Redmond salt mine, because I live one town over from where it's produced. So I literally get bricks of salt for nothing. Like, and I get it unprocessed. I literally get like a big brick of salt in a Ziploc bag, you know?
That stuff's got a
Something
good
I've
mineral
heard.
content, does it?
Sorry, two of you spoke at the same time. What was that?
Go ahead.
I was just going to ask if you put any out for the wildlife, like the deer.
Oh, I get plenty of it. Yeah, I mean, I'll put some out in my yard. I usually will leave the darker, dirtier kind of rocks. I'll leave those out for sure. I don't have an issue with that. They do like it. I've got a lot of deer in my area too.
I think that stuff down there by you should have like a really good mineral content. I remember I got like trying to remember the name of it, Trace. The name of the company is Trace Minerals,
Yeah.
and I remember it was sourced in Utah.
Yep. Yeah, Trace Minerals is a good company. They also make Legit, and I've taken that as well. Nothing I've found does as good as what Will Spencer's stuff did. And I'm not just like I'm not just saying that. I'm saying that because I had foot-long worms coming out of my ass in a huge nest. Like, I have the photos to back it up. I've never had Shilajit do anything like that for me. Like, I've taken Trace Minerals Shilajit. I don't know if it did any good, dude. Like, I don't know if I felt any better. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm being real honest, like when we take supplements and stuff, how many of you actually notice that you feel different? Like, I don't know if I do, but I do know that when I took that other,
I notice if I notice.
You'd
Magnesium,
notice it.
bro.
I'm a big time noticer.
Magnesium.
Yeah, and so like a good salt should have magnesium in it, right? Like, or am
Yeah,
I
Baja
wrong?
Gold has a lot of magnesium in it.
I have heard magnesium's good, but then like I've also heard the way that you ingest it matters because a lot of it's not bioavailable.
Yeah,
You like
like
that
so.
chelated type or what?
What?
Is it chelated or chelated? How do you say it?
Chelated?
Chelated, maybe?
CHELE.
Oh yeah,
Thank you.
chelated.
Nope. That's a different word.
Okay.
Yeah, I got one that's got like 7 different kinds of magnesium in it, called Bio-Optimizers.
It's got the whole
And then like,
Thanos Infinity Gauntlet of magnesiums.
yeah, pretty much, yep. So that one was pretty good. I've taken it before. The best magnesium I've ever taken was from Clive DeCaro, though. But magnesium is definitely something that you like notice, when you take it. I would say multiple things. It's not going to be like, wow, I feel better, but like I sleep better. If you ever get like restless leg or anything like that, you take magnesium. For most people, you're not going to have that anymore. Some people have all sorts of like crazy aches and pains or whatever. They're like think they have to deal with it, and you take enough magnesium and it just goes away. And if you want
I
to
have
clean
heard
yourself out,
magnesium. Yeah, I've heard magnesium is the bee's knees. Oh,
I'm
that
willing to
was
bet you
another.
over half of the people in this room are deficient on magnesium right now if they're not taking it.
Yeah, that was the other thing that I always take consistently that I did notice as well. A big change in just like overall energy levels was bee pollen, and I get my bee pollen from like my local natural grocer, not just like it's never been heat treated or anything like that. You got to keep it in the fridge, like not something you'd buy at Walmart. But bee pollen that has all the essential amino acids. It's the best superfood you can take.
Yeah, I've definitely heard that. Yep.
But what do you guys know about monatomic? What do you know about Ormus? What do you know about it?
Monatomic gold? I've heard of Ormus. I have a mushroom blend that has Ormus minerals or whatever in it. But no, tell me, what do you know about it?
I don't know. I've taken a bunch of this stuff. I'm not sure if it worked, but I think it did.
If you ask me, this is kind of like, we're used to, taking things and being like, oh, I can feel the difference, but these things are supposed to help our bodies function the way they normally are. So, like, it's going to bring more normalcy. Does that make sense?
I
Like
think the one
it's
thing I really wish I could order, but I cannot. The people just are not around anymore. But this was from South Dakota deposits of, I think, like a dried up lake bed that was like volcanic ash. It's like a zeolite, and it's got like all this like bio stuff that's gone on. Then it became basically dried out. People would like go get these deposits, and then they do like what's like sort of an alchemical wash, actually, if you think about it, because it's the same extraction process that they would have done there, which is basically just wash it off in a strong base, filtered out and stuff like that. And then this is like a micro. It's like finer, like a fine flour or something like that, but it's just really from the earth, like a bed of a soil from an ancient lake bed. And that shit had powerful effects to me. And they made a tincture of it, and also just like the raw soil. I used to do where I would like take the soil and then I would like put it in water, and then I'd let that dissolve, and then drink that. And I thought that that was the right way. But then I realized I'm missing an essential step here, which is I have the acid in my stomach that can actually process this. So, like, then I just put it in like little gel caps and would take it. And boy, I would really love to be able to order that stuff right now, and I can't. But I'm not sure there's many things like it. But that was a type
I know
of.
there's a zeolite. There's a zeolite product called Masterpiece. Um, doing the same processes. I think they like made an upgraded version of it too.
This
I
would
don't
have
know
been
if that's
like
what you're talking about.
a combination of like it's like alchemically made like shilajit with the zeolite spikes in it. You know what I mean? It's just like a lot of there's a lot of stuff going on with that one. They also made like a monatomic gold, which I took that as well. Went through a couple of those. Yeah. That the person who actually was running that shop was somebody who was recovering from like some kind of chemical exposure from being like in the EPA, wading through some toxic Avenger shit. They started like their nervous system started melting down, and allegedly this was something that helped them out. So it helped me out with my back problems that were really bad. Within a couple days, it fixed it. It really normalized and actually super increased my energy levels for a bit. It's like somehow optimized some things going on with me. Just a little soil. Isn't that strange that could happen? I think it's weird.
Well, if you think about it, like the pesticides that we use kills all the enzymes in the soil, right? Just, and then if you reintroduce those enzymes in your body after you have antibiotics, it's like a moon atomizer, right?
Yep.
But it's like at the same time, it's like, okay, I just took some moon dust or whatever, or earth dust, right? Some dirt. I took some earth, right? And it's like, well, it wasn't just the earth, obviously. It was like whatever was in the earth, because we've all eaten like sand and dirt and mud pies and stuff, right?
Yeah, well, and that was the point, that's why it's so important to to supplement now because you're not getting it in the soil. I will say that if you can get your hands on local raw colostrum, don't buy it from like the internet. Don't buy any of these like dehydrated stuff. You can dehydrate it yourself, but don't pay no $80 for a little tiny jar. Go find yourself someone that has cows and get yourself some raw colostrum. I get gallon jugs of it for $6, dude, and it makes my hair grow thicker. That one is one that I do notice different. But yeah,
Where do you get raw colostrum?
I have people that have cows. Like I have raw milk. Like that's what my son lives on is raw milk. I won't give him that store bought shit, you know.
Yeah, I buy raw milk too, but I don't think I can get colostrum from them. They got one cow.
Yeah, if they only have one cow, that can be difficult. But ask around. Like you live in a cow town, you know. I don't know where you are, but like I'm in central Utah. You know, that's our bread and butter down here, so it's kind of easy. But I will say it is seasonal, you know, because like cows, you know, they only give birth at certain times, and you want to get you can't have the first, you don't want to take the baby calves. You don't want to take anything that is going to go to the calf, but you can get day 2 colostrum, like later in the day 1 colostrum, and it'll be just fine. And you can
So what is it?
freeze.
What is colostrum?
It's what comes out prior to the milk. So it's really super nutrient dense. In fact, I think it's banned in the NCAA as performance enhancing because it's so nutrient dense. Like it's everything that
it affects the pathways of your calcium channels to normalize to that. It's like it has a mutagenic effect of adaptogen. Pretty interesting. It's unusual. It has a spectrum of unusual things that go on with it. Pretty interesting. It's alive. But like like royal jelly, you know, it's got its own sorts of interesting things that it does. It's like a organic primer.
I never heard of that one. I've taken colostrum before, but in pill form, I never heard of no royal jelly.
All right.
It's news to me. What's it come from?
Bees. It's what
Bees.
they give the queen to, or it's what they give a baby bee to be a queen bee.
I have heard of it. I didn't know we could take it.
Yeah, it's supposed to extend your longevity. Also, I believe it does have some kind of procreative effects in some way. Not really sure how to quantify that, but yeah, it's supposed to be for life. It extends the. Does it have something to do with telomeres, maybe?
Are you trying to say it makes you harder than Chinese algebra?
Chinese algebra, but it makes your DNA longer, much longer. I don't know. I think that the queen bee lives much longer than the rest of them. So it would seem it's got some kind of good I don't know, turns into a drag queen. What do I know? It's just something I take once in a while, not very often.
I could put some royal jelly on my toast. I'd be okay with that. If I ate toast.
Oh, I've used it because they're little capsules of like little gross whatever jelly inside. But what I've used it like burns sometimes, or like cuts or hangnails. Who knows? Does that help? I'm not even fucking sure, Hank. I'm not recommending you try it.
I'm recommending I try it. I see myself as a royal.
Dude, I know.